All right, there we are. Hey, everybody, how are y'all doing today? Welcome to the Urban Gardener channel. I'm Enoch, and we're going to be doing something really crazy today. I don't know why I thought of this, but you know what? Here we are, and we're going to get through it just fine, I'm sure. We've got plenty of people joining with us throughout the day as we're doing an all day live stream here on our channel in order to promote our upcoming show, Let's Get Growing Live. It's going to be live here on the Urban Gardener channel this coming Saturday at 11 a.m. Pacific time, and that's going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And yeah, we're really excited about the show. We've been working real hard on getting everything together for it. Still got a few things to get done, but we should be all ready to go Saturday morning. So hopefully you can all come and join with us and check that out. And if you want to know more about the show there, you can check out our website at letsgetgrowing.live. Yeah, we're going to have a really great show that we've got planned for our channel this season. We're going to have a whole bunch of really great guests to join with us on our show. We'll have Instagrammers, we'll have YouTube channels, we'll have a bunch of really cool leaders in the gardening industry joining with us on our show for some really fun interviews. Plus, we've got some really cool other segments too, as well, that you all can join in with us too. We've got audience introductions. They're going to introduce our show. We've also got a segment called Garden Stories, where we get to tell all of your different garden experiences and fun stories that you've had in gardening, and those you can contribute to as well. You can check that out again at our website, letsgetgrowing.live, and there's a tab there that says Get Involved. Go click that tab, Get Involved, then you fill out the little form there, and then you can submit one of your garden stories or an audience introduction in order to join in with our production of the show. So really great to get really great to get this show going here real soon. I've been really thinking about this show for the last couple of years since I actually came up with the idea for the show, and so it's really kind of exciting and kind of nerve-wracking at the same time that it's actually coming up here in just like 5 days. After all of this time, I've been thinking about it and working on it and all of that, but I hope that you all really enjoy the show as it goes, as we move on throughout the season, and also get to learn something about all of the different guests that we have on the show. So let's see here. We got some people join with us already. Looks like we got Brampton Gardener in with us. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining with me here today for our live stream. And looks like Garden State Gardener's here. And it looks like Charles joined in or sent in a comment there. It looks like a little bit before we got the show started too there at Ivy Organic. Ivy Organic as well is going to be our sponsor for the show for this upcoming season. And if you go and check out my Facebook page for the Urban Gardener channel, you can find on there a promo code for a sale that they're having on Ivy Organics right now, and that they're also giving away free fig cuttings, so you can get some cuttings of some really great figs that you could get started at in your gardens. And yeah, so you can just get if you go to ivyorganics.com and you purchase some of their 3-in-1 plant guard or any of the other things that they have, you could use our promo code GROW10. That's GROW10. And that'll get you 10% off of your purchase. And as well, you can also get some of those fig cuttings too. So we're really excited about having Charles and Ivy Organics supporting our show, Let's Get Growing. And it's really going to be great to be able to work with him over this coming season. So yeah, I said, like, we're just gonna hang out today. I got Several people who are going to be joining with us here, coming up here in the 11 o'clock hour. We'll be joined with my friend Christopher from Norway, and he's going to come join in with us. We'll have a little conversation with him and talk about what's going on with him in the garden coming up this year, and again, talk about our show and what we've got coming up as well, too. So, and then later on in the day, we'll also have our different producers for the show, Michelle and Asia, joining with us at 1 and 3. And then we've got our friend who's doing a segment for our show called In the Garden with NBC, Mark Boucher Colbert from Portland. He'll be joining with me later in the day at 4 o'clock as well, too. So we've got some people to come hang out with us and join in the conversation. But ultimately, I'm really glad that all of you have joined in here to check out what we've got going on today. And hopefully we'll get more people throughout the day, and we'll be able to talk about our upcoming show. And yeah, other than that, not too sure about a lot of things. I'm just kind of flying with it today. So we're just pretty much going to hang out, so if you got any questions or comments or anything like that, so be sure to get into our chat box there too, and join in this discussion. I would love some questions or anything like that you want to talk about when it comes to gardening or anything at all, our gardens or anything like that, to help keep the conversation moving. But again, other than that, we're just going to be pretty much hanging out and talking about whatever's going on. Looks like we've got Garden State Garden says Charles is awesome. Yeah, he is, absolutely. Charles, I got to meet when I was first getting my channel started several years ago, and I made a trip down to Los Angeles, and I was doing several different visits and trying to make videos with other people, and one afternoon I had somebody I was planning on meeting up with, and they had canceled on me last minute. And I had seen that on my Facebook that he was doing a kind of garden class and talk at this small kind of community garden there in Los Angeles. And I had just messaged him because I just had the afternoon free. I said, hey, what if I stop by? Would you want to talk with me and do a little video and all of that? And he was totally up for it. And we ended up having a really great discussion and put together a little video interview with him talking about his gardening and teaching and all of that sort of stuff, and his channel. And that's when that kind of started everything out. And since then, I've gotten together with Charles and done several different videos, a couple for his channel, a couple more for my channel as well. And so, yeah, Charles is a really great friend, and really, like I said, really glad that he's going to be our show sponsor for this first upcoming season of our show. So just really a great fit anyways, Garden 3-in-1 plant guard from Ivy Garden. This works great. Love using that for sun scald and rodent control. Yeah, the 3-in-1 plant guard I thought was just really cool and unique for a gardening product. Throughout my life, I have noticed that certain trees get painted up, and people would paint them white up the trunk. And for most of my life, I had no clue what that was all about or why they were doing that until later on, as I learned more about gardening and growing and all of that. And most of the time, people are just using a regular paint just to paint the trunk of their trees. And when I met Charles and found out about his 3-in-1 plant guard, I thought it was a really great idea, as it's organic. And it works with it works in 3 different ways. Like I said, the sun scald. It also works against frost and freezing, and takes care of all of those bugs that you can get on your trees. So I thought that was really great. So if you haven't tried it yet and you've got some trees that could use some protection, definitely go check out ivyorganics.com and purchase some of that 3-in-1 plant guard and use our promo code GROW10, GROW 10, and get 10% off of that. And also take part in Charles's fig giveaway that he's got going for the remainder of this month of February. Let's see here. Oh, Charles with us there too. Thank you to Joe at Garden State Gardener for. Yep. And we had to wrap our. Brampton Gardener says we had to wrap our tree with chicken wire to keep the rabbits from killing them. Yeah, all sorts of pests. All sorts of pests can get to your get to your trees and really wipe them out if you don't give them some sort of protection. And again, that's one thing that 3-in-1 plant guard's really good for doing, is protecting your trees against some of those smaller bug pests and all of that as well. It's been a long, windy winter here in central Illinois. Being here reminds me to get busy and get growing. Thanks for all you do. Oh, well, thank you, Granny Sam. Thanks for joining with us here today for our live stream. And yeah, it's been a nice cold winter. We've going through a few different cold snaps around here as well. And because of a couple of other issues, my garden just hasn't been doing too well throughout this winter season so far. And I've got a lot of things to get busy and get doing here in the next coming weeks in order to get everything growing and get things caught up with where they should be. So, as well as doing this show that's coming up here this Saturday, and on each Saturday after that, we're going to be working really hard in the garden as well too, and producing some videos to show you kind of where we're at, where we're going, and all the different things that will be growing there too. Plus, I also have another garden space over at my friend's place who we basically tilled up and set up garden rows and all of that in his front yard. He's got a really cool big front yard corner space. And so we've got a couple of really good size, like 20-foot by 40-foot plots there. That last season we grew a bunch of cherry peppers, and we ended up with so many peppers, and we ended up making some a cherry pepper relish that was really good too. But yeah, it was just it ended up being just a little bit more than we needed, and that project, was fun ultimately. But what we're going to do this year is we're just going to grow out a whole bunch of different vegetables and try to create a small little neighborhood farm in CSA there, and see if we can't, really kind of make something happen out of that. All right. Okay. And says the show is on my calendar. All right. Excellent. Yeah, it'd be great to have you join with us too for our live show, which is going to be, really fun. I've got we got a whole plan of a whole, bunch of different things that we'll be doing on the show, especially the interviews that we'll get to do with all sorts of different gardeners. We've got a segment for Instagram gardeners that we're going to be doing and interviewing and talking with some Instagram gardeners. We've also got a segment called Channel of the Week where we'll be featuring and spotlighting smaller YouTube gardening channels to, kind of get an interview with them and to be able to kind of highlight what they're doing with their channels and all of that. And also we'll end the show in a more podcast style interview, long form interview with a featured guest. And this week's featured guest is our friend of the show who's been on many of our different videos and interviews we've done at the Heirloom Exposition, and that's Wendy Fan with her channel wendyland.com. And so that's going to be really fun for our first guest to kind of get us started with a good friend of the channel. And yeah, so it's going to be really fun. And as I mentioned earlier too, we have some cool little audience type interactive segments that you could get involved with as well too. If you go to letsgetgrowing.live and hit the Get Involved tab, and there's a form there that you can fill out and sign up to do one of our garden stories. Now, the garden stories is one of the things I really look forward to with the show, and that's again a way for us to be able to kind of tell different stories of the garden and gardening experiences that people have who watch our channel and watch our show, and be able to share some pictures and be able to talk about those sort of things that we all get to experience in the garden. So I'm really looking forward to the garden stories segment. And overall, you know, the whole show is kind of that idea, especially with the interviews with the different guests and all of that too. Is just kind of the idea of telling all of our garden stories and kind of getting to know each other and help kind of grow the whole gardening community right here through our channel, the Urban Gardener and the Urban Gardener community. And also, if you haven't yet too, you can also go to, let's see here, you can go to Facebook, and I'm sure I'll have put a link in the description below. Is what I'm going to look to do here, make sure I've got that there. And that way you can all go check out our Facebook group, Let's Get Growing Gardening group, where you can also come join with us there to be able to share your different experiences. Also, you know, ask some questions of the other gardeners, maybe get some advice on some different things that you've got going on in your garden. Yeah, let me see. I want to make sure we got a link to that in the description. All right. There we go. So, yep. Should be all set there. And again, if you want to go check out that group, if you haven't already, come join our group and check out all the different things that we got, that everybody's got growing on, and help us continue to grow our gardening community here through the Urban Gardener. Okay. So yeah, I've had a pretty exciting week, besides the anticipation that's building over getting this show started on this coming Saturday morning. But I just got back actually last night from a trip up to Seattle, where I went to go experience the Northwest Flower and Garden Show, which I haven't gotten to do for several years now. And it was really great. They had even more going on than I remembered the last time I was there. And it's just a really great way to kind of get the growing season started, is to kind of start it off with a show, see all these sort of things that are going on, some new, you know, products and exhibits and different things, as well as also getting to listen to a bunch of really great talks and a bunch of different really good speakers that they have there to talk about all sorts of different things in gardening. My favorite one of the whole show is Northwest favorite gardener. His name's Cisco Morris, and Cisco is just a great, entertaining speaker to watch and listen to. I mean, it's, as I was saying with our friend Mark, who joined me up at the show. We went and saw that talk together, and it's like you go see a garden talk and end up in a stand-up comedy show. Cisco is just so funny. He keeps the crowd just just laughing away at all the different things that he's talking about. And his talk that I saw this year was all the it was like, why the bleep did I buy this? Is kind of the idea of it, is that you get certain things and you think they're just beautiful, they're wonderful things that you can put into your garden, but in the long run they're really invasive and they'll really just kind of take over your garden and all of that. And so he went through a whole bunch of different plants and all of that, and Cisco's garden knowledge is just unprecedented. The amount that he knows, and the experience that he's had in gardening over all the years of his growing is just amazing. And yeah, it was really nice to be able to get to see him. I actually got to talk with him personally as well too, and as well as the first experience I had several years ago when I went to my first Northwest Flower and Garden show. I waited through the line for his book signing, and he's just such a popular gardener up in the Pacific Northwest that he packs a big huge room full of people for his talk, and then afterwards he sits out and does a book signing for his book, and that just gets a line that wraps all the way around the room and everything. So last time I saw him, waited throughout the whole line till the end so that I could talk to him, and wanted to ask him about doing a video, but because that line was so long and it took so much time, he just didn't have any time. But he was so nice about talking with me and invited me to walk with him to his car where he was heading out, and I helped him pack some of his stuff out, and it was a long walk too, to get through the auditorium, through the show, and down into the parking garage and all of that. And then when we got to his car, he sat there and talked to me for several minutes about all sorts of different things that got, from just certain garden questions that I had, plus some garden media type questions as well, because he's got a lot of experience in media, from having a radio show for a couple of decades up in the Pacific Northwest, to also he's one of the local news gardeners. He does all the gardening segments on the news and all of that. So it was he had a lot of information to be able to share with me and everything. So when I saw him again this time, before his talk, I was just really surprised, because I'd only met and talked with him that one time a few years ago, and he immediately knew who I was, asked me about how the channel was doing and all of that, and it just was really great, a really great person. So hopefully down the road, I'll be able to get Cisco to join us on our Let's Get Growing show, and have him as one of our featured guests, because that ultimately is like my number one get for the show. There's so many people I like in the gardening industry, so many great leaders in gardening that I want to have on the show. I've got a long list of people that I'll be approaching and talking about to be guests on our show. But at the top of the list is Cisco Morris. He's just someone I've known for so many years, since I was kind of young. I think he first started showing up on the news and doing his radio show back in my early 20s, as I was, really not that experienced in gardening at all. I just grew a lot of different plants and just had a real interest in, just growing plants in general. And his show was always fun to watch. He's just a great personality. So, so yeah. So hopefully, like I said, we'll be able to get him on the show. Let's see here. Let's catch up with some comments here. Granny Sam said, I have a tomato plant in the house that I dragged in from last year's garden. Bless its heart. It's ready to go outside. Our last average frost date is May 15th. We both have cabin fever. A tomato plant. So you overwintered a tomato plant. That's really interesting. I've never really tried or thought to overwinter a tomato plant. I've done peppers before. Peppers are really, in a sense, a perennial. They'll keep growing and growing and growing. And I'm sure there are some tomato varieties that might actually do well in that situation as well too. But yeah, it's it's still a little ways off until May in our last frost date. So hopefully that that tomato plant last through the cabin fever. You can make it outdoors again and see if it actually starts producing some more tomatoes again too. I'd love to hear about that and see how well that's done. Because again, I've never really thought about trying to overwinter a tomato plant, so that would be really cool to see. Oh, we got BD Beats joined in the chat there. Says hello to us here at the Urban Gardener and everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining with us and joining in on our chat here. Really great to have all of you again here for the show. And if you haven't yet, hit that like button too for this live stream here. And yeah, give us some thumbs up for the video and for our long form live stream we're doing here. I've seen some people and different YouTubers who have done something similar to this, and was suggested to me to give it a shot for promoting our live stream and to kind of get an opportunity to be able to, just be online right here on YouTube throughout the day, so that different people who are subscribed to the channel will see that we're live and get a chance to jump in and see what we're up to here, and that way we can kind of get as much attention as we can on our upcoming show, because we're really excited about this show, and I want to get as many of you out there to come and join with us and to help us, make the show the best it can be. Let's see. Garden State Gardener says, what are your plans for tomatoes and peppers this year? Oh, yeah. That's something I've actually just kind of started digging into. I've got a bunch. I've got a ton of different tomato seeds when it comes to that. I've got a whole bunch of variety of them. My challenge each year is to kind of break that down to about 7 or 8, and I always end up with about 10 or so ultimately that I choose and decide to grow. So I haven't really made any decisions exactly what varieties I'll be growing. I do want to get more heat tolerant tomatoes. That's really kind of the goal for this year, is to get some heat tolerant tomatoes, because this last summer was extremely hot for our area. We usually get a nice warm summer. We can get several different days in above 100 degrees here, but last year it was like a record-breaking heat all summer long. We got so many different days above 100, and then those days in between the 100-degree days didn't get down into, they would barely get down below 95. And when you get into those types of temperatures when it comes to tomatoes, they just get really intolerant to that heat, and ultimately will just start dropping fruits, will start dropping their flowers. The heat is just gets to be too much for a lot of different varieties of tomatoes. So that's going to be our goal this year, is to try more heat tolerant varieties of tomatoes. We did have a couple of varieties. I had one, I can't remember which one of it was, because our theme actually last year was growing dark tomatoes. I picked like 6 or 7 different varieties of dark tomatoes. We had everything from true black brandywine. We also had what was it? We had this variety from the Ukraine called Black from Tula. Yeah. Oh gosh, I'm having a hard time remembering all these different ones. But yeah, that was kind of the theme, and we had one of those varieties that actually did pretty good in the heat, and I also had another one that I grew in a larger pot. So it was probably about, I'd say, like an 8 to 10 gallon pot that we grew it in along our alleyway, and it was called Big Red Chief. Now that one did extremely well in the heat too. So we had a couple varieties that did okay, but for the most part, if it wasn't a cherry tomato, because cherry tomatoes just seem to do pretty well in the heat as well too. You might not get as many tomatoes ultimately, but you're gonna get some. And our Prax cherry tomato that we grow every year, which basically just reseeds itself in our side garden, I get tons of tomatoes off of that. But that Big Red Chief tomato did awesome in the heat. And not only that, I mean, it was in the direct sun for most the whole summer too. And I got some really good sized tomatoes off of that. And, really surprised me too. Again, it was in this container. You don't usually get really large tomatoes in a container. So, really great variety there. Looks like we got Christopher who's joined in on the chat with us here. And it looks like he gave us one of those super chats there too. I believe it's in Norwegian money there, says 200. I'm not sure exactly how much that is as far as what it is for American, but that's really awesome. Thank you. In fact, actually, I think that's probably our first super chat that we've ever gotten on any of our live streams. So I really appreciate that, Christopher. He says, can't wait for the new show. I know, we can't wait either. And I can't wait to get on here and talk with you here in just a little bit too, because Christopher will be joining with us for a little conversation here in just a little bit. And yeah, again, thank you very much. And he's getting lots of hellos from everybody there. Garden State Gardener, it looks like he's suggesting a couple of tomato varieties, Carbon and Paul Robeson. I know I grew a Carbon tomato several years ago, and I might actually even still have some seeds from that variety. So I'll have to dig those out and maybe give that a try and check that out as well too. Yeah, and if you do have, and if anybody has any suggestions for some heat-tolerant tomatoes that you think will do really well with heat, yeah, send me that suggestion as well too, because that would be really cool. Granny Sam says there's a tomato called Heat Master. Well, I mean, with a name like that, it's got to be heat tolerant, right? Heat Master. So yeah, I'll definitely have to look that one up. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I think I'll start a little list here for some of those suggestions, and I can take a look at those. Obviously, Heat Master. That's a great name for a tomato. In fact, that Big Red Chief could also be called Heat Master. I was really surprised about that when we were getting all of our different tomato varieties that were just not doing well. They were all dropping their okay, might have to. Okay, so it looks like we're getting some issues with the sound. Have to check our audio here. I wonder what's causing that with the sound. That's not good. I even did a whole test and everything for all of this, and everything was sounding really good. So I want. Garden State Gardener says it sounds good now. So hopefully, okay, all right. Hopefully, whatever I did there actually helped out. So yeah, I'm not sure what was making that happen. That was actually kind of an issue I had with a live stream I did last week. I was just kind of testing it out, trying that live stream out to see how well things were going, and it didn't go very well at all on the sound. And so I had to do a bunch of tests this week, and I tested just a little bit earlier, and everything was sounding good. So hopefully it's not an issue that just kind of pops up here and there when it comes to the microphone or the settings on the live stream program here. But everybody says it sounds good right now, so that'll be good. Yeah, we don't need any troubles, especially just getting started here today. So hopefully everything will keep running all right throughout the day. Oh, and I want to go back here. Actually, there was a couple of other suggestions I think here. Garden State Gardener also also suggested Rosella and Cherokee Purple. So yeah, Cherokee Purple was actually, and I'll just say I'm not sure if that was our purple variety that did well in the heat, or it didn't. But I know that Cherokee Purple was one of those varieties we did as far as our dark tomatoes. But, oh, and you know what? The second part of that question was talking about peppers too. And peppers I love to grow every year. Peppers are like one of my favorite things to grow in the garden. I've done all sorts of peppers, and we even had years ago in some of our early videos that we did on my channel. We've got this flat carport rooftop in the back area back there that I used to grow right on that rooftop in our 5 gallon wicking buckets, and I would grow. Oh, I think at the most we got up there. We got up into like 30 different varieties of peppers that we would grow, and that's kind of the thing. I like to grow all sorts of different varieties just to grow them, just to try them. Just something about the diversity of peppers, just the from how the plants grow. So many, I mean, each pepper variety has its own different temperament as far as the plants and how they grow. So kind of to get to learn how to grow the different range and varieties of these type of pepper plants is was like my first challenge ultimately, so I could start getting some successful plants. And um, and then you get the just different varieties of peppers in the kind of heat range, so you can get some really sweet peppers, lots of really delicious varieties of sweet peppers, and then they get all the way up to super hot and everything in between. So I mean, it just hundreds if not thousands of different varieties of peppers, and people are always coming up with new crosses every year and different types as well too. So usually I'm just flipping through different catalogs, or I'm a part of a few different pepper groups where people will be showing the different peppers and seeds that they have for different varieties they have. And I'll just try to collect different seeds. And similar to the tomatoes, I've got tons of different varieties of pepper seeds that I choose from. And I like to now, where like I said, we used to grow upwards of 30 plus different varieties, and I think I've tried to narrow it down each year now to probably about 10 to 15 different varieties. So we've really kind of cut in half how many peppers we grow. And I try to grow mostly out of those, to grow mostly the sweeter peppers that I'll use more, and then a few different hot varieties, and then I've got to have like a couple of really super hot varieties to try out, and I try to switch those up each year to grow different varieties. And again, just kind of getting the experience to have the different types growing in the garden. uh, One variety I really like to grow in the garden was one that was gifted to me from one of our viewers, Nancy. She grew out the Chinese 5 color pepper. And I actually really like to have that one around the garden, more so as just kind of an ornamental plant. I mean, it's a really cool little plant, and grows these peppers that grow upwards. And they go through like a 5 different color variations throughout their growing process. And so you get a plant with all of these different peppers that are at a different stage of growing, and it almost looks like a little Christmas tree in your garden. So I like to get a couple of those. They're really cool. Again, more so for the kind of ornamental value of that they bring to the garden space. And actually, last year I was growing um, a variety of pepper called the Primatali that I was growing to try to win this category of a gardening competition that I was a part of last year. And I got the advice from a lot of the people in these pepper groups that that one they was pretty sure that it would beat out the Carolina Reaper as everybody else in the competition. I was pretty sure was going to go with the Carolina Reaper in order to win that competition. Hmm. I am not okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder. Mhm. Yeah, I'm not sure on the settings. There might be different setting here that I might have to get for this microphone. Because if it's coming back or if it's being intermittent, I'm not too sure. Okay, well, I switched something up. I don't know how that sounds, but yeah, that's a little disheartening that the sound has not been working out that well. Could have swore I had that all set up right. We did some tests before we even got started and everything. So yeah, everybody's saying it sounds better. I just wonder. I'm hoping it's not just being intermittent, whatever I'm doing with the adjustment there, because if it keeps coming back, I don't know. Hopefully, that's just not going to be a problem as we get going. But everybody's saying it sounds a little bit better too. So again, just let me know if it sounds bad again. I'm not too sure ultimately what we got going on there until I can look at it. Let's see. Oh, Garden State Garden is a Primatali is a top three hot pepper. Yeah, definitely for sure. And from what I have heard back from a lot of people about that one. Several people I know that actually just eat these hot peppers regularly definitely suggested that that one was going to be um, hotter than the Carolina Reapers that a lot of people were going to grow. And like I said, I was pretty sure that these other gardeners in that competition was going to go. They were going to go for that Carolina Reaper, and I was right too. They all grew a Carolina Reaper. So it's too bad we didn't get to finish out that competition and actually get to submit our Primatali peppers because again, I'm pretty sure from what I know and from what I've heard about that pepper, it would have won that competition. So, but yeah, so that was the super hot, the really hot variety we grew this last year. I'm not too sure exactly which kind of variety we'll try this year, but I'm sure we'll get something really hot figured out. And I was also going to mention too that when I was growing this primatali for the competition, I had a friend of mine who actually volunteered himself to come on a live stream with us and taste test the primatali. So we did a live stream with him eating the hottest pepper, and it was a really great live stream. It really it really it really kind of knocked his socks off, man. He couldn't believe how hot it was, and in fact, I'd never seen tears come out of somebody's eyes in the fashion that they did with him, and it happened almost immediately too. I mean, he took a bite of the pepper, and literally within just a couple of seconds, you could just see he went red, and tears started streaming out of his eyes. Yeah, and he told me like days later, he's like, I can't believe I volunteered to do that, because he's like, that was pretty rough. But it was pretty good. It was great to have him on the live stream to do that. And again, you could go to our channel page, check out the live tab, and you can find that live stream in our live tab there too if you wanted to check that out and see somebody who's never eaten a hot pepper like that. I mean, I think he tried other types of hot peppers, maybe up to a habanero or something, but never anything of that sort of heat. So it was really kind of fun to be able to have him on to do that. Granny says that would put me in the hospital. Right, right. For me, for sure. And that's the thing. I might really like to grow these peppers. As I said, I like to grow pepper plants and lots of different varieties of peppers, mainly just for the experience of growing them. I'm more fascinated in the plants and their different growth habits and their temperaments as far as how they handle certain different parts of the garden and stuff. So I like to try things out and do things different and more of like a experimental growing type of thing when it comes to most of the peppers, especially the super hots and those really hotter varieties of peppers, because I'm not the type of person who's going to get down and really be eating those things when it comes down to it ultimately. So I'll hand out and I'll give away a lot of those peppers to people who want to challenge themselves and friends that I have and all of that. But for myself personally, I'm not eating those at all. So again, I try to, you know, majority of my pepper plants, especially over the last couple of seasons, have always been more of the sweeter varieties that I use a lot more of too. So, I mean, as a gardener, I like to try new things. I like to try and experiment with different types of plants and even types of plants that I don't even consume that much. But for the most part, I do try to grow, the larger percentage of my garden and garden space for plants that I'm going to be eating. Garden says, I can't eat those peppers, but I dehydrate those hot peppers and make them into powder. I don't have any problems with the powder. Yeah, I've done that a few times with a few different varieties as well too. And that way you can just really kind of regulate how much you're using and you're putting in your food and kind of, heating things up a little bit. But just eating those things straight from the pods right off of the plant. I mean, to me, I think it's just kind of insane, especially when you get into those really super hots, the Carolina Reapers, the Primatali that we grew and all of that. But yeah, just too much for me. I don't think I could handle it. I would be just like Granny Sam. I would want to, if I ended up even accidentally having some of those hot peppers like that, I'd probably want to be running to the hospital myself. Especially seeing my friend do that live with us too. I mean, he was very brave to be able to do that, and yeah, This year I'm growing 650 types of hot peppers, so I can't wait to make them into powders. 650 types. Yeah, I don't even have the space to even think about, I don't know, a tenth of that number. Yeah, I think because, like I said, I think the most I've gotten in total varieties in the garden is somewhere probably between 30 and 35 different varieties that I have grown before in the past. Now, over my years of growing, I've probably grown, and this is just throwing a number out there, but I've well over maybe 200 different varieties, I would say, that I've actually gotten to try over the years, but not all in one garden in one season. So that's a pretty big growing project there. I'd definitely like to see something like that though too. If there were 650 different types, even that would be great. That would be really fascinating to be able to walk through that type of garden and check out all those different plants and be able to see the different varieties. Especially, the really cool thing about pepper plants ultimately are the pods and the pod types. And there's so many different, again, so many different varieties and so many different growth habits of different pods that they have on pepper plants that, it just fascinates me that the amount of variety that there is out there when it comes to pepper plants. So I couldn't even dream of being able to grow all of the different types, or at least, or even all of the different types that fascinate me the most. So, there's a lot that I don't even really get to do, but I do try to get as many that I can throughout my different growing seasons too, at least in my space. Now, again, going back to the garden that we grew out over at my friend's place in his front yard plots that we put out. Um, let's see, we had two 20 by 40-foot plots. Trying to remember exactly how many plants we ended up with ultimately. I think we were getting like every foot and a half. So that's, yeah, I think ultimately we got somewhere between 200 and 300 actual total plants planted out. And yeah, ultimately we had this whole project set up to make this pepper relish, and which we did. We ended up with a whole bunch of that stuff, and but we definitely had more plants and more total pods altogether. I mean, we were giving away so many of them. In fact, we started letting people in the neighborhood just come over and bring buckets and bags and stuff and just go through the garden space and pick as many as that they wanted ultimately. So we gave away, hundreds of pounds of peppers ultimately to lots of different people who got to come by and grab some of those up, and still ended up with a ton of pepper plants everywhere. And and I know that's the thing too, is that I was telling him as we're getting ready to get out and really weed out and get the plot spaces ready for some of the garden plants that we're going to start planting out here in the next few weeks. And I was telling him, I says, we had so many pepper plants and so many pods that dropped and all of that throughout last season that will actually be weeding pepper plants out of the garden. And and that's the thing too, anything can be a weed. If it's a weed, basically, if it's something growing in your garden that you don't want there. So you can get lots of different plants and things that you grow and usually eat and all of that sort of stuff that can seed out into your garden and end up, just really growing like mad the next season. And you'll end up having to pull all of those out and do a bunch of weeding when it comes down to it. So I told them that we're probably going to be doing more weeding of actual pepper plants out of the garden than we are the more traditional weeds growing in the space. Feeding away plant or two per day keeps the bugs away. Yeah. Oh, Christopher would say, "Where do I order?" Because he has so many of them. Yeah, that's funny. says that's a lot. I make powder too and use in recipes to give it a backdoor kick. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Mary says, my guess of some of these hot peppers would keep the critters out of the compost. Yeah, I wonder, I know for sure that there's some pests, some animals out there that don't actually they they don't get the heat. It's not as hot to them. So, and I know there's birds and things that's something that happens. Where you got these really hot peppers and it just doesn't really work as far as keeping them away. But it'd be interesting to see. Yeah, this just seems to be something that's popping up and it just keeps coming back up. I just keep switching the settings for the microphone. I'm just not too sure exactly what the problem is. I'm gonna have to do a little more research on that this week. Can't have those issues coming up when it comes to our show this coming Saturday, our Let's Get Growing live show that we're going to be doing this Saturday. So hopefully everything will be fixed up and set to normal when we get there. But this just seems to be something that after a little bit of time is going by here, that just seems to pop back up. So I'm not too sure what that issue can be. Hopefully it doesn't happen to us too often. I guess if it does pop up, you can just let me know there, and I'll just all I'm doing right now is the audio has settings, and the microphone itself has three different inputs for the same microphone, and I'm just switching the inputs each time, and it seems to go back to normal. But then after a bit of time, it seems like it's kind of dropping back to that metallic electronic kind of vibrating sound. So yeah, and that was really the issue from the get-go on my last live stream that I did. And yeah, so I really thought I had things figured out for this live stream this time. So I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't happen often, and we can just get it figured out on the fly here. Anyways, okay. Anyways, thank you so much, everybody, for joining with me here too, and kind of following along here as we're going on this really long all day live stream here where we're going to just kind of hang out. We're going to talk about whatever. So if you have any questions or anything for us to talk about, anything going on in your garden you want to share with us, comments or anything like that, then definitely get into our chat box here and or down here if you're on mobile. But jump on in here, let us know you're here. Let us know where you're gardening from too. Let us know how the weather's doing. Let us know all the different things going on in your gardens and all of that. We love to talk with you throughout the day here. Again, I'm going to have different friends joining in here throughout the day to just kind of keep the conversation going, talk a little bit about what they got growing on. And also, again, this afternoon, we'll also have our producers. We have a couple of really great producers who joined with me for our Let's Get Growing Live show that's coming up this Saturday for our first show. And yeah, so we'll have them on with us in a little bit later, and we'll kind of talk with them about things going on with them and gardening and how they're feeling about our upcoming show. So that's going to be really great. Later, also in the day too, we'll have our friend Mark Roche Colbert after he gets done with his day in the classroom, because he's a garden teacher and he's currently in the classroom teaching kids about all things growing in his school up in Portland and all that. So when he gets done with his day there later on, I think around 4 o'clock, we'll get him joining with us too to talk about his segment and all the different things that he's got growing on. We'll probably talk a little bit about the Northwest Flower and Garden Festival that we just attended this last week. I just got back in actually last night from driving back from Seattle for that show. It was a really great time. And also, I did get a chance to go and check out the inside of the Amazon spheres in Seattle too. So we'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later on too, as well. That was just that was actually really probably. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Flower Garden Festival was a phenomenal. It was amazing. It was a great show to attend and all of that. But I think the highlight of my trip was actually getting inside of the Amazon spheres and getting to check that out too. So we'll talk about that a little bit later too. All right. Oh, looks like we've got Christopher here with us. We'll get him in on our chat here. Okay, make sure I got the setting right for that. All right. All right, let's get Christopher on with us here. Ah, there he is.
Hi,
Hey, Christopher, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Doing all right, man. Just
Hopefully, all the technical things here with the microphone and the camera and everything is up and running.
yeah, well, you sound all right on your end. Hopefully
That's perfect.
hopefully the issues on my end will subside, or we can get them figured out as we go. I'm not too sure exactly what the deal is.
It was a
Maybe the way
strange.
it's Yeah, maybe some of the way it's plugged in or one of the settings on the back of it or something. I don't know. I did a bunch of playing around with it because I did a live stream last week that you were supposed to come and join me with the day before. Because oh my gosh, still I can't believe that happened. But
I was there on schedule.
I know you were. I felt so bad. But no, I did. I kind of had a family thing that kind of popped up like last minute. I mean, it was just, I was getting up, I was doing some things. So I hadn't really kind of processed in my mind that, oh, here, I got this live stream coming up in a little bit. And then this happened. And so I had to take off to go do something. And in that process, it just went right over my head. I just completely blew it off without even thinking about it until you sent me the message. And I was like, no way, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
So then I did try to jump on the next day to do something. And then that's when I noticed in the replay about the microphone. So I played around with it a bunch this week and thought I had it all down. But it just seems to be something that's popping up. And like it sounds good for a little while, and then all of a sudden it just kind of goes into whatever issue it's dealing with. So I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't
How
know.
is it? Is it a USB microphone or?
Yeah, it's USB.
Yeah. Have you made sure that you are using the correct drivers for it?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll have to double check a lot of that stuff
Yeah, because it
when it
sounds
comes down
like
to it.
it sounds like a software bug. It's it wouldn't make that sound if it was a bad connection. So it should be a software issue, I think.
Mm, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna have to dig in and look at all of that. That's just not. Yeah, just a bummer. It's kind of happened right in the middle of all of the whole live streaming and all of that too. It makes it kind of difficult to really kind of figure out what the real issue is, but I'll have to dig into that. All I'm doing right now is just like I said, they've got like three different settings for the microphone itself, and each time it's popped up, all I've done is switch to the next one, and then it seems to go clear, I guess. So if it
Yeah.
pops up in the future, that's all I'll do is I'll just kind of handle it as we go.
Yeah.
So how's everything been going with you, man?
It's fine.
Going
It's
fine?
uh it's hectic.
Hectic, yeah, huh?
Yeah.
You got
It's been a crazy last year, and this year also started with a bang. And we were supposed to go to Thailand on vacation with the family in January, but somehow they managed to break the plane. So we had to reschedule. So we're heading off to Thailand now within the next few weeks. And my gardening adventure this year is going to start on the day I get home.
right.
I will
Yeah,
have everything ready. All the soil is prepared. I have all the cups, all the whatever I need, all the seeds, everything. The full plan is ready, and I'm just anxious to get home and start.
yeah, I'm kind of in a similar situation. I've got a lot of these certain things I've got to get done first, but I've
Yeah,
got most everything's kind of set, almost ready to go. So as soon as I get a lot of this stuff caught up with and all of that here in the next week or two, then I'm just gonna jump in and get caught up and get everything growing, man. I'm really excited about it too, though.
yeah. Yeah, and it's important to be there when the seeds sprout, because we're going away for 2 weeks, and all the seeds that sprout before that will have to be taken care of by friends or family or something. And I really want to be there to make sure that it gets the treatment that I like to give it, and I know my seeds and I know what I'm growing and how to grow it. So yeah, it's I was contemplating starting before and to try to figure out some sort of solution for it, but yeah, in the end, I decided to just push the season a little bit and make do with that. And I think that's gonna pay out in the end. It's gonna be a better start. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, it's always best that when we can give everything our full attention,
yeah,
that sort of thing. And so again, similar for me, I've got so many things going on. I've got a hectic start to the year with all of these different projects, and like I was mentioning just a little bit ago too, I just took a trip up to Seattle for the Northwest Flower and Garden Show, and did a bunch of different things up there with my friend Mark and all of that too. So just trying to get all of these little things done first again, so I can get to all the stuff I want to do as far as the garden and the garden spaces and be able to give it my full attention,
yeah.
and also be able to get out there and have the time to take the camera out with me so that I can make some videos and share that with everybody else too.
Yeah, sure. And it's it's the first 3 weeks of the seedling that you have to get to know the plant, I feel. And
Hmm.
it's those weeks that really set the pace for the growing, and which ones are doing well, and how much water they need. And it's not every seedling has to have the same amount of water. It's individual. And it if you are unlucky with some of your seedlings and they are a little bit stunned, then you need to cut back on the watering, and all these types of things you need to learn from your plants. And when you're doing, I'm thinking I'm gonna do maybe 100 plants or something. And yeah, I just want to make sure that they have the best possibility of getting out into the garden.
Yes, definitely. And you're so correct about the idea of like when they're really early on, they really need that attention. You've got to be keeping an eye on things. You don't want, again, you don't want things to get dried up or any sort of situation to happen with your plants in those early stages in order to make sure that you're getting successful growth in those larger stages down the road. So again, those first few weeks of planting and seeding things out, it's really kind of important to be able to give it the attention that you need to in order to do that so that you can have success with those plants.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So so again, for everybody else out there that hasn't met Christopher before, Christopher is actually up in Norway right now. That's where he lives. And so what are you dealing with right now as far as temperature and weather and all that up there in Norway?
Oh, it's beautiful now. It's we have a few days now that it's melting on the daytime. It's still winter. It's February, so it's a little bit of a fake out, I think. But I think when we get like 1 month, maybe 1.5 month more, then it's really gonna melt outside. So we've had a extreme amount of snow this winter. I actually broke my greenhouse. I was out doing repairs in the snowstorm because it came so much snow that some of the roof actually collapsed, and
Oh, wow.
that's the first time I've had that greenhouse now for many years, and I've had like this much snow on top of it without any problem. But suddenly the skies just opened up, and we got so much snow that yeah,
Wow.
I know now where the limit is of how much the greenhouse can take. So I'm definitely not gonna do that mistake once again,
Right.
because yeah,
Maybe
it
a
was a
little
lot of work.
extra, maybe a little extra reinforcement or something.
No, just shovel the roof. Just get the
Yeah.
snow off there. That's the only thing
Well, you
that
didn't,
needs to be done.
well, you didn't have any big major repairs or anything you had to do then?
No, I had to. The problem is that the plates, or I don't know what they're called. Yeah, the roof plates are, they just pop out of the sockets.
Oh,
So yeah, it was mostly just getting rid of all the snow and then trying to get it up again. But the problem is that they are so long. It's more than one person job, and
oh,
outside it was
right.
so much snow that it was just a hassle. It was just a
Oh,
hassle. So yeah, and some of that snow ended up inside the greenhouse also because it collapsed in. So
right.
yeah, it's snowy inside.
And that's your what is it? Is it a geothermal greenhouse?
Yeah, it's the geothermal greenhouse that I built. Yeah. So nowadays, when it's really sunny outside, I get decent temperatures. So now I can really get back into starting the system up, and putting some of that warm weather inside the soil, and get a head start on the season. So my soil temperature in the greenhouse will be much higher than the soil temperature outside the greenhouse once the season gets going for me. So I can start about a month earlier or something, just by doing uh, placing, or
Yeah.
taking putting the heat down into the soil at this stage. So yeah, it's gonna start. But I have so many projects this year. I'm hoping, I'm more excited and I'm more energized now than I've been for many years. And I did next to no gardening, close to no gardening last year, both inside and outside. And I have some lofty plans on what I want to do this year. And I'm gonna get back to the roots in the greenhouse. I'm gonna take out my cherry trees. I'm gonna fine tune everything. I'm gonna grow half of what I have been growing before in the greenhouse. Make sure that everything is tight and growing nicely, and not make a jungle. I always end up with a jungle, and I need to try to figure out a way to make it grow more sensible inside there. So that's what I'm going to do. And I also have some plans with my indoor greenhouse. I'm gonna take it, or my indoor grow room. I'm gonna take the whole room apart, strip it down, and I'm gonna rebuild the whole building. And I'm gonna hopefully, don't tell my wife, lift the roof and make it an open ceiling so I can grow a full size banana tree or coffee tree and coffee tree. So
Oh wow.
yeah, I have some lofty plans. Everything is not going to be finished this year, but I'm at least going to start as soon as possible. I'm so excited.
Yeah, yeah. Well, especially as you're saying with that geothermal greenhouse and all of that, it's where you live so far north there in Norway. It's almost really kind of necessary if you want to have some full growing seasons with some varieties of plants that you're able to get that kind of head start on certain things.
Yeah.
And I'll just say, Michelle asked here, um, I don't know what kind of what would you say your growing zone is for Norway?
I'm not sure. We are on a different type
Right.
of scale, so I'm not sure what it is, but it's bad.
Yeah.
We are on the
It's
same.
a pretty low number then probably.
Yeah, where I live, it's the exact same degrees north as Anchorage in
Mhm.
Alaska. So
Yeah.
so it's pretty far north, and we have a climate to a really cold Canadian climate. So the were yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. But I think that our grow zones are different because if we were to use the American system, we would just end up at the bottom everywhere. So it wouldn't be it wouldn't be finely grained enough. So yeah,
Right.
I'm not sure what it's called. It's
So
cold.
what I'm finding here online for Anchorage, Alaska's growing zone is 3A to 4B.
Yeah, I think that sounds like yeah, that sounds just
Yeah.
about right.
Yeah, so and for comparison, me here in Southern Oregon is an 8. So I'm about
That's the
yeah,
tropics.
yeah, yeah. And then I know our friend Wayne in our gardening group. I believe Los Angeles is like a 9 and a 10 down there.
Yeah,
Yeah, so yeah, being all that low numbers there, boy, oh boy, that's like I said, that's getting cold.
yeah, it's different.
So it
It's
definitely makes sense, for everybody out there that Christopher's growing in a geothermal greenhouse for any of his sort of outdoor growing to get that early start on things. And then, of course, growing a full size banana indoors.
Yeah, and I
That's
also
going to
have
be amazing to see.
my lemon tree. You can see
Yeah.
the silhouette of it.
Yeah.
It's in my office here, and yeah, I need some big trees, and I need some projects that are somewhat non-reasonable.
Unreasonable. A true challenge for sure.
Yeah, yeah,
And
that's
that's the
what
one
I
thing
enjoy.
too. We've known each other for several years now, and I've followed along with so many different projects you've had, and you always grow such amazing things. You really take advantage of indoor growing to a level that I just don't see much anywhere else.
No, but I do everything a little bit out of hand. I think it, when it starts being fun for me is when I cross the line from what everybody else would do or how far everybody else would take it, and I try to do a little bit more just to see how crazy I can make it. That's why I've been growing my own coffee. I harvested the beans and I even planted the beans and they sprouted. And it's not everybody up here in cold Norway that can grow their own coffee. So
No,
yeah, it's those crazy things, and the banana also. It's yeah, but it requires a lot of grow lights, and but I'm fortunate to be able to have that, and that's why I'm just going with it and having as much fun as I possibly can with it.
Garden State Gardener asks, how many coffee plants?
How many do I have?
Yeah.
I grow one tree at a time.
One tree at a time. Actually, what would be kind of interesting when you talk about just a little bit is, how you grew them. in the hydroponics, right?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, our mutual friend Kangstar, he has been bugging me for years to get into the hydroponic scene and see if I would enjoy growing things in water. I always told him that's just not interesting for me until I tried it, and I got hooked. I've been growing those crazy projects in water lately, and it's just so much simpler, and it's more fun. I can play around with electronics and I can do some fun stuff with it. But it's really easy to grow this kind of crazy projects. The only thing that I wouldn't be able to do in water is banana. It's just the way the plant is constructed. It just
Yeah.
wouldn't be any good way of doing it. I think, at least in my setups. But
Yeah.
yeah, I really love the
So
way the water. Yeah,
you had this whole setup just almost working on its own, right? With
yeah,
because it's another thing that you're really great at and do is working with electronics, you know. So you set up a whole system to kind of maintain it, right?
yeah. I have a fully complete automatic system that backfills the water and make sure that it's aerated, and also check the water levels, and do all sorts of things that are needed for those plants. So when you have that kind of system, it really makes it easy, because I can, when I've been growing my coffee, I could get away with tending to the plant every 14 day or something. So if I were to go on vacation, I've done that several times with those big trees, and it wouldn't be any problem. I would just have everything set up in front, and if I had them in soil, that I would have constantly watering every single day. Like for instance, with the citrus that I have here, when I'm going on vacation now, I need to have somebody come in here and water this plant or this tree every single day. It's a huge thing, and yeah, it's a thick stem here, and it requires water every single day. So it's a lot more maintenance growing in soil. But the thing about growing in water is that it can go south really fast. So if you lose control over the water quality, or you lose control over backfilling, then you would just lose your plant over the night. So yeah, it's a give and take. But I think that for these types of projects indoor, water is the way to go. It's really simple once you get going with it and try it. And I haven't seen a lot of people out there doing those big projects in water. It's mostly peppers or tomatoes or cucumbers, melons, or stuff like that. But not many
Yeah.
people are growing these year after year projects in the same container with water. So yeah, I figured I'd try that.
Yeah, I find it really interesting, and it's definitely something. I mean, I'm more used to the whole idea outdoors, either in containers or in the ground and that sort of thing. Working with soil most all the time, but I see all of these really cool, you know, they got like the tower gardens and different things like that that utilize the water, hydroponics and aeroponics and different things like that that I find really fascinating. I just never really had an opportunity to actually get in and give them a try. So hopefully over the next couple of years or something, I'll get one of those and be able to give that a try and check it out. But yeah, I definitely love checking out that coffee plant as you grew it. And another thing too, I think it just kept growing at such a rate, right? You had to keep like keeping it down, keep
Yeah,
pruning it down, and
and I've reached the limit with the grow room that I have, because it's a low ceiling, and it's always been so. Every single one of my crazy projects has not turned out the way I wanted, because I didn't have the space for it. So, for instance, the banana, I had to chop it down with a chainsaw in the end, because I didn't have the space for it. Just it was just outgrowing the room, and
Mhm.
with the same with the coffee, it's getting too close to the grow light straight away, and I need to have the grow light all the way up to the ceiling, and it just isn't space for it. So it's not that it's not possible, because I could just trim everything back. But then again, I would also like to see it flourish and do whatever it wants to do, but that really requires some more headspace. So that's why I'm in the think tank now and trying to see if I can find a way to make all those crazy projects more possible. So yeah, hopefully
Yeah,
I can get that done and get back into it with some even more crazy things.
raise the roof, right?
Yeah. That's the idea. I'm gonna take the whole roof apart.
Yeah, about how tall do you think that banana plant's gonna get?
I'm growing both a dwarf and a super dwarf. That's the plants that I've been growing. The super dwarf would fit in my grow room today, and it will probably flower and fruit within that space. But the dwarf banana would probably be, I guess, it would get like 2 or 3 feet more than what I currently have of space. And I would much rather grow that plant. I've grown both, but I do not find the super dwarf as attractive, just based on the fact that it doesn't look like a typical banana tree, or banana plant. It doesn't look like a palm tree. I would like it to be a tall stem and just branching out on top. And
Yeah.
the super dwarf just doesn't do that. It starts right at the bottom, and it looks more like a bush than a grow sized banana plant. So that's it's more motivating to grow the things that really looks like the real thing. So that's what I'm trying to accomplish. I don't think I'm gonna do a super dwarf project anymore, because it's too much work, and I've seen it.
You've seen it, you've done it.
Yeah.
Yep, yep. Awesome, awesome. So you did mention you got a lot of projects going and all of that. Is there like anything as far that you're really looking forward to the most?
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to a boring project, and that project is making a sustainable fig tree in my outdoor greenhouse. I've been having a fig tree going now for 4 or 5 years, grown from just a cutting, and I've been getting a lot of fruits from it, and they are just delicious. I'm growing a Chicago fig variety,
Okay.
and the thing is that the first couple of years I had some subtle heating on the fig tree to make sure that it didn't go below -10 Celsius. I don't know what that's in Fahrenheit, but it's maybe 20 something or 10, or I'm not sure.
Oh, wow.
It's at least way below freezing, -10 C
Yeah.
to F. Yeah, so it's 14 Fahrenheit. If it goes below
Wow.
that, the plant starts dying.
Yeah.
And the first couple of years, I was able to keep it above that without any problem. I was encapsulating the tree, I was insulating it, and having a slow, small heating going on with it. But the problem is that it outgrew that setup, and also with the whatever is happening south in Europe and in the east now, the electricity is just going nuts, and everybody has to pitch in and make sure that we don't use excessive amount of power on just stupid things. And that's one of the projects that are almost like throwing money out the window, and it's just not something that I feel comfortable with. So
Yeah.
so I've been had to just hope hope that the tree comes back. But it's
Yeah.
been dying all the way back. Last year it died all the way back to the soil, so it had to restart from soil, and that just sets the tree back at least a couple of years or more.
Right.
So it's not fun. And my main large project now is gonna be trying to figure out a way to where to place it in the greenhouse, and to make some sort of frame system where I could maybe make some panels, some isolated panels that I could have, and also try to figure out a way to heat it with with the geothermal, only concentrate the geothermal inside of that
Yeah.
small tent, let's call it.
Mm-hmm.
And that way I could keep something reliable going for many years, because I really want to have a fig tree here. It's one of the most enjoyable fruits to eat for my taste, and
Yeah.
it's not supposed to grow here, so I want to make it so.
That's right, right. Again, with you, you like the large challenge
Yeah, yeah.
of the things that you like to grow there, and yeah,
Yeah, but
definitely
it's
figs.
nothing. It's nothing like going outside into the garden and pick ripe figs. It's
Yeah.
when you're not supposed to grow it. It's just
Hmm.
something incredible. I guess that you also have some sort of things that you are not able to grow, either by your growing zone being too hot or too cold. But it's
Yeah.
just making that artificial environment to be able to do those things that are a little bit outside the reach for what's possible.
Yeah, yeah. Well, definitely for you, more power to you, definitely for sure. Me, I have done, I've done some challenge things that are kind of outside of my growing zone and things that I've wanted to grow and all of that. And man, I just never find the success in it. Too easy
Yeah,
for me to just see something happen. Like I first started with a gifted blood orange tree that I had, and it just in the conditions and that I have here. And I did similar things, like you said. I set up a tent, and I tried things like putting Christmas lights around the tree and all of that in order to kind of provide some heat throughout the time. And boy, that thing just would not do very well and would die back more than it should, like you were talking about with the fig tree. And then I tried the next season. Well, okay, well, I'm going to just bring it indoors then, and we're going to try to protect it indoors. And then the indoor, bringing something from the outside indoors brings that problem to the rest of my house,
yeah,
because now I'm bringing these pests in, and with dealing with all sorts of things that ended up becoming an issue with it. And then so back outside again the next year, we're going to try to protect it even more, do whatever. And then ultimately that tree just gave up on me.
yeah,
It was like, you've tried too much. I'm just not going to live here. And so that sort of thing I kind of had to give up on. But I do have a Chicago fig myself that I actually got started with this last season, and I'm really looking forward to the growth that it's going to have this year and maybe getting some fruits off of it. Because again, you're absolutely right, and this is something that I hadn't really tried, up until I started gardening, and I actually got to go to somebody's garden and visit them, and they had a big fig tree, and that was like my first time actually trying fresh figs off of a plant. And ever since then I was like, I've got to have that. I've got to have a fig tree, because
yeah.
you're completely right, they're delicious, and there's just nothing like fresh figs off of a tree, man.
And it's
So
also the
good.
feeling. I'm in love with the feeling in gardening, and the feeling, the memories of when I was a kid. Sometimes we went to Greece or Spain or something on vacations in wintertime,
Mhm.
and the smell of a fig tree that's ripe in the evening.
Mhm.
It's a distinct smell. I don't know how
Yeah.
to pronounce it, but it's almost the same thing you can get in wine or in cognac or something sometimes. It's that
Yeah.
special kind of smell. And when I go into my greenhouse and I get the same smell that I get from a cold winter vacation to Spain or Greece or something, it just brings back so many good memories. It's just that small thing. So that's why I'm really in love with the fig. It's
Yeah.
something that you will not find that smell here in Norway anywhere. So it's just bringing those kind of things home, and to get that feeling once or twice a year, it's just amazing. So yeah, I need to have it.
Need to have it, that's for
Yeah,
sure, man. I'll tell you what, that's a great experience to be able to go and visit some places like that when you're a kid. Really awesome. Great memories. Let's
yeah.
see. Sam here
Traveling
said,
traveling is fun.
yep. Sam here says, growing a fig tree in Norway is amazing.
Thank you.
Let's see. She also asks, I live in a town on the Mississippi River and have trouble with too much sand. How do you create new soil? Well, that's something I haven't had the issue of dealing with, and I'm not sure about you up there in Norway, but dealing with too much sand. I have seen some videos and all of that where people have talked about a little bit, and from what my recommendation is just compost, lots of compost, and just kind of keep building that up. I would say, year after year, keep trying to create new layers and new layers. But
Yeah, I've actually had some experience with this because when I started the outdoor greenhouse, I had 500 square feet that had to be filled in with something. And
yeah,
so what I did was I bought some a huge truckload. I used my father's huge semi truck, or what's it called, and
yeah,
I went and got several tons of soil from from a recycling center where they make compost from gardens, and they mix it with sand, and they weren't particularly informative about how much sand, and it turned
oh,
out it was so much sand that it just
oh wow,
wasn't usable.
oh
So
my,
that was my base in the greenhouse, and I took it as a challenge to see how I could turn that into good soil. And the way I'm measuring good soil is when I start to see maggots, or what's it called, the those small uh, yeah, things living in the soil. Worms,
right,
worms,
worms,
worms.
yeah,
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 yeah, worms. Once you start to see worms, you know you have a good soil.
yeah,
And the first thing I did was actually I bought bags um, of chicken manure,
oh
pure chicken
yeah,
manure, and I
yeah,
turned that into the soil, and it really did wonders. So
yeah,
just based on that, I was able to get a really good harvest first year, just by purely blending in the chicken manure. And
yeah,
it was smelling like crap, but it was a really kickstarter. And I
yeah,
also have the years later, I've also been turning in compost regularly, and
hmm,
just turning it in every single year. When I prep the beds, I
yeah,
turn in compost. But compost is can be expensive.
yeah,
At least if you need to buy it in bags, it can be really expensive. But
yeah.
chicken manure, I found, is way cheaper, and it does just as good to just get it started. So yeah, I would suggest doing that the first year at least.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Again, adding in that organic material, that sort of stuff, and kind of helping that, like you said, you're turning it in and then layering it on top so it works itself down as well too. But you're absolutely correct. If you start seeing them worms crawling
Yeah,
around and populating inside of your soil, you've definitely got something good going on.
yeah. And now it's just crawling down there. And also, one thing I would also recommend, if you live a place where it's possible to get a hold of it, it's horse manure, composted horse manure. You can, if there is
Yeah.
somebody having horses around and they are willing
Hmm.
to sell, you can get a lot from cheap. And that's just also pure gold to have in sandy soil.
Yes, definitely. Horses. Find someone with a horse ranch nearby, and I'm sure they'll have plenty to hand out to you or give to you for sure.
Yeah.
And again, let's see here. Was it larvae from beetles draw moles? Oh yeah, well, thank you for your ideas. I'll ask my farmer friend for handouts. Exactly what I was just saying there. Go find someone with the chickens and horses and see what you can
Yeah,
get
and
there.
cows also. If you have cows,
Yep,
that's also perfect.
yep,
But the thing about cow manure and horse manure is that it has to be composted first.
yeah.
Otherwise, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, you definitely want your manures composted. There's only a couple that I know of that you can just kind of directly put into your garden. I know rabbits. Rabbits is a good one.
Yeah,
There's
you
a
can use
really
rabbits, and also you can use things if you have wildlife around. You can use from elks, mooses, deers, stuff like that, and also yeah, there's
yeah.
there's there's a few.
And then she says when I
Mostly
put
it will need
kitchen
composting.
scraps outside, the groundhog shows up. Life is funny sometimes. Yeah, that's the thing, man. If your compost, you want to, definitely, you want your compost to be worked and broke down pretty good and stuff. But then if you're
Yeah,
just if you're really throwing kitchen scraps right outside into your garden, you're definitely going to be getting some of that wildlife showing up in there
Yeah,
and
you're
digging
gonna
around
get
and tearing it
everything
up.
else than plants growing.
Yeah, everything else other than plants. I live in the country. Time to get a pickup, I guess. Yeah, that's always a good thing. I was actually talking the other day with my friend Mark about how much I need a pickup truck. I have a small little car, but boy, a little pickup truck would be nice, man, because then I could go out and, like you said, go and get a lot of this sort of stuff. Cow manure, horse manure. There's so many different farms and all of that all around the area that I live in. So many great opportunities to be able to just go grab something from some of them. But yeah, you need a truck to be able to do that stuff.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got Joey from Wisconsin joining us from the Wisconsin Vegetable Gardener. Thanks, Joey, for joining in here. Good to see you. We've got Christopher joining with us from Norway, talking all sorts of different gardening things and garden projects that we've got coming up this year. So, yeah, join in, ask some questions, join in the conversation right there. Great to have you all here. We're actually today, I'm on all day or most of the day today as kind of a promotional live stream for our upcoming live show that will be starting this next Saturday, February 25th at 11 a.m. And yeah, really excited about this show. So we hope that you come and join with us then as well too. And you can follow a link to our website that I've got down here at the bottom of the screen right there. Let's Get Growing live, and you can go check out what we got growing on for our show there. Maybe even sign up for our newsletter or check the Get Involved tab so you can possibly submit one of your garden stories. I'd love to hear some garden stories from some of our audience, and we could feature those on our show as well. So yeah, that's going to be real fun. I've been working on this project, Chris, for the last couple of years, at least the idea of it all and everything. And so for the last few months, I've been working with a few people to get everything set up. And now we're only 5 days away. I think I'm getting really nervous, but excited at the same time.
Yeah, it's fun, and I am so thankful that you have decided to put it on a time schedule where I can actually join in and watch.
Yeah, exactly, huh? Nice weekend spot in the morning. That was a tough decision for us to make. Was it when are we going to actually have it on?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's going to be a great time for most people. Being a weekend, being earlier in the day, and and especially for people in different time zones and all of that. And you're in this really completely different time zone for sure. For us right now, it is 11:42 a.m. in the Pacific, and I'm sure in Wisconsin it's probably a couple of hours ahead from there. So they're probably looking at around what 3 o'clock or something. And for you, what time is it there in Norway?
It's getting close to 9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Yeah. So
Totally opposite.
yeah, it is. But it's the sweet spot for intercontinental, I would say, because if you're thinking about the West at least, because our
Yeah.
evenings is your mornings, and that's the kind of only time of day that's suitable for everybody. So yeah, that's just perfect. And also, yeah, it's really great time for us at least because we can enjoy it in the evenings and still catch it.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, the time difference, that's a pretty big thing there, especially for some of the guests and people that we've thought about bringing on the show and all of that too. Because I've got several people I know who are international. The toughest one I think so far I've found is I have a friend over in Australia.
Yeah.
So, so I think that's the toughest time to be able to kind of match up for any sort of time frame or anything like that. So any sort of guest we get from that region of the world will probably have to be a pre-recorded interview or something.
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Let's see here. Oh gosh, they're saying my voice, the robot voice. Let me call
Yeah,
it
it
the
goes in and
robot
out.
voice. It seems like it definitely seems like it's just something that's going in and out, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can switch the microphone again. See if that just kind of resets it or something.
Nice to have something to
Yeah.
do the next week.
Yeah, yeah, on top of the million other things that I've gotta get done to get this going.
And those kind of problems that you never figure out. It's just impossible to figure out why.
I know. Oh, too. Yeah. I mean, that's really something. Like I said, yeah, I had that issue this last week with that last live stream I did, and I thought I had it all figured out, but it's got, like you said, it's got to be something that's just a little deeper than what I was looking at before. And who knows? Maybe we might just have to get a whole new microphone or something, or I don't know. It does have another set. I don't know what they call that other plug for it. It's got the USB plug, but then there's another type of plug, and I'm not sure what it's called. Maybe I'll have to work and think about that or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, XLR maybe. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
XLRs. I think that's right.
Yeah, I'm using XLR on my microphone, and I have a Focusrite XLR converter, so it's kind of like audio mixing into it, and that works really well. But I've been using XLR microphones for my cameras also, so it's a nice way of using everything. I could connect a lavalier microphone to my computer also with that system, so it's really simple.
Yeah. So so you put it into a converter? How does that converter hook up to your system,
That
your
that's
computer?
that's a USB converter.
Okay.
So it's kind of a mixing. So I can have two XLR units into the same, and I can mix with those and choose the channels.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Something that I'll have to look into. That's one thing I liked about the idea of this microphone and everything was that it was just, USB, plug it
Yeah,
in and plug it,
yeah,
and it's ready to go. But obviously, we seem to be having some issues. But we'll get those all figured out, all in due time.
yeah. I'm gonna have to plug my second channel that's starting up really soon. I'm
Absolutely.
I've been making. I have 3 videos now that I'm going to launch with, and I'm just waiting to get back from vacation before I do it because I want to make sure that I'm available and able to produce more content. And that's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have 3 really gardening related technical things, so that's going to be really fun. I'm really looking forward to being able to showcase more of the technical things that I'm doing, and that's where I'm going to be doing more videos on my automatic systems for the greenhouse. And also I'm doing a fun project with the citrus tree. I'm going to do controlling everything with my stream deck, and having automatic watering systems with the dosage, and doing a lot of fun things. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting into making more video content. It's so
And the
much fun, but it's always a hassle with the time to be able to just sit down, make up your mind on what's this going to be about, and then
hmm
executing. It's yeah, it always
yeah.
gets lost in the day to day.
Yeah, that's the one thing when it comes to those of us who like to share our projects and do videos and all that sort of stuff is that extra time that it takes to be able to put all those sort of things together. But
Yeah,
it's really great that you share those sort of things, and I find a lot of that sort of stuff really interesting, as we talked about just a little bit before there about your system with the hydroponics for your coffee tree that you did.
yeah.
All that electronic stuff that you build and put together like that is so kind of interesting. And so what is the name of the channel going to be?
Oh, it's
Or
gonna be Mountain Lab. So I've been using Mountain Garden, MTN Garden, for my main channel, kind of a branding, and I'm now using MTN Lab for all the lab work that I'm gonna be doing, all the electronics and everything. So it's gonna be a place where I can feel comfortable about doing things technical, really going deep diving into technical, all the way into programming and source code and source files for things and stuff like that. And I want to avoid having that on my main channel because many people are in there to see how much seeds are they going to use in their basil pot, and what's the watering about, and they're not there for technical stuff. So I want to keep those things separate. That's important,
yeah,
I think.
yeah, definitely. they're two different kind of things, even though they're kind of working the same sort of thing. Growing is kind of the
Yeah,
central idea of it all, but
yeah,
there's a difference between the aspects of actually growing something versus those technical electronic things when you're building those sort of systems like you're
yeah.
using there.
There's going to be a lot of videos that will start on one channel and finish on the other channel, and that's going to go both ways. Something technical that I'm working on that I'm going to implement in the garden in the other way. So I think it's going to be fun. It opens up a lot of doors for me where I've kind of felt stuck before, and just discarding the whole idea just based on it's not fitting the whole way through. But
Yeah.
now I'm gonna split it up and do one thing there and one thing there, and it's gonna be for those who are interested.
Excellent. Excellent. Let's see here. I want to earlier before you got on, we were having a real kind of discussion about different tomatoes and peppers and all of that. I'm not sure. Do you get to grow different varieties of tomatoes up there? I know you grow peppers and stuff, but
Yeah, I grow most everything.
yeah, yeah. Is there anything a favorite or anything you really like growing? Something or you want to challenge yourself and grow as far as those things that you got?
My favorite tomato is called black cherry. That's the
Oh,
best tomato I've ever eaten, and
yeah.
I got the seeds from a viewer several years ago from I think it was Finland or Sweden, and it just came in a home bag, so it's kind of a no name tomato. I'm not sure the origin of it, and I haven't found any seeds that are labeled black tomatoes that are similar to this plant. So
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's some sort of homemade hybrid. I'm not sure, but it's
Yeah.
the most beautiful tomato that I've ever grown, and I grow it every single year. And I did a seed giveaway 100 years ago, and that was one of the seeds that I gave away. So
Yeah.
hopefully, many people are growing it. Also, it's something that I come back to every single year. It's
Yeah.
once those ripen, they are just so delicious. And I
Yeah, I
also
agree
love,
with some.
yeah,
I grew some of those black cherries as well
yeah,
too. I had a container and then well, I grew them one season and then I let them drop into the container and they
yeah.
burst back the next season with a bunch of starts. So I grew it again the second season. They are really good. And when I think about it, why did I let that one escape me though too when I was doing my dark tomato varieties this last year too? Because I grew
Yeah.
like 6 or 7 different varieties of dark tomatoes. I definitely should have brought that black cherry back again. But you're right, that's a really good tomato.
It is a good tomato, but it's not for everybody because it isn't this over sweet tomato. It has
Yeah.
a really specific taste to it, and if you like that kind of more I don't know what's it called, more tangy or tardy or whatever it's called,
Yeah.
it's more the same taste that I like in Japanese food. It's the umami flavor of it. So I think
Yeah.
that tomato is for those who like a kind of different taste to it and not the overly sweet tomato. It's a really
Mhm.
fun tomato to grow, and it also grows huge, enormous.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I used to actually grow it along with oh gosh, there was another type. I think it was the true black brandy wine. I had
Yeah,
those two kind of growing together, and that one would just and uh, that cherry tomato would just kind of almost take over the space,
yeah,
from the other plant and all of that because it does. It just really grows really well. It looks like we got a couple others saying they really like the sun gold variety. Have you ever tried the sun gold?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
grown so many different types of varieties, and I tomatoes for me are really about how you grow them, because some varieties people say are the best in the world, and you can really butcher that plant if you don't give it the right amount of water, the right amount of sunlight and care. Then you can really turn most tomatoes into really good tasting tomatoes. I've found. And I
Yeah,
like a good beefsteak tomato. I like all sorts of tomatoes for the different types of uses. And I've also grown San Marzanos many years.
yeah.
It's a mainstream tomato, but it's really good. And
Those
that's
are the really good
also,
ones for like making tomato sauces and stuff
yeah,
too. Those San Marzanos are definitely good for that.
yeah. And I also grown something that's called, I think it's called strawberry tomato or something, if I don't
Stro-
remember correct. Yeah, I like those types of, but it's generally, if the tomato is too fancy, it's not that great tasting in my opinion. Some of the really sparkling ones, the striped and the colored
Yeah,
in all
I do
different,
have to
uh,
agree.
they tend to be, it's the same with carrots. If you want to have a really good carrot, you grow the Nantes 2 carrot, or something really original,
Yeah,
and you will have a fantastic tasting carrot. If you grow the purple and the yellow and the whatever, it's fun, but it's not as tasty. So I think the same with tomatoes also. It's yeah, the only really good thing that tastes good when it's strange is peppers. The more strange a pepper is, the more exciting it is to taste it. I feel.
yeah.
So that's the category where I really want to go have fun and go mad with the different varieties. It's just so much to taste from.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what I was talking about earlier when it came to the peppers and all of that is that, I find that peppers are just really fun to grow on so many different levels.
Yeah,
When I was first growing peppers, it was just about trying to, meet the challenges of growing a pepper plant. And then as I was learning more about all these different varieties and trying them out, each of these different plants grow different ways and have different temperaments and how they grow. So learning those different challenges of the actual plants and then starting to get into, the different varieties from sweet varieties to super hot varieties, and then the real the coolest part of the pepper growing is the just varieties of pods, just the shapes, the sizes, the colors, the way they grow, from like super hots that are really kind of bumpy and got those cool little tails to
yeah,
them and everything, and then you got the really cool ones that grow in a upright fashion versus growing down,
yeah, yeah,
so there's just so many things, so many different levels that make peppers just a really fun plant to grow in the garden.
yeah.
And
It
some of
is.
them, and some of them I just grow for fun too. I mentioned the Chinese five color. I mean, I like to
Yeah,
grow that mainly as an ornamental for the garden because
yeah,
there's nothing like having a plant that's got like these five different colors and looks almost like a little Christmas tree in your
yeah.
garden. And yeah, so how about that? Any sort of favorites, say on the sweet end of peppers? You got any like sweet pepper favorites?
Yeah, we grow a lot of sweet peppers because our kids enjoy peppers. That's kind of the thing they most enjoy eating from the vegetable aisle, and that's why I've been slowly going over to growing almost exclusively sweet peppers.
Yeah,
And I really enjoy the giant Aconcagua. I love Jimmy Nardello. It's a
yeah.
fantastic snacking pepper. And you sent me some seeds, I think, from Yellow Giant or something. It was
Oh,
called something like that.
yeah, it might have been the yellow giants. Yeah,
Yeah, and we've
those
been
are
growing
really
that, and
cool.
it's those are enormous and they're really good.
Enormous. I
Yeah,
was so surprised at how big those they can get. Especially, I grow
yeah,
most all of my peppers in containers, a 5-gallon container, and I was still surprised that I
yeah.
was still getting such large
Yeah,
fruits
Yellow
off of a plant.
Monster. Yeah, in the chat there, Yellow Monster. That's the name. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I grow that, and it's so much fun. And the kids also, they love going into the greenhouse and to just see how far we can take it.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're
Yeah.
they're fun to grow. But I love growing a bit of everything. I want to grow some Peruvian peppers. I would like to grow some manzanos. I like to grow
Mhm.
some really super hots. I enjoy fatalis, and I enjoy yellow brain strains and those kind of gnarly looking things. And I
Yeah,
also grow some of my own crossings and some decent habaneros. We use habaneros in dinner almost daily.
yeah,
So I grow fresh peppers year round now indoors, just so
yeah,
we can have fresh peppers every single time we make dinner. And it's really changed the way we prepare our food, because we use those kind of spices every single day. So
yeah.
yeah, it's fantastic. There's so many nice things to grow, and the bacatums also. My favorite pepper, the El Oro de Ecuador. That's the
Oh yeah,
that's my most favorite pepper ever,
yeah,
and I've been growing it for 10 years now straight, I think. And I'm never gonna have a year without it. It's just the best tasting pepper I know. So
yeah.
yeah, and
I don't
that's
know if it was
that's
you
that's for
or
me.
someone. I know I got those from someone.
I know I sent it to you.
It was you, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely. Then, yep, yeah,
yeah.
that was a really great one for sure.
I
As
grew a
far as
ton of it and sent it out all over the world.
one of my new favorites, those on the sweeter end, is the pepper called Ajvarskis.
Oh,
Those
not
are
sure.
really good. I really like those. They, kind of a nice little red wobbly type of a bell kind of to them.
Yeah,
But yeah, they're just those are really delicious. I've been enjoying those a lot over the last couple of years.
yeah.
We did mention just a little bit earlier our friend King Star. He has a few of his own varieties. You get a chance to grow his.
Yeah, and he has also been filling my mailbox with 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 all different types of powders. So
Oh wow,
I've been eating the what is it called, the yellow pepper that he has made, the star, I don't know, I don't remember the name, but it's some of his most famous peppers,
yellow starburst maybe.
Starburst probably, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So I've been eating peppers or yeah, from those powders all day, and yeah, I really enjoy it. Starburst, yeah. So yeah, it's a phenomenal pepper. It's very similar to some of the crossings that I have myself. It's we seem to like the same type of taste. So we grow similar tasting peppers, and I really love the yellow super hot peppers. It's yeah, really good tasting. But the Starburst isn't a super hot, I would say, but
right.
it's a decent habanero. It's a habanero plus pepper for me at least.
Yeah,
So I've
yeah.
been growing it, and yeah, it's
And even
so much
those
to
are on the
choose
high
from.
end for me.
Yeah,
You're getting even. I'm just.
yeah,
I mean, I love growing those peppers. I love growing the hot ones, and I grow them more for just just the fascination of the plants and the pods and things like that. But
yeah,
you get up towards habanero in spice, and I'm kind of backing off at that point.
yeah, but it's a matter of how you use it, because
Yeah, yeah,
you're
that's true
those
too.
peppers, you're not supposed to grab them from the plant and eat them. That's not what I do. I
Right,
don't Well, I can do it, but I really need to have the camera turned on to make it worthwhile.
right,
Because
right.
it's
Got to get some content out of it.
yeah, but it's yeah, it's too strong. But we mix it into our tacos, or we use it in our spaghetti or everything, and it's not that bad. My wife also love having the habaneros or something like that, if you use it carefully. But some peppers are mostly just for cutting open and smelling, just
Oh yeah.
to smell what it smells like, because
Ooh.
it's yeah,
Yeah,
when you
some of them
open a
hot
reaper.
peppers are just
Yeah,
that smell is just well, you can definitely tell that that's going to be doing some business on you
yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
sure.
And when you get that orange oil inside, and you
Uh,
smell that, it's so pungent that it's
yeah.
just fun to grow it, just for smelling it and having fun with it. But I'm not eating those
Yeah.
plucked
Just be
from the plant.
careful. Just
Yeah,
be careful too when you're opening those things up and you're getting that oil on your skin and
yeah, yeah.
especially, oh, don't be rubbing your eyes or anything, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, the
Woo.
first year I made powder, I had all of those super hot peppers, and I wanted to make a powder from it. And I thought, well, I don't care if I get it on my fingers, because I'm just not gonna rub my eyes. So I was working making the powders all evening and without using gloves, and everything was fine until the day after, and I started to lose the skin on all my fingers. So all my fingertips lost the skin, and they
Oh
were
my.
they were just peeling off the skin. So that's
Oh
when I
my
learned
gosh.
that pepper is kind of dangerous on more points
Yeah.
than just rubbing it in the eye.
Oh
It's
yeah.
yeah, it devastated the skin. So I haven't done
Oh
that after.
yeah. Wear some gloves, man.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not a wearing glove type of guy. I've gotten so many people are super angry at my videos on my aloe veras and my cacti and everything, because I handle everything with my hands without using gloves.
Yeah.
Uh, Not turning out good all the time, and people are
Yep.
getting so mad because I'm not using. So, I'm not using gloves when I'm working
Yeah.
in the soil. I'm not using gloves.
Yeah, yeah. I try to avoid gloves as much as I can, but I learned with peppers and hot peppers, if I'm going to play around with them all, if I'm going to cut them open at all, if I'm going to do anything like that, it's just it's worth it to put those gloves on just to deal with that sort of stuff. But anywhere else where there's gloves, I sometimes I regret it, depending on the type of plants and that sort of thing when I'm out there in the garden and all of that. But for the most part, I like hands-on type of things, and not any sort of barrier to my hands being involved with what I'm doing. So I'm kind of the same way when it comes to things. But yeah, it's just it just what I've dealt with enough peppers and those oils just to know that, you know what, take a minute, put some gloves on, and just avoid the pain and the heartache later on.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
just not worth it.
Let's see here. We got someone who joined with us, Chris Shuri Babies. Let's see, to join with us. Thanks for joining with us. They just commented, "Love growing them, just can't eat them." Sort of like I was talking about.
Exactly.
The same thing. I just love growing peppers, but not really most of them anymore, though, too. Because I would say similar to what you were talking about too. Is I've gotten to the point in growing peppers where there's some I love to grow just to grow, some I'm fascinated to grow with, but for the most part I'm growing most of the ones I'm actually going to eat and use, and most of those are sweet peppers. So I'll try to keep my varieties and change varieties and do that stuff on the sweeter end, because I'm just going to use more of them,
Yeah.
when it comes down to it. And Garden State Gardener also mentioned too, because I talked about the Ajvarsky pepper, which is really great. He also mentioned the Lesia pepper too. Now, the Lesia pepper I did get to grow this last year, and really beautiful pepper. Nice, just got this nice deep red color. They're almost heart shaped in a way, and they're just tasty as well too.
Yeah.
So that's another one I would definitely recommend to anybody out
Yeah.
there too, is trying those Lesia peppers.
There's so many good ones to choose from.
Yeah. There are, and Gardner Save just put in a comment, says, "Watch out going to the bathroom even after washing your hands several times with hot peppers." Yeah, yeah, because and that's the thing too. I mean, I've washed my hands before, thinking I was all good with them, and still ended up, either rubbing my eyes or something like that, and totally regretting that whole situation. So
It
these are exactly the type of experiences that I'm talking about. Why it's worth it to me anymore to just take that little bit of time and put on some gloves before I start handling some of this stuff.
it's the same thing as peeing on the electric fence when you were younger. You only do it once.
Exactly. You learn very quick, very
Very
quick.
quick steep curve.
Joe says, "Ain't that the truth, Ruth?" That is the truth. I'm telling you. Woo. L- Yeah, I love the peppers, but man, they could come and bite you one way or another, man.
Yeah, but that's what's exciting about them also. They are something more. There's more aspects to peppers than to so many other things. when you grow cucumbers, yeah, it's fun. They're delicious. Some taste more like melons, some taste more like cucumbers, but it's
Yeah.
that's all well and done. But with the peppers, you have all the different types of
Yeah.
peppers. You have all the different ways to grow them, and you have the different tastes and the different strengths, and there's so many aspects of it that really makes it interesting, I think.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I will say though, when it comes to cucumbers, man, those things too. Again, getting back to the fact that I like just having my bare hands out there and all that. You get a few cucumber varieties, man. They'll give you a nice poke or so. You try grabbing onto them things, taking them off the plant. So that they can get that. Some of them get really nice and spiky.
Yeah, that's all always a hassle because I rarely clean out my greenhouse before late in spring from last year's plants. Sometimes I clean them out, but and when you get those cucumbers really dry and they stick to the webbing or the fence that I have them climbing on, and you have like 15 or 20 or 30 cucumber plants, you need to rip them down. That's where gloves really come in handy. those
Yeah,
those, those small, and they break off when they get dry, so
yes.
you get them stuck in the fingers and you never get rid of them. It's horrible.
Oh yeah, they're like like some of those plants you get where it's like nettles or something. I mean, they're
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like small little spikes and they just get in there. And again, like you're
yeah,
saying, when you're harvesting a bunch of them off of there, just one right after another, you
yeah.
know. Again, it's just one of those things I can't seem to bring myself to put on the garden gloves when it comes down to it. So I end up, learning that lesson over and over and over again.
Yeah, but I can handle it in the summertime when the plant is fresh, but once it dries, it's horrible.
Yes, indeed. For sure. Brother Joe says, yeah, long sleeves and gloves, even when it's hot outside.
Yeah,
Yep, yep. Yeah, that and long sleeves too, definitely. There's so many things I find in the garden, especially as you're digging around. And if you got a lot of plants growing and they're kind of growing together and you're just reaching in on a lot of stuff, I always find a lot of plants really get me rashing out on my
yeah,
arms and stuff too. So some long sleeves are great. Or in fact, I think I got some right here too. I don't know, not necessarily a promotion for this company at all necessarily, but there's a company out there, Farmers Defense. They make these things that you put on your arms. They sent these out to me to give them a try and all of that. I was talking about this last season, dealing with my arms breaking out a lot from a lot of different plants. But then that becomes the same issue there too, though. Am I going to take the time it takes, to just stop for a minute, put those things on, or am I just going to go after it and deal with whatever anyways?
yeah. So the way I've found a mathematical solution for the problem. I have problems with the tomatoes because when I go deep in there, I rub it all over my arms, and you get that green from the tomato stems, and that really bugs my skin, and it starts to get irritated. But then I
Yeah.
smell the arm, and it smells like fresh tomatoes. I figured that
Yes. A balance.
it's kind of worth it. So it's all a balancing act. But with the cucumbers, there's no pros. It's only cons. So
That's
yeah,
right. That's right, huh? Exactly, too. It's that whole sensory experience that you're getting with the garden, too. You get
yeah,
that smell from them tomatoes, which just is amazing. That's probably one of the more amazing things in the garden. I just
yeah,
love the smell of a fresh tomato plant, or if you're just pruning or doing any sort of thing, just that smell that you bring with it all, and that sort of stuff, too. But
yeah,
let's see. Joe's saying, I've seen those. I have fair, sensitive skin, and that kind of protection is key. Yeah, yeah. As far as those farmer defense sleeves and that sort of thing, or just wearing some long sleeves or something in that sense. But yeah, I totally agree with you, Chris. That you get that extra sensory experience with the smell and all of that too. Kind of makes that sensory experience with the rash and the irritation on your arms kind of maybe a little worth it. That sort of thing. Let's see. Chris says, seen your link to come here. Interesting stuff. Thanks. Excellent. Well, thanks, Chris. And thanks everybody else, too, who's been joining with us here and joining in the conversation as we're talking about all sorts of different things that we've got growing in the garden here. Again, I'm on this live stream doing this crazy, crazy live stream. I can't believe I took this suggestion, but you know what? Here we are. We're already a couple of hours into it and everything, and we're having a great time talking about all sorts of things here with my friend Chris from Norway joining with us in his channel, MTN Garden. And also, we just talked about just a little bit ago, too. He's got another channel coming up here soon called MTN Labs, where he's going to show you some of his electronics that he does in his gardening, in his indoor gardening. Chris is an absolutely amazing gardener. So I really encourage anybody who's watching this, whether you're joining with us live or you're watching the replay or anything, go check out Chris's channel because you'll absolutely love to see some of the things he's doing, especially if he's able to accomplish growing that large banana plant in his new space that he's coming up here with too. And also, we're also here for this whole live stream. The whole purpose here is also to kind of promote and talk about a little bit about our show coming up this next Saturday. It's been a couple of years in the works, but Let's Get Growing, our live cast, will be starting up this next Saturday. And you can check out a little bit more about that here. I got that link right below there to letsgetgrowing.live. And it'll be a fun show. We're going to have a bunch of different guests and people joining with us, and opportunities for everybody in the audience to be able to kind of participate with everything that we've got growing on with the show. So go check out that website if you want to submit maybe a garden story and tell me about your gardening and submit a few different pictures that we can feature on the show. Go click on that Get Involved tab on the website. We'd love to have you on the show. So check that all out. Check us out this next Saturday, too, as we start with our very first show. We'll have our friend of the show who's been on a lot of our different videos before. Wendy Fan will be our first guest this week coming up. So, and plus we'll have a garden channel of the week and some Instagrammers that'll be joining with us each week on the show as well, too. So lots of real fun stuff. And yeah, really looking forward to that. Like I say, Chris, I'm just it's getting closer. It's only 5 days away. I've been talking about this thing for a couple of years now, and now it's so close. I'm just, I'm really excited, but at the same time, I'm really kind of nervous about everything coming up. Um, let's see, Chris just asked the 28th. Actually, it's the 25th. February 25th, Saturday morning, 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That would be 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and probably somewhere around 8 p.m. for you in Norway, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, please come join with us. Come check out that show. It's going to be really fun. I'm really excited about this. So, anything else you got going on this that you're excited about this year? I know you talked
No.
about Thailand. You're getting ready to take off to Thailand here
Yeah.
real soon, right? Tell us
Yeah.
about what happened with your original plans to go to Thailand.
Well, they just didn't work out. They broke the plane and they didn't have
Yeah, they
any.
broke the plane. What
Yeah.
happened there? What
They
happened with
ran
the
a forklift through it, I think.
Were
I
you
was
on the plane? Were you on the plane when that
no,
happened,
no.
or
It
is this as
was
your?
Yeah, it was about to leave the garage in Copenhagen in Denmark, and it was supposed to fly up to Norway and pick up all the passengers and then to Thailand. So it happened on the way there. So we got the message 5 hours before flight time, and
Okay.
yeah, that's just how it goes. And
Well, at
we're
least it
going.
was a situation where you got to find out ahead of time so that you
Yeah,
didn't get all the way out to the airport
yeah. We
and
were Yeah, we were about to go into the car because we need to go from here 5 hours before flight
oh,
to make it. So we have a 3 hour drive down to the airport at least. So yeah, but we were lucky we weren't stuck anywhere else than home. But
right.
yeah, so I'm looking forward to go and see that. Look at the flora and the fauna down there. It's yeah, I love
Yeah.
palms and the coconuts and everything. So
Oh, yeah.
it's gonna be
It is.
fun. Maybe I can
That
pick
would
up
be.
some seeds down there also. I'm gonna look at some peppers hopefully.
pick up some seeds and smuggle them home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what a dream vacation that would be. I mean, I just love the idea of, that sort of environment, that sort of climate, that they have in Thailand. Because, like you said, all the palms and all the, like tropical type of things that you can get to see while you're there. That's just some amazing stuff. I can just can't imagine. So I think we talked about this before. Definitely, you got to be popping that video camera out or your phone camera or something and taking some video pictures and some things like that to share with everybody too, because that's a great experience.
Yeah, it's fun. So yeah, no, I'm excited about being able to try to. I'm gonna try this year to make a full season outside. In the I'm gonna use all my energy in the greenhouse this year. I'm not gonna take on too many projects outside because I know everything is just gonna take off in 2 weeks and then I will lose control of everything because there is a lot of things that we are going to tear down one of the houses on our property this summer also, and that's going to take a lot of time. So I'm gonna focus on the greenhouse this year and try to see if I can do that well and
Yeah,
make that worth the while. So I'm looking forward to that. Kind of a restart in my gardening adventures. And also the thing that excites me the most is hopefully being able to start the renovation project on the indoor grow room. That's kind of my baby. I started out with gardening. It was only outside gardening. That was the only thing that interested me. But then I found Ray on Praxis Ray that with the
yeah,
Voodoo Garden, and I started to watch some of the Voodoo Garden videos. I didn't really find it too interesting because yeah, it's indoor growing. It's kind of fake.
yeah,
So but then I really started to look at it and see, maybe, and
yeah,
it just took off and never looked back from there. So indoor gardening is, I think it's the most exciting thing that I do because I can do things indoors that I can't do
yeah,
outside.
yeah,
So yeah, it's exciting, really
yeah.
exciting.
You do really, really well with all that stuff too, and that's exactly, you mentioned Ray there too. That's exactly how we kind of came to know each other, was through
Yeah,
Ray's channel and Praxis 55712. And Ray seems to be retired from the whole idea of doing videos and gardening and all that sort of stuff. But I kind of find it fascinating because I also, I originally started my whole adventure with plants and growing it from a young age with indoor house plants and that sort of thing. So to be able to see what he was able to do there, I found really kind of fascinating and all that. And every now and then he would try to grow something indoors that was, like a fruiting plant or something like that, every now and then. Mostly it was like these different varieties of house plants. But I think that's where you've taken that whole thing to this next level, is that like a lot of your projects and a lot of things that you're doing indoors is with these sort of like edible plants and things. And you've grown all sorts of different gardens. And in fact, I think one of my favorite things I remember you doing a few years back was you built this huge indoor garden bed to grow all
yeah.
sorts of stuff. I mean, I can't even remember how much soil did you end up having to use to fill that thing up. I can't remember
I
now.
don't remember. It was too much.
It was a lot. It was definitely a truckload or more or so. But
It was a fun project and it was really successful until I got thrips and spider mites. Because
yeah,
with all that soil, you are not going to get rid of the problem. It's just not going to work because you would have to totally kill the soil to be able to get rid of a problem like that, and
yeah,
then you would have to change the soil because it wouldn't be a good growing medium. So yeah, it's a fun thing, but it's just not from a pest control point of view, it's not a good solution.
yeah,
If I were to make a similar sized thing, it would have to be hydroponic because then you can control the pest problem. But But I have to say, it's the most fun thing to have a grow bed of that size indoors. It's just amazing. You get that smell you get outside. It Yeah,
Trapped and contained right
yeah,
indoors. Yeah,
yeah. But
exactly.
it's a beautiful thing. But it's just so hard when you get pest problems.
Yeah, exactly. And looks like we've got Growing with Nathan with us. He's got a really cool little gardening channel growing there on YouTube right now that I've been checking out. In fact, will be featured on our show in one of our upcoming garden channels of the week. And they put a little heart hydroponics. And if you're just joining the conversation right now, actually, we've been talking about a lot of the different hydroponic projects that Christopher has in his garden. Does a lot of really cool and amazing things too. So again, I suggest everybody to go check out the things that Chris has got growing on, especially coming up here real soon. But you do got a lot of really cool videos, and it's really worth it to go back and check out some of those older videos too, and see some of those really cool projects that we've been talking about.
Yeah, and I think we should all join in and get you to try out hydroponic, indoor or outdoor. Let's just get the ball rolling and see if we can get you hooked also on this thing. It opens up a whole new world of ideas.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, and that kind of goes back to what we were originally talking about right at the beginning. I just had so many things going on this year, so many different projects and stuff that's happening at this moment. I would love to be able to get into something new like that, but I think I will definitely put it at one of the top of the list of things that I do for these upcoming seasons to actually get in there and try that. Whether it's, like I said, one of those tower gardens or just trying to build a homemade little hydroponic setup or something like that. But I definitely agree with you. It's something I've got to try. I've got to get into. And I don't know if it's necessarily that I've had any resistance to trying it other than just time and other projects that kind of, in some sense, come first.
Yeah, and also to be honest, between us, it doesn't sound as fun as it actually is. To be honest, I didn't think it didn't sound like something me as I see myself as a traditional gardener first. I didn't think that this would be any fun at all, but it really is, and it teaches you so many things about the plants that you just have to experience. So I think to in the garden journey, it's important to take a look at that kind of growing because it really shows what the plants are capable of. And I've also grown cactus in water. Who would think that that would be possible? It's
Wow.
Yeah, everything is possible. It's just about of trying it out and see what you can learn from it.
Yeah, that's a great thing about gardening just in general is just that, there are so many possibilities, so many different, things that can be tried and done and experimented with when it comes to growing things. And that's, I think, one of the things that makes gardening so fascinating ultimately is those sort of aspects of it, to be able to, you see people talk a lot of questions and want specifics about certain things. And a lot of times I just recommend, if you got an idea about it, or if you've got a thought that you think should be tried or something, do it, try it, see how it works out, that sort of thing. And, don't really be too limited in how you think about growing things, because, you know, a lot of things will grow almost any way.
Yeah.
Other than just things like you can't water your plants with boiling water. That's not going to work. That sort of stuff. But you know what I mean. I think when you get into those levels of things, you can really kind of tell and understand that that's not the right way to do it. But if it
Yeah.
seems like it could work, if it seems like something that might be possible, give it a shot. Try it out, man. That's it. That's the fun of growing, is be able to see what you can do and find those limitations with things.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like we got Brampton Gardner back joining with us too. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for joining the conversation. Thanks everybody for having the conversation with us here as we're talking with Chris in Norway. And yeah, just again, having a really fun day here, talking all day long. Hopefully, I could stick it out through all this, which I'm sure fine. Well, I'll be fine. But when it comes down to it, we're already a couple hours into this show, so we're doing pretty good so far, barring a couple of audio issues. So again, just let me know if the sound's going off, and I'll try to make a little bit of adjustment if I can too. So, anything else you got going on there, Chris? Any
No, it's getting close to bedtime and
excellent,
getting up
excellent.
early, driving
Have
the
fun.
kids, then working. So yeah, it's the hassles of every day.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So again, yeah, well, thank you so much actually, for jumping on here with me today. And again, I know it's about time for you to start thinking about bedtime. Like you're saying, it's a completely different time zone
Yeah.
being all the way up in Norway. I'm pretty much just getting into my afternoon as you're heading towards your late evening. So,
Yeah.
right
Yeah,
on.
I'm so thankful that you want to have me on. It's so much fun. I really enjoy the conversations, and hopefully we can do more of this in the future. And maybe I need to bring you on my channel one day when I just start getting live.
That's right.
And I need to take a page from your book there.
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of fun, to get on here and just kind of, like I said, just get in and have a little conversation and, give your audience a little bit of an opportunity to be able to come and talk with you and,
Yeah,
and ask questions and leave comments and all of that sort of stuff. It's really great, and also too, I think we talked about this before, but the last 2 years, for the first day of spring, we've gotten together with our friend King Star to do a little first day of spring live stream and all of that. So hopefully we'll be able to make that happen again for the third year in a row too. So that'd be
yeah.
really fun, something fun to look forward to, and everybody
When
else
is
can
the
check out.
first day of spring again?
Ooh, let's take a look here. Well, I know what'll be the 20th today, so it's 1 month away pretty much.
Yeah.
So I think, what is it, the
Hopefully
20th?
I'm back from vacation.
What is it? Either the 20th or the 21st is one is right.
I,
So
I think I will be back, so that's gonna work fine.
yeah, yeah. So it'd be March 20th, I think would be a Monday.
Yeah,
Yep. So yeah, well, definitely. We'll have to get word out to Kang and get him to jump in and join with us too and do that. That'll be really fun.
yeah,
Excellent. Oh, yep. Crampton Gardner says the 20th. Yep. So that'll be Monday, the 20th of March. We'll do our third annual, we'll call it the third annual first day of spring live stream with my friends Chris from Norway and Kang Star down in Texas. So yeah, and for with that, Chris, I guess I'll let you go so you can go tend to everything else you need to
yeah.
get done there before it's bedtime. And
Thank you
again,
for
thank you.
having me, and I'm really looking forward to this Saturday. I'm gonna keep my eye on the stream and see all the technical stuff. Everything's work up
Right.
running, and yeah, I'm really
Well,
looking forward to it.
well, one way or another, we're gonna get going anyways. So, hopefully
Yeah. I
hopefully
think
we'll
that's
get
the
these
only way
technical
to do
issues.
things. Just get
Yep.
going.
That's right, and that's what I
Yeah,
was telling the producers I'm working with too. Is that we'll just have to get going and kind of work out some of the kinks along the way, and it's to be expected. Nothing really goes off completely without a hitch. So we'll have to just kind of work with it and go with the flow.
yeah.
But I've been really excited about doing this. So absolutely. So we look forward to seeing you this next Saturday. And with that, I'll let you go ahead and head out there, Chris. Thank you very
Thank you.
much for being
Thanks
with
for
us.
having me.
All
Okay, bye.
right. Bye. Awesome. Awesome. Really great conversation with our friend Chris from Norway there. Again, his channel is MTN Garden. And in fact, you know what? I'm going to try to put a link down below to his channel here. Let me find one. Find a link there and then make sure I put that in the description so you all can have a link to go check that out. MTN. Thought of this before. That's what I need. That's the one. There we are. Let's put that into our description too here. All right, so there we go. Right down below, right in the description there, put a link there to his channel for all of you to go check out his channel there. Again, really does some really amazing things when it comes to indoor gardening. And like we talk about, he lives all the way up there in Norway, which we looked at too, is he's on the same, I guess we would say the latitude, same latitude as Anchorage, Alaska, which I think is a zone 3 to 4. So that is some cold weather, So he's really taken advantage of the indoor growing space and doing some really cool things with hydroponics and even soil growing, all sorts of different stuff. And we talked also about the fact that he has this cool geothermal greenhouse as well too that he built up for that for his property up there. And yeah, really great. So go check that out. And also, I really apologize for our audio issues. I thought I had all of this stuff figured out. All I'm really doing is kind of switching around the microphone setting there too, and hopefully that fixes things up. But yeah, just gotta kind of go with it, I guess, and just let me know when you're hearing that, and I can try to fix it up a little bit. But I don't know what the problem or setting or if it's the internal software for the microphone and all of that that's just not working very well, and it just seems to be kind of coming in and out. So we'll just kind of try to take care of that as we go along here. And I remember when Chris just started on YouTube, he's grown so much great knowledge and love of gardening. Yeah. Yeah. When he first started getting on YouTube, actually, we talked also about a gardener named Ray from Praxis 55712. And he started his channel, and we both kind of got connected up through Ray's channel, and I found him, and he had just gotten started in doing his channel, and that ultimately was the inspiration for me to go ahead and just get started doing the channel that I'd wanted to do, So that's kind of how we kind of got started in talking with each other and discussing the different things going on with our channel, and really kind of pushing each other along to do the different things that we were looking to do with our gardening and our channels and all of that too. So Chris has been a really great friend over the years, and just really awesome to have him here with us to join with us during this really crazy fun long live stream we're doing for our channel, and have a little bit of a discussion about what we got coming up as far as gardening, and talking a little bit about tomatoes and peppers and everything. Just yeah, I just love getting together and hanging out with him and talking. And sometimes we'll just actually just kind of get together through this live stream format, and not even live, and just kind of hang out and talk with each other about all sorts of different things. So he's just been a really great friend, and really, again, glad to have him along with us today to have that really fun discussion. Yep. And let's see here. Oh, well, let's go ahead and mention again, too. We are doing this a long live stream today throughout the day in order to kind of hang out with all of you, hang out with different subscribers to the channel, just kind of give people an opportunity to be able to join in the conversation at any particular time that they might have available during the day. Whereas, before, I'll do a live stream. I used to do live streams on Wednesday. I used to do this 5 o'clock p.m. Pacific time live stream. I did that for a really long time. Every now and then we'll try different days, different times, but that becomes kind of limiting at sometimes for some of our friends and people who have subscribed to the channel, because they're not necessarily available to join with us live. So it was suggested to me in promotion of our upcoming live show coming up this next Saturday, February 25th. Let's Get Growing. We thought we'd get on here all day, or at least a nice 8 hours or so of just hanging out and just being here and being available to kind of have a conversation, talk about different things in our garden, answer some questions, just kind of have a really fun conversation throughout the day with everybody who has a chance to join with us. And Garden State Gardeners mentioning Little Shop of Seeds for Praxis 55712 Ray's channel. Now, one thing I will say about Little Shop of Seeds, that Ray actually retired his channels, and he retired from doing YouTube and all of that. And that's going to be the same case as well with his Little Shop of Seeds shop too. He's going to be retiring, doing all of that as well. And so when it comes down to it, if there's anything left that he has in his seed shop, and you can check that out too. I think it's just littleshopofseeds.com. And you go there, check it out, maybe buy out some of the remaining things that he has. But I think when he sells out of those seeds, that's pretty much going to be the end of that seed shop as well too. So Ray's at that point, where he's done things for many, many years. In fact, he was one of those original videos when I was searching out some information for growing some tomatoes and some things that I was looking to do when I moved here to Southern Oregon. He's one of those first channels that I found and got information from on tips and some tips and tricks and stuff for growing in my garden. So I watched Ray for many, many years before I even started my own channel here too, and really enjoyed his, just his conversation, his temperament, and how he, how he just produced his show and everything. He was just one of those people I really enjoyed watching, and it was really sad to see him go when he finally decided to hang up his hat when it came to doing YouTube. And I just learned just recently, I think over the last couple of months, that that's going to be the same case for his Little Shop of Seeds. And his Little Shop of Seeds was really cool too, and a really great idea. I mean, he was selling seeds for really inexpensive. I mean, less than $1. I think at one point he was selling them for like 50 cents, 60 cents, or something like that for these really nice amounts of seed too. And the whole thing was, that it's just, comes in a nice little clear plastic bag, and that's about it. You know the seed type, and that's it. No packaging, no cost of packaging, none of the instructions, all that sort of stuff that you get through like a seed packet, which then made it possible for him to really offer really inexpensive seeds. So it is going to be kind of sad to see that not being around anymore too, because I really like to enjoy. I really like to actually buy different varieties of things from him each season too. So again, sad to see Ray go. But we got a whole new generation of us gardeners out here on YouTube who've all been inspired by him, who are going to continue the whole, I guess, legacy of growing and sharing our gardens through YouTube here and all of that as well too. And that's really one of the big objectives to the whole idea of doing this gardening show that I wanted to do as well too. When I got into gardening, I learned a lot through a lot of different YouTubers and people growing through YouTube and just sharing their experiences, their different garden adventures, and all of that. So that was really inspiring to me to get started with my own channel and sharing some of my own things that I was growing here too, with a lot of encouragement from people too who've wandered through my alleyway gardens and seen my patio gardens and the different ways I've utilized small spaces. I mentioned a little bit earlier too when I first started my channel, and for years before I started my channel too, we were growing peppers in 5-gallon wicking containers up on my carport rooftop and all of that too, and people in the neighborhood, friends and family and all that were just so, kind of fascinated with the sort of thing I was doing that, they were really encouraged me to share some of that with people, and that's when I really thought, well, I'm going to follow in line with a lot of these people who I've been watching on YouTube and create my own YouTube channel. So that's kind of how all that kind of got started, too. Inspiration from Ray at Praxis 55172, and he also had a channel like Christopher was mentioning too, as well, too, called the Voodoo Garden, which was a bunch of indoor plants and growing indoors. And he grew amazing stuff. He was a really great gardener and all of that. Those channels still exist. Still got all those videos up and everything like that too. So that's something, if you wanted to go check out the Praxis channel, go check out the Voodoo Garden channel, see some of those things that he did before. And yeah, so yeah, that's really kind of how we got going here. Let's see here. But yeah, I found, just again, so much inspiration from so many people, and so many different gardeners who've made that leap from just growing in their gardens and growing all the things they're doing to sharing that with everybody else too. And when I first, again, started thinking about putting this channel together, I originally was, had this idea, this sense, that I want to not just show my own gardens, but also get out there and meet and show other people and highlight some of these other people and their gardens and the different things that they got going, and really kind of have a channel that was, uh, had the whole garden community in mind. And that's sort of the thing that we kind of built up over the last couple of years. I've gotten to do a lot of fun trips up and down the West Coast to meet and do videos with a lot of different great gardeners and different people and all of that. And when I was finding a couple of years ago that my Wednesday live streams and stuff, they weren't doing what I really wanted, and I wasn't getting across the sort of things that I was looking to do with those live streams. And it was around that time that I found this StreamYard program, and at that, learning about that and figuring some of that stuff out really kind of helped me grow the idea of what we could do with our live streams here on the channel. And so for the last couple of years, I've built up this idea, adding different things to it or changing them around, and really coming up with this one solid idea to do this live show called Let's Get Growing Live. And again, you can check that out right here in that link to letsgetgrowing.live, and go check out our website and see a little bit more about what the show's about. We'll be updating it real soon here to start featuring some of our upcoming guests that we'll be having on the show coming up this first season. And our seasons for the show are going to basically be the seasons of the year. We'll have a spring season, a summer season, and a fall season. And not too sure exactly what we'll do with the next upcoming winter season, as we're thinking about ideas on that at this moment. But yeah, each of our seasons, we should have about 10 shows each week on Saturdays, 11 a.m. And we'll get to feature some, really cool gardeners, and we'll have some segments for Instagram gardeners. We'll be highlighting different Instagrammers each week to, help, kind of spread the word about these different people, and, hopefully introduce you to some new gardeners that you can follow along with as well. And we'll also have a segment called Channel of the Week, where we'll get to talk about and highlight other smaller YouTube gardeners and talk about their channels, talk about their gardening, and to be able to just have some really good interviews and be able to introduce people to the wide variety of different channels out there. There are just so many of them. And again, I've really enjoyed being on YouTube. I've really enjoyed a lot of different YouTube channels over the years. And again, with this show, it gives us a great opportunity to be able to spotlight some of these people. In fact, one of our bigger contributors today in our chat box there is Garden State Gardener. He'll be coming up on our channel of the week. He'll be one of our future featured guests for our show. So I'm really looking forward to that conversation with him as well too. So for some of you who don't know the Garden State Gardener, we'll get the chance to be able to talk with him and highlight his show in our channel of the week. And I believe Growing with Nathan was with us there, and we've got other people who have got some really good channels too. And so in the upcoming weeks, we'll be building up those features with newer channels. And yeah, again, just really looking forward to this. This is gonna be really great. Um, Also, I'll mention too, this show we call a live cast, so it's not just a live show on YouTube, but after the show's over, what we'll be doing is taking the audio from the show. We'll kind of break it down just a little bit and we'll put it together, and it'll be distributed out as a podcast as well too. So people who um, prefer to listen to podcasts and listen to their different shows on the go when they're doing things. I do a lot of that personally. I'm a big consumer of podcasts, and as I'm busy working in the garden, as I'm busy doing things around the house or all sorts of stuff, I'll have podcasts going and be listening to that. So it'd be also, I thought, would be a great opportunity for us to be able to kind of spread the show out even further by getting people the opportunity to listen to it as a podcast. In fact, I just got it loaded up this last week too. So let's see here. I use on my podcast, I've got two different ones. I use Castbox and TuneIn Radio, but our podcast should be available most anywhere else too. Apple Podcasts, uh, Google Podcasts, Spotify, and different places like that as well too. So I thought it was really cool this last week, to actually see our podcast actually highlighted and now in my podcast library. So to see our own show in my podcast library was just really amazing, really cool. So again, really looking forward to that. So if you like listening to podcasts, definitely check your podcast player for our Let's Get Growing show. Hmm. And I'm wondering, the sound must be kicking back in or something like that, huh? Let me check out. That's an interesting point there, Joey. I'll definitely have to think about that because I do have something that turns on and off around here, and maybe that might be the case. So let's see. I hope that fixed the audio real quick. But yeah, I think you. Let me try something else here real quick, and maybe we'll see if that helps out in any sort of way. here. Turn that off. So yeah, we'll try and see if that works. I might shut down, but maybe you're onto something there. Maybe we'll see if that helps or not. It would definitely be nice to get that figured out. Just don't like that trouble with that at all, too. So, all right. I see a comment here that came in from Granny Sam said, I liked Ray because he talked to his animals. Yeah, Ray really loved his animals. And he had so many different things going on around his little farm, he called it there. Um, Goats, chickens, and in fact, the last I don't know last year or two of his channel and everything, he was getting overran by cats, and he couldn't, he just couldn't bring himself to doing anything about moving the cats or getting rid of them or anything. So he ended up basically turning his farm over to a bunch of different cats living all over the place. And but yeah, he really loved the animals and loved taking care of them, and it was a really fun feature of his whole channel as well too. And again, actually, really real bummer that he actually stopped making videos and doing all that, because again, I watched him for many years, and really was a great personality in the garden world. All right, so reset the microphone settings. So hopefully, we'll see. We will see if we have any more trouble with that as we go along here too. And I turned that off over there, but it's going to take a minute, I think, to kind of shut down. Awesome. So hopefully everybody has been enjoying our live stream so far. It looks like we're getting close here to hitting hour three in an 8+ hour live stream that we're doing today to promote our upcoming show, Let's Get Growing. Um, and again, if you haven't had a chance to check that out, or also too, if you get a moment, you could go to our YouTube homepage there and click on our first episode is up already on the homepage, and you can click that little notify me button there to be reminded of the show when it's coming up. And yeah, our first guest for that first show is going to be our friend Wendy Fan. She's going to join with us as our featured guest. And Garden City Gardens. What time on Saturday? Again, that's going to be 11 a.m. Pacific time. So if you're over there on the East Coast, which I know that you are, that will be 2 p.m. in the afternoon as well too. Will be the start time of the show, and the show should probably run maybe about an hour and a half or so. So it should start about 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern. And then again, if you're living in Norway, like Chris, who just joined with us there that last hour, that's like 8 p.m. for him. So that's in the evening, well into the evening for him when the show's getting started there. But yeah, that'll be this coming Saturday, February 25th, will be our very first show there. And like I said, it's up on our YouTube homepage, and you can go ahead and click on the reminder tab that they have there, the Notify Me tab. That way you can check out or get notified when that show comes out, and you can come check it out. Looks like we got Kyle come from Growing Up Garden, who's joined in with us as well too. He says 8 hours is impressive. Oh yeah, 8 hours. Yeah, 8 hours. I'm just surprised that I thought of it. I thought this idea was going to be a good idea, and as I was getting home last night from Seattle and a trip I took to the Northwest Flower and Garden Show, I was just like, oh man, that's right. I got to do that 8 hours tomorrow. So, yeah. But no, so far everything's going really well, other than our audio issues. I hope that's not too much of a problem for everybody. Again, just jump in there, let me know that that's happening. And what seems to be working a little bit right now is I'm just switching the different microphone input that it has, and I'm gonna have to figure this out here real soon in order to get that done and taken care of for our show coming up. If not, I'm gonna just have to switch out to a completely different microphone or something and see what happens in the long run when it comes to that. But yeah, just let me know. I'll switch that input, and we'll see if we can't just keep things going along there. We do got 5 more plus hours to go, so just have to kind of work with it as we go. And also, for all of you who are joining in, or if you're just joining with us, be sure to hit the like button for sure for the video, and get into our chat box here or there, depending on what you're watching on your computer or mobile. And let us know you're here. Let us know what you got growing on too. How are your gardens doing? And if you haven't started gardening yet, what are you looking forward to getting growing here real soon, as the weather is going to start warming up for us? Spring is just right around the corner. Getting really, really excited about that. And we talked a little bit of that with Christopher just a little bit ago about the different things that he's got going on coming up here as well too. And we both get really busy doing a lot of these different things. Once I get to a certain point here in the next week or so, then I can give it really my real full attention. And I just really excited about finally getting out there and getting into the soil, getting the garden cleaned up, getting the spaces ready for a lot of the different plants and things that we've got planned to grow in our garden. uh, I did have a local friend of mine in one of my local gardening groups just this last week get a hold of me because she had a whole bunch of plant starts for Celerac. Um, and so she had a bunch of those. I went over and picked those up too. So I've got some garden starts all ready for that, that are growing and going to be ready for the garden here real soon. I've never grown Celerac before. Maybe that's something you can jump in the comment box there too and let me know. Have you grown Celerac before? It's a variety of celery that you don't grow for the stalks like you normally grow for celery. You actually grow it for the large roots. And I guess you can utilize them just like you would a potato or so, but you get that kind of celery flavor as well too with it. So I'm kind of excited about checking that out and trying that out too. So that'll be really cool. Oh, real quick here. Granny Sam says, I remember the show you did at the Heirloom Show. There was so much squash. It was a fun show. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Similar to like I mentioned too about the Northwest Flower and Garden Show. I haven't had a chance to go there for several years, especially because of the big interruption that we had in all of our lives and a lot of the programs and things that we usually get to do. It's the same thing for um, the Heirloom Exposition. Um, so this year. It'll be was it mid-September, and instead of being in Northern California, they're going to have it down in Southern California. So we'll definitely be down there doing some more shows and checking out again all of the squash they do. They bring in tons of just all these really cool varieties of heirlooms and everything too. So really looking forward to that show to kind of end the season with. Okay, so we are now into our 1 o'clock hour for this all day live stream. And we had Chris with us, who joined with us through our 11 into 12 o'clock hour. And for our 1 o'clock hour, we're going to have joining with us our associate producer for our Let's Get Growing live show that's coming up this next Saturday, again, 11 a.m. on February 25th, and that's 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern time, too. So let's get our producer, Michelle, joining in with us. Make sure I get the tabs put right here before we bring her in. And we'll talk a little bit more about our show and what she's got growing on this year. So, all right, here we go.
Hey.
There, Michelle. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Oh,
I was gonna say, are you gonna take an
let's see.
opportunity
I'm
to?
not here. I'm not hearing you there. So
You're not hearing me?
we plugged in right.
I'm not muted.
Don't think I have you muted. So
I'm not muted on this side.
uh-oh. See, these are the fun things that we're gonna have to figure out too.
Oh, you can hear me, Mariah?
I don't think.
Oh, it's just you, Enoch.
Everyone else says that they can hear you, but I can't hear you. I wonder what I've got going on with one of my connections here. Let me double check my connections.
All right, guys. Now's our chance to talk about Enoch. We get to say all the things about him that we just
way or something.
This is my daughter, Ray.
Hello.
Hey, Ray.
Ray's
all right,
garden.
I got you now. Yeah. I got all sorts of issues here today. So
that's why we needed this trial run, huh?
That's right. That's exactly why it's good to do this stuff right now. Get it all figured out before we get going live and everything. So, again, everybody, this is our associate producer for our show, Michelle. She joined with me as I was really getting to work on this idea for the show to kind of help us out with doing some things with our social media and helping me get a hold of people and book some people for the show and everything like that. She's been an incredible help with getting everything going here. And yeah, really excited to have you along with us. Thanks for joining us here today too for our all day live stream.
No pressure, just an hour of time to fill. I think we could fill that quite easily.
Right.
So we're going to tell you a little bit about our garden history, how we got gardening.
Yep.
And then after we do that, we'll take you out and show you our garden and give you a little tour more for you to imagine what it will be. It mostly looks like mud right now, right?
Yeah.
But like categorized mud. There's different categories of mud out there for sure to show off to our viewers, huh?
Of course.
Excellent.
We have some higher quality mud, some lower quality mud, lots of mud to show you.
Lots.
But
all sorts of varieties of mud, huh?
But I know one thing. We used to live in California, and this dirt here is like has way more protein in it.
Yeah. This is some good soil compared to our California soil.
Yep. It was mostly just rocks.
Do you know what? We were trying to explain that to somebody who has lived in Oregon their whole lives, that in California, we didn't even have soil. You couldn't dig to soil because where your houses were developed, they just brought in like a topsoilish sand that wasn't even actually dirt. And it was all manufactured. So if you went out and dug in your yard, you just dug to manufactured dirt of some sort.
So you'd really have to build up your own soil and bring in all of the different elements and compost and different things in order to build it up there, huh?
So we did like the lasagna garden method.
We usually also just did a no-dig garden.
Yes. We use Charles Dowding's no-dig method for our gardening.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
everything is in pots.
Everything's in pots. So we
Right.
started gardening. I've always enjoyed gardening, but it was one of those things, like most people, that it was like, I'm going to do that one day. I'm going to garden eventually. And occasionally I would put some pots out on my patio living in the city. I was in the Bay Area for a long time and then Southern California. And I would grow some basil or something. But then when
I
this
love
kid came
basil.
along, she has to be constantly engaged and constantly learning. She's a homeschool kid and she has to be learning constantly. And so when she was about 2 years old, I would plan out all these fun things to do with her for the whole day, and we'd get up at 5 a.m. And by 6:30 a.m., I had done everything I had planned for the whole day. So we started gardening, and we started in our patio, and then we were in Upland, California, which is right outside of Los Angeles. And we had a little patio. We started some herbs and stuff, and we saw a sign. The Incredible Edible Gardens out of Rancho Cucamonga, California, had a community garden in Upland, California. So we went over there and we got a plot for ourselves, and then we also got a plot for the local Moms Club of Upland. And we started a garden for them, and we started a garden for us.
The community garden?
At the community garden.
I love the community garden. I even taught there.
Yeah, so we did a 6-week segment on Saturdays. On Tuesdays. And Ray taught all of the little kids. So she was 4, and she taught all of the kids from like all the preschool kids came, and Ray taught a gardening class. And so every week she would have a different seed that all the little kids would plant. And she would teach them about which were the weeds. And
Right.
we had a lot of nettles. There were stinging nettles. And so she could identify them when they were this big. And their little tiny fingers, they could pull the little tiny nettles out
Oh,
before
nice.
they had any pokies on them.
Oh, right on.
And then it was so beautiful because we got to make all the mistakes because we just let the kids plant whatever the parents brought to plant. And so we had, the garden was 4 feet by 20 feet, and probably in about a 4x4 space, we planted 8 tomato plants.
Oh, wow.
And then in my garden, I just took one of the extras and put it. And so we were able to compare. And from my garden with the 1 tomato plant, we got more tomatoes than with the 6 tomato plants. And so we really learned it's not about how many plants you put, it's about how much nutrients is in the soil per the tomato itself.
Exactly. There has to be like room for the roots to spread and it to get all of this nutrients.
Yep, absolutely. They do. Yeah, and those are great things. I think we were talking just a little bit with Christopher about those sort of things in the last hour about, when you're growing things, there isn't no real hard and fast rules to gardening. And that's one of the great things about gardening. You can always just really try to experiment and try different things and really see if things work. If you think something might work or if there's some sort of experiment you want to do, I've always encouraged people, get out there and do it. Just give it a try. I mean, there are things I think I mentioned with him, you don't pour boiling water onto a plant.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are just obvious things when it comes down to it that aren't going to work with it, but there are just so many things in a wide range that you can do in between in order to try with different plants and learn what really works best for you and works best in your garden, your climate, and all the sort of different things, and that's probably one really big thing for you guys that you just talked about and mentioned is that climate change. You've gone from Southern California to Southern Oregon. You're getting a whole different experience now with a whole different type of climate to grow in, which is going to be really exciting for you guys when you get a chance and opportunity to grow some of those things and see how well your methods you used before down there will work here.
Yes. So some of the big changes is we've been gardening for 6 years now, very consistently. And in the beginning in Southern California, so we did 5 years of gardening in Southern California. but that's actually like 3 seasons of gardening. So I'm going to say compared to in Southern Oregon, it's like 15 years of gardening, because you had 3 full seasons in Southern California. You could do a tomato plant from start to finish 3 times within the year if you protected it from the frost. There would only be maybe 1 or 2 frosts per year, so we could get out there with our sheets and cover it in the wintertime. But our winters were many days 70 degrees, 60 degrees, 65 degrees, 70. So we were able to grow all winter long. We would have peas and kale and radishes, but we could get those tomatoes to stretch over quite a bit, maybe just the end of February when they would be dying and we would be starting fresh ones. But so we were able to get lots and lots of learning into those gardens in Southern California, even though we had a smaller space.
Yeah.
And
now the new adventure begins here in Southern Oregon and all of that too. Real quick, I'm just going to get in here. We got Garden State Gardener says, love your daughter. Yeah, look at that. She's got an awesome smile. I love her smile. Great personality. She's, like I was saying, she's gonna be a big YouTube star herself someday.
Yes.
Let's see here. A little bit before here, we had Growing Up Garden with us too.
You're all robot-y again.
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the show goes live, I'll just watch, and I'll set we'll have it where Asia only looks at my texts, and then I'll just text you every time it starts going robot-y, and then that way she can fix it right away.
Yeah, well, we're hopefully going to have that fixed before we even get that.
I mean, as a backup plan.
Yeah, I mean, if I have to, I'll switch back to my other microphone too, and or something. We'll be working on this big time over the week. Let's see, what was it? Oh yeah, Growing Up Garden was like, what kind of he's asking me this. What kind of irrigation system do I use in my garden in my wicking buckets? He says he installed soaker hoses the last 2 years, and he's had nothing but problems with them breaking. Yeah, well, I've done two different types of irrigation systems. I've used soaker hoses. In fact, I still kind of use them consistently on my back alleyway fence line, and I find the similar thing, especially more so if you're getting more south and it's getting warmer, they get a chance to dry up in between the times that they're running. Then they'll start to break up with those soaker hoses. But I've had mine here. They seem to last me maybe a season or so, and then I've got to replace them because they do just wear out, or they split, or they break, or some of the holes get bigger and you got water shooting out, in all different directions and stuff. In fact, I had to replace last year one section of my soaker hoses because I had a hole that broke and split that was pointed down, and it was shooting the water out so much it just was digging this big hole into the garden plot and stuff too. So, and just getting the water running everywhere. So I found those can be an issue when it comes to soaker hoses. So. And I think he mentions here just a little bit. He says, I'm going back to standard droppers. And that's pretty much what I use for the back patio area with the elevated beds and that sort of stuff, are just little drippers that drip just maybe. They have them to where they're different amounts that they'll do in a certain amount of time. And I have them, I think, on one of the lowest ones, and it runs, every couple of hours. It'll just kind of run them, and to keep those elevated beds and some of the containers, the containers that aren't my wicking buckets. I don't necessarily use any of the inner irrigation system in the wicking buckets. I just try to keep those consistently filled up so that they have enough water in them and all of that too. So that's kind of what I've done when it comes to those. But again, I agree with you. I think that the standard droppers are the best way to go when you're utilizing a drip irrigation system with a decent timer. Do you, Michelle, have you guys used any sort of drip irrigation, like say in your California gardens or anything?
You have found my Achilles heel.
Exactly.
I like it's my meditation. I go out and I still hand water. Although this
Mhm.
garden is getting very big, so I'm gonna have to put in something. I usually go to Walmart and get the timers and the soaker hoses, and then I have that on one of my big garden beds. And because I can do it myself, I'm not very like I don't know what skill it is that people have that they can just plan out these water systems in their head, but that is not
Yeah.
my skill set. Maybe I'll, get one of my brothers to come and help me put something like that in and bribe
Yeah.
them with some delicious food. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
someone will take pity on me eventually. And until
Yeah.
then, I get like 2 hours every night that the kids leave me alone and let me water the
Right.
garden.
Oh,
But that's another good thing for the kids too. Is you got that help right there. They can make sure that you're keeping those things nice and moist and wet. Your garden, because you don't really want things to dry up. But at the same time, that was one of the big issues for me, because you kind of mentioned that, is that I kind of enjoy the time that I get to be out there with the hose and get to water the garden and all of that too. That just it brings that kind of peace of mind you get when you're in your garden. Is just kind of making sure they're all getting wet and everything. But when your garden spaces grow and you get more and more spaces that you're growing in, as I've done over the few years that I've been growing in my spaces, I start expanding out and I get more and more space, and that just takes more and more time that you got to do it. So I found myself for the last couple of years, standing out there for what ended up being like a couple of hours it would take me to work through all the different spaces and to make sure everything had appropriate water. And then when it got hot during this, the summer season, it would take me, twice a day, that couple of hours, I would have to go out and do that stuff. So it became imperative for me to take and build some sort of irrigation system to water, larger portions of the garden beds and things that I have that are closer to the house. And then we set up soaker hoses on the back alleyway and all that sort of stuff. There's no part of, my garden I can't irrigate completely. So I'll always have to kind of hand water some things. But if I can cut it back to just, as having as much of it as I can on some sort of, if I can cut it back to having as much of it I can on irrigation, I still, get the opportunity to get out there and hand water some parts.
We've put in 3 large Hugo beds that we're hoping by next year that they're self-watering. So this year we'll still be watering them, but hopefully by next year they'll be self-watering.
I also wanted to say, you were talking a few minutes ago about having like your own style of planting. My style is edible flowers. I love to make salads with my edible flowers and then make homemade dressing. That's like my favorite thing to do.
So what's your favorite edible flower out of all of them?
What is mine? There's like so many.
Pansies, borage.
I really like
Borage is good.
nasturtiums, but I really also like borage and pansies. I just can't choose. I like to put them all in a fancy salad.
She loves when we have guests come over and she can go and pick them a whole bouquet of different flowers that they can eat.
Awesome.
The pansies she likes to freeze in little ice cubes and serve with water with little pansies, and the ice cubes are so cute. We do these little heart-shaped ice cubes with pansies in them when we have company.
Also, what you were just talking about the watering. Yes, we do like to go and water by hand, but it rains so much here compared to California that, like, we barely even have to go and water compared.
But in August, we did have to water like twice a day. And the kids help, but they always get soaking wet themselves. They water themselves for sure.
Especially my brother. That's like my brother's chillax thing. Like if he gets too stressed since he has anxiety, he likes to go water in the summer, and then he gets himself.
Anytime he gets next to flowing water, it'll calm him down. So
that's awesome.
one of the things that we've learned that I think is really important for gardening is we've learned what we can eat. And so now we can grow a huge garden. And we've also learned what we can preserve the easiest. So we will grow hundreds of winter squash because we can just put them up. And then yesterday this girl ate 3 winter squash all by herself. She had,
wow.
we get the delicata squash and we stuff them with sausage and maple syrup and we bake them. And so it sort of has
Ooh.
that, I don't know if you've ever had it, but it's sort of a sausage wrapped in pancake taste.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And that's what the delicata, because it's sweet like a pancake, and then the maple syrup and the fat from the sausage. And
It's my favorite food ever.
it's her favorite food ever. And so I cook that, maybe twice a month. And then we use the squash. We'll do soups and stews, and we use them in place of potatoes. We'll use the squash. So that's a big one for me, is learning what you actually can eat and what you can preserve. Another thing is we're going to try corn this year. We've never done corn, but we're going to do a popping corn so that it can dry and we can use it all winter. Because a lot of people do a whole bunch of tomatoes and then there's so much canning, and we do can and we like to can, but we prefer to try to grow as much as we can that are the easiest to preserve. That way we have, and we didn't get enough grown this past growing season because we moved here on our property in June and we still had to establish all the gardens and stuff. So we went to a local farmer and we bought 100 delicata squash, I think that's how you say it. And we put that up to preserve, and we're still eating it now. And so we wanted to measure how much we could actually preserve and how much we could eat through the year. Because we want our winter squash, we want the carrots and the squash to last us through the winter until we start getting fresh peas and everything in. That way we can eat from our garden year round.
And I have a problem with carrots, that's for sure.
Carrots are easy to preserve. We also,
and a lot of them too, you can kind of almost just like carrots. You can, especially as you're getting towards the winter season, you can just kind of leave them almost in the ground until you want to use them, and you just go pick them as you go, kind of.
And we have the space for that too.
Exactly.
So we grew the squash. So this year we have a bunch of different squashes beds prepared, so we know that we can eat that. And then we've been doing just a whole bunch of different cherry tomatoes so that the kids could eat them right out of the garden. Ideally, eventually I would like to put up some spaghetti sauce, but we haven't done that yet. This last year we were not ready for the deer. We were so used to Southern California pests, and we did not realize. And we're like, oh, look how beautiful and majestic these deer are in our yard.
Yeah.
And they were just sabotaged us.
Yes, they are. They
and we had
do that for sure.
We had bought a whole bunch of the talent tomatoes that are locally grown here. The Talent Historical Society does a fundraiser every year and sells the tomatoes. And we had 10 of them, I believe. And we didn't get a single tomato. We didn't get a single tomato because of the deer. So
yeah, you got to try if you want to do tomato sauce, which is what I do mostly with my leftover tomatoes, or the bulk of my tomatoes, is I try to make a kind of a sauce or a base or something that I can just freeze up and just use it if I want to. And really good ones for that, I think we mentioned just a little while back ago, are like San Marzanos and Romano tomatoes. So if you're
those are determinate, right? So they'll all be ready all at the same time. The San Marzano.
I think they're indeterminate. I don't think I've really grown much of anything that's been a determinate, other than I think we tried these micro tomatoes this last year, which are little determinate plants that are good. But I think for the most part, I think those ones are indeterminates.
This year,
they just keep on going, and if you miss the early one, or if like I was talking about before, dealing with heat, those indeterminates are really great because once that stuff subsides, then you start getting more crops as you go later on down the road too. So those are really good to try for those as well. Ones I recommend anyways for sauce tomatoes.
We try to, in our garden, we like to have where the kids can eat out of it constantly. So this winter we didn't do a winter garden, which we've done every year before. Even last year we tried it in our rental in Medford, and we grew stuff through the winter. But this year instead we put all of our resources towards putting in fruit trees and berry bushes. So
Yes.
we've planted this winter. We've planted 8 fruit trees, and what kinds of fruit trees do we have?
So we have a apple,
We have pink lady apple,
pink
and
lady is
then
my favorite. A pear.
a pear. We have 2 pears.
Yes. 2
Bartlett, and I'm not sure what the other pear.
And then we have 2 cherries.
Yeah, we have 1 cherry. 1 cherry was already in the ground when we got here.
And then we cut down all of the grass because it was like way overgrown and went over my head. And
we found a cherry tree in all the grass and weeds when we were cleaning up when we first got here. And then we put in 4 different plums. We love plums, but you can't buy a good plum at the store. Just they pick them too early to get them to the store, and so the only way to get like the best plums is to get them fresh off the tree.
So if I don't like plums, it's because he bought them from the store.
Yeah. Anyone who says they don't love plums, it's because they haven't had that perfect when they've been out in the sun and they're all like juicy and you bite into it and it just goes all over the place and it's almost too ripe to even pick. It'll fall apart in your hands. That's when plums are
one of my favorite things ever in the garden, or as far as produce, is cantaloupe. I love cantaloupe. You can't get a good one of those in a store ever. I don't think I've gotten a good one out of a store in the longest time, and that's why I love growing them myself, because you can get them just nice and ripe, nice and sweet, and just perfect when you grow them yourself. So it's best to do that. And one thing too is you took the right measure when it came to having a new property and a new place to be growing, is get to your trees and those bushes and things first. You know what I mean? You want to get those started.
Right. We ordered 100 asparagus crowns that should be coming from Johnny's Seeds.
Oh yeah, those 2
next week, I think. And nice. So
That'll
we have a bed all prepared for those. We're excited about that.
Yeah.
So we also put in 18 berry bushes. Do you want to tell them about the different kinds of berries we found?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So number 1, we have a raspberry.
Yeah, so we have 3 different raspberries. I can't remember the types. I just know they're 3 different raspberries.
Ooh, and I'm so excited about the thorny gooseberry.
Yeah, we found gooseberries. We have
nice.
3 gooseberry bushes. One is a Oregon. One is it's called like black velvet, and then another one is a red gooseberry. So I have not had gooseberries that weren't wild. In the Northern California mountains, gooseberries grow wild and they have little thorns on the outside of the berries. So I don't know if these will have thorns on them or not. But that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
So we have 3 raspberries, 3 gooseberries. We have 1 thornless blackberry that we're going to give a try.
Blackberry.
A thorny gooseberry and a non-thorny.
Yeah, thorny gooseberry and a non-thorny blackberry. We have 3 different currants.
Yeah.
And
we have rose bushes too.
No, we have 3 different currants. We have 4 blueberries, and 3 of them were planted here when we got here, but they were planted in a completely shaded area, and we got 11 blueberries from the plants. These prized 11 blueberries. So we transplanted those into a sunnier, a mixed sun and shade place. So hopefully, and we fed them really well. So hopefully we'll get a much better blueberry harvest.
There's like a ton of pine needle trees here. So we dug up like a ton of pine needle mulch and put them up.
So that we can get the
acidity.
Soil acidic. Yeah.
That's
and then we got
a real key to blueberries, is making sure you're getting them at the really good acidic soil.
We got
a lot of elements around us here to do that too.
We got a pink lemonade blueberry. I'm excited about that.
Pink, so we'll see how that one turns out.
Yeah.
And then
Blueberry.
We're the most excited about, we found some native evergreen huckleberries. We bought 4 native huckleberries from this gentleman. He has a native nursery he runs out of his backyard, and he goes and forages and gets these berries and brings them home and starts them. And so I grew up in the mountains in Northern California, and we could go out and pick the huckleberries all the time, and we would make huckleberry pie and huckleberry pancakes for breakfast. And so I'm really excited for my kids to have that experience where they can get up in the morning and go out and pick some fresh huckleberries and come inside and make some pancakes and put some huckleberries on top. So.
I actually want to see what huckleberry, that's what it's called, huckleberry waffle will taste like.
Yeah.
I love waffles.
She loves to make her own waffles, and we got a waffle iron for Christmas. So
I bet you those are delicious.
Berries.
You know, one of the cool things and adventures you can take, you know, during the late summertime and early fall around here in the Pacific Northwest is those blackberries grow all over the place. There's so many blackberries you can get. And that was one of the things I had the most fun doing when I was your age, was going out and picking buckets of blackberries and making all sorts of things, from pies to, you know, jams and syrups and all sorts of stuff. My favorite was always the blackberry.
You actually sound like me. I baked a ton of cobbler. I baked a blackberry cobbler. It was so good.
We live right next to the Rogue River, so we can go on a trail out our backyard and walk down to the river and pick blackberries. And so this summer I got to share that experience with my kids for the first time, and it was very enjoyable. We would pick berries until we got too hot and then jump in the river and cool off. It was wonderful.
Yeah. We are 5 acres away from the river, and 2.5 of that is our back and front yard.
Yeah. And so my daughter would be picking. She's very competitive, and she'd be like, "Mom, how much do you have? How much do you have?" We kept comparing to make sure she had more than me. And then we turned to her brother, and he's got like this much, and his face is just covered in butter. And he's like, "I don't know where mine went."
Eating more than you're picking or saving, huh? That's great. That was definitely, your brother was definitely me for the most time when I was growing up. I had more fun picking or eating them than picking them for saving for later.
Yeah. Since we were next to the river, they were like this big.
Oh wow, yeah.
They were
huge.
So juicy.
Huge.
You know, some of them that their roots were right down on the riverbed. Some of the places we had to go into the river and walk along in the river and pick them from the bank. That's when you could get the hugest ones.
And that was like the most enjoyable because you were still picking, but then like your feet were in the water. And you know, when something's hot, your whole body's hot. When something's cold, your whole entire body's cold.
Yeah.
So you'd be cold in the river and then eating the hot, juicy berries. It was quite a magical experience.
Yes.
Right on. Real quick here, I just want to acknowledge Garden State Gardener for joining us through most of this live stream. In fact, he actually mentioned just a little bit ago about the squash entree you were talking about. He said he could eat that twice a day for an entire week. He said it sounds so good.
So
but anyways, he's heading out right now, and it's really thanks him for joining us.
Thanks for joining us today. You've been
yeah. He says he could listen to this 24/7. So I love it. So excellent.
We also wanted to give a shout out. Rhea's grandpa Mike is watching, and my sister Binky is watching. So
hi guys.
Hey there. Thanks for joining with us. Again, I just want to mention to everybody that we are here on this all-day live stream in order to kind of promote our upcoming show, Let's Get Growing. So that's kind of what we're here doing today, is hanging out all day, kind of talking about gardening with our different friends and producers on our show and all of that, in order to kind of let everybody know and give people who watch this channel an opportunity to join in with us and join in on the conversation. And we've got with us today, or at this hour, we've got Michelle Hathrill, who is our associate producer. She was really awesome to join along with me as I made a call out to people for help because I wanted to make this show as fun as possible that we can, and give it as many elements as possible. And I knew that the job was going to be huge, and there was going to be a lot to get done. So I knew I was going to need some help to get that done. And Michelle answered my call and volunteered to help us get some things going. And really grateful to have you helping me put together some of these behind the scenes details that need to get done in order to make this show happen, as well as making some really cool and fun posts for our social media and getting all that together. Michelle and her kids came up with a really fun little planty mascot for us for our channel and everything, and she's been putting out some videos and everything for that too as well. So again, there's a lot of different things. We do have a Let's Get Growing Live page on Facebook. We have a Let's Get Growing Live Instagram too that you can go check out, and all of those sort of things. You can also find that information for them too in that if you put in that link there, or I think there's a link also in the description, but at letsgetgrowing.live, which is our website for the show. And we'll also be updating that as we go through the weeks with new information for new guests and features and things that we'll be having on the show. Oh, yeah, there we are. There's our little planty mascot for the show. I think it's cute. It's awesome.
Planty.
Oh, there we go. Planty. In the flesh.
Little ventriloquism there too. That's great.
Thank you.
But I love it.
You
Such an
better not
awesome little
me.
idea.
Hello.
Yep, that's awesome. Fun little
We
idea for the
we
show.
decided that we were gonna either have to get a mascot or Enoch was gonna have to learn how to dance. And so he voted for the mascot.
That's right. Nobody wants to see
After
me
the
dancing,
dancing
believe
lessons,
me.
of course.
That's right. Nobody wants to be seeing me dance, so we definitely came up with a better idea there for sure. Awesome. So
That's
let's
how we're bringing the fun.
Should we show them our garden?
Oh yeah, it's funny. I thought to myself, how am I gonna fill an hour? And now I'm like, we have so much to do before the hour's over.
Right,
We wanted
exactly.
to show you our garden.
Oh yeah, to keep the thing away.
We'll see. We should get plenty of Wi-Fi out there.
Yeah,
If it gets spotty, let me know.
right, no problem. Yeah, we got.
Oh,
we don't
it's
have to stick
sunny.
to. We don't have to stick to just an hour. We got plenty of time, so
Oh,
show us what you got for sure.
all right.
All right, look at this. We get a nice little outdoor adventure here.
Outdoor adventures, lots of mud. Are you guys ready for our mud?
Oh,
Don't talk the show, though.
Let me see how to do this. I have the computer, not the phone. So
nice.
this
You got it all
is,
fenced in.
that's my working stuff. So this is my little shout out to the Upland South community garden. That's how all of our gardens were put in. So I had to put in a few with those center blocks.
With the cinder blocks, yeah, that's a good.
And then we're doing more. We're using wood, and so these are going to be some of our berry beds. We have a bunch of strawberries planted there, and we have our corn maze prepped. So this is
nice.
going to be our corn bed, and we have 2 layers of compost. So we put in compost there in June, and then I put in a huge another layer this November to sit there, so that we should have at least 6 to 8 inches of compost on top of our clay soil, because we have very clay soil.
Yeah, that'll definitely
And
help
then-
with that.
One of our no-dig gardens, it's pots that we had to like move.
We moved in the middle of gardening season last year, so we still have a whole bunch of pots that we brought with us from Medford. And then
This is our grape bush.
our
We
grapevine.
have little one, and this might look very skinny. It's because we just moved.
We just pruned it yesterday. We just finished all of our pruning from our grapes. We've been following the Rogue Valley Garden Guide, and she told us to get out here and prune and feed our grapes. So that's what we did. We have 2 more garden beds over here. And then
So
this is our berry patch.
So
Can we see it?
We have our blueberries and
Yeah.
what we were talking about, making the ground
Oh,
acidic.
a bee! That's the first bee I've seen this season. How wonderful! Oh no,
Yeah.
it's my flowery shirt.
Oh,
Our flowery shirt. So we got our gooseberries here.
so this is our spiky gooseberry. Don't want to touch it too much because it's pokey. Over here too.
They're all spiky. And then over here we have blueberries.
So this is two of our.
And
three of our
let's see what
blueberries.
let me show you what I am the most excited about. Not Ray. Nobody's as excited about the compost as I am. I
Oh,
love my compost.
that's
here I have
that's the
the
best
old
part of the garden,
compost.
right?
Yeah.
Here's our dog.
And then
Keep the
here's
dew
the
away.
fresher compost we have going, and I get that turned often. So this is our little garden. Now we got to walk. Oh, here's some of our huckleberries. Oh no, Rogue. So this one we have mostly, this is gonna be a perennial bed eventually. So this is where we have our berries. We have a cherry tree. We have 4 grapes and raspberries, strawberries, blackberries. And then we got to hike over here. We got a boy in the tree and a dog. Oh, good. The sun is going to come out just in time. So that we call the back garden. And then we're going to head over here to the far garden.
Yes, so we don't get confused.
We also are putting in an orchard garden that is different than this. So we have to label our gardens.
Yeah.
Which is from our little 4-foot by 8-foot patio that we started our garden journey on. So let's see what we have here.
This is like our old garden.
This is going to be a perennial garden. We have lots of herbs and flowers, rose bushes. Sunny, are you watching Mom on YouTube over there? I can hear an echo. Can you turn your phone down? Yeah. So Ray, go ahead. Tell them about your bed.
So this is my flower garden. We have some primroses over here.
Turn your face towards the camera.
We have some primroses, and then our gnome collection. This is also. Which kind of baby is this again?
Those are raspberries.
Yes. So these are the raspberries too, and then I also planted some radishes in this garden. And we're gonna let them go to flower because they have really pretty flowers.
And delicious seed pods.
Delicious.
Yes, indeed.
And so she has some herbs in there. We got some local wildflowers from the indigenous nursery, which I'm not familiar what those are called.
And so with those, we also mixed them with sand.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
So
Sorry.
the wind didn't go away, so we mixed them with sand.
There, that's better.
And we're now, if you could see just a piece of thing.
Yeah, so we mix the seeds with sand to hold them down and then just spread a whole bunch of wildflower seeds on top of it.
Oh, something's rubbing there on the sound.
Oh, are we losing you on the sound?
No, this is something I think is rubbing up on the mic or something there. I'm not sure.
There we go. Sorry, how's that?
Oh, good. A lot better.
Okay.
Okay, so we also had to transplant some strawberries here because they were in the other garden in a very shady place. So we didn't even get one single strawberry.
Oh, wow.
Something different from California is that we had this in the community garden, especially we have this huge, what was it called? Roly-poly.
Yeah, a roly-poly
Oh.
infestation. That was our big one in California.
And it's getting hot. Oh,
Yeah.
And also, they didn't just eat the dead plants; they ate the live plants too.
Mhm.
So you couldn't find a single strawberry that hasn't been infiltrated by the roly-poly.
Yeah. So this will be our first. Hopefully we get some good strawberries from this because we had kind of given up in California on strawberries.
Yeah, I'm only expecting like 1 or 2 though, but next year I'm expecting like a ton.
Yeah, we planted
Yeah.
at least 60 strawberry bushes.
Funny, Mommy's sitting on the garden bed.
I'm sitting on the garden bed holding it
talking
for
about
Ray.
the garden bed.
I don't know if I can really show the size of this garden. I think we have it, it's about 80 feet by 25 feet, this back garden. Do you know what? I'm going to come over here, Ray, because of the sunshine and see if I can get a good view on the whole garden. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you
We
guys
use-
got a lot of really good space there.
Yeah.
Using it in all sorts of different ways.
You can see we're halfway through. We're using the no dig method. So we're putting down the cardboard and then wood chips where we want to walk and then garden beds where we're not going to walk.
I just realized I didn't tell them one thing about my flower garden.
What's that?
It's a no-dig garden bed, and it actually won a competition.
Yes, Rhea won for No Dig Day with Charles Dowding. They had the kids build garden beds, and she entered and she won first place for her age group.
Congratulations.
And
That's
so
awesome.
she's going to get his children's book, The No Dig Garden for Children, I think. I don't remember the title exactly, but he's sending her a signed copy. I'm totally geeking out about it. You know, I'm going to want to keep it on a mantle.
That's amazing.
He's sending one for her and one for her school. And I said, because you homeschool, can Mom keep this one?
Right on. That is amazing. You're such a great gardener.
Was also number 1 because other people were doing those, and number 2 because I'm homeschooled, so I had a lot more time to work on it.
Yeah. So we found out about it, and then she was able to just spend every day and came out here and built that flower garden bed almost entirely by herself. She just had me.
Yes.
She directed me a little bit. Mom, put that log there. Mom, put that compost there.
And you
Right.
advised me, like, okay, so you might want to put this flower over here.
Yeah. Well, that's
So-
just amazing. You know, that's really great to see young people like yourself getting so into gardening, developing just an amazing passion, as we can tell that you have for what you're doing with your growing spaces and everything. So that is just so awesome to see.
Did you see her herbology shirt?
Yeah, I
really
was going to
cool.
mention that too. I think that's great.
If she was in Hogwarts, she would be out in the garden. Wherever
That's
she would be in the garden for sure.
Yes. Oh, yeah, one of my favorite things, too, that when we came here, we never had it in California, is frozen kale.
Yeah.
Like, after the frost, it's... mwah.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
also a chef, so
Yeah.
I love to grow stuff and then cook it in the kitchen.
Yeah, we have a little bit growing over here. Let's see what we have a little experiment garden to see what we could overwinter without any assistance or any tunnels or anything. And so that's what we have here is a nice little garden. And we have, some carrots, a lot of different lettuces. These did not get very big, but they're so good. You want to eat one of these things? They're supposed to be Brussels sprouts, but there are no Brussels sprouts on them. We're just eating the leaves.
Right.
I think I might like the leaves more.
But we have some really good lettuce out here to eat. Some beets.
You might be surprised with your Brussels sprouts when it comes
Yeah.
down to later in the season and getting into, down the road a bit. Brussels sprouts are one of those plants that does take a long time. They need a good long growing season, and then they kind of surprise you. I've always been surprised by my Brussels sprouts. I didn't think they were doing much of anything, and then a couple months down the road, there they were stretching out and really starting to form those like little mini cabbages they get growing on their stalks. There, the Brussels sprouts.
Yes,
We have to view this
definitely.
blasphemy from our yard. This neighbor, when they bought the property, they had that gorgeous greenhouse,
Yeah.
and they don't run plastic over it and use it, and it's right there out of our reach and not ours. And I just think, what a waste! Look how beautiful that is.
I know. Can you imagine the good head start on getting plants for your
Right.
garden you could have if you had that?
I'm
Definitely.
gonna go guerrilla garden in their greenhouse
Right.
and see if
You need
anyone
to talk them.
notices.
Yeah, you need to talk them into building a little gate on their fence so you can get in there, huh?
Exactly.
We're from Southern California. We'll just dig a hole right under the fence.
There you go. Right.
That's one of my things I
Build a
love
tunnel.
Yeah.
digging. But also I wanted to say one of my favorite things from just eating right from the garden is a garden taco. You put like kale, and then if the peas are just coming in, some peas or some pea flowers or really anything that's light and fits your taste buds.
Some
That's my
fresh
favorite.
cilantro, some garlic sticks, and you roll it all in the kale leaf and eat it.
Exactly, that's delicious for me. But one fast fact about cilantro. Did you know some people actually have the taste buds for it that it actually tastes like soap? That's sad.
That's
Because cilantro is one of my favorite things to eat.
Right?
yes.
Can you
it is.
imagine being one of those people and thinking it tasted like soap and not being able to change that?
No.
Yeah, absolutely. I've heard about that too. I'm luckily myself not one of those people that have to deal with that. But yeah, cilantro packs a lot of flavor. So got to imagine that some people's taste buds can get overwhelmed with it a bit. But I love growing cilantro every year too.
Tell you a little bit more about this bed. It does not look too spectacular.
Oh, our sound's cutting out. Oh.
Nope.
Are
We'll
you
head back.
Yeah, it might be the Wi-Fi or something.
Yeah, we're pretty far out here.
Definitely.
We're heading back inside to see if you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, a little shout out to someone, our bunnies, for helping us make our wonderful compost.
Oh, you got rabbits for compost.
Yes.
And the best thing about them is you can take that rabbit poo and you can just put it right in your garden. You don't have to let it break down. And
also, we can let them just run around in the garden and have those little droplings everywhere. And just let them stay and make a garden bed.
We use them. We have a little bottomless cage, and we use them as our little lawnmowers in our garden.
No yucky steaming.
We just put them in the little bottomless cage, and then they eat all the grass and keep it trimmed for us.
Nice and trimmed, and they are happy. So, win-win for everybody.
yes, it sure
Everybody
is.
on the farm has to have a job.
Exactly.
No freeloaders. Oh, look how dark it looks in here now.
My God.
Yeah. Going from outside, that light change.
Yeah.
Confuses the camera just a little bit there, but yeah, that was awesome.
Hopefully that wasn't too chaotic for you guys.
Yeah, hopefully that wasn't too boring.
just enough chaos.
That's what we're going for.
Just give us a really
Hi, my name is Slanty.
love it.
Hi,
Love it.
guys.
Yeah. So you guys have a lot of really cool stuff to grow out there. So many different spaces and all of that to utilize. I mean, I bet your garden's going to be just amazing this
So
year.
amazing. I cannot wait for it's like waiting for Christmas. We're so excited because we've never seen it, right? Like we put in so many berry bushes and trees that it's going to look nothing like it did before winter. And so we get to just anticipate the excitement on that.
Although one of the things that I do miss about California is our orange tree.
Yeah.
We had like this amazing orange tree, and I just miss that. So hopefully we're gonna have amazing cherry tree instead.
Yes, that'll be awesome. And again, like I was saying, you jumped into the right thing at the right time. Is when you first get a place, you want to be focusing on your trees and those things that are going to take a long time to kind of really develop and get you the type of things you want. And you also mentioned that you had asparagus there, so you'll get some nice little asparagus this year. But next year and the years after, that's when things are going to get really amazing for your garden because you planned ahead of time.
Yes. Also, one thing for Mommy's birthday, I actually did get her a lot of what were those flowers? I love them.
Oh yes, so exciting! So Rhea got me almost 100 bulbs for between my birthday and Christmas. Both she bought me bulbs, and so we planted so many. We did a lot of narcissus and
I love
tulips,
narcissus.
and
they're beautiful.
So they're about this tall now, and
right on.
And it's going to be so exciting to see them because they'll be in bloom before anything else is. And
definitely.
So once they're in, I'm guessing the daffodils themselves should be by early mid-March because they're getting pretty
they're
big.
one of they're one of the first ones that should start popping up. I've got some, I think they're called ranunculuses that are already up and out and flowering. They're really low and small flowers that are out there. They've already popped up and started flowering out there, and I'm starting to see
we've got to get
everything
some
else
of those for
poking
next
through.
year.
Yes.
Yeah. So really cool this time of year when things start popping out of the ground and letting you know that they're about ready to come out.
It's like
spring is so awesome for those flowers. And that was one of the great things about my garden. I really got into vegetable gardening and growing all these different wide varieties of things over my first few years. It took me a while to catch up to the idea that I need to start planting these bulbs and these other types of flowering plants and stuff because I really need that color, right at the beginning of the season to really inspire everything else.
The bees coming over and.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. Once the bees stop coming, everything's gonna do great. Yep. So flowers aren't just for looking pretty; they do a job too.
Oh, that's absolutely right, huh? See, that's something I know, and that's something you'll have to think about too. Is talking your mom into getting yourself some bees and have get yourself a nice little
beekeeping.
Yeah, do some beekeeping and get your own honey and all of that. So
exactly.
So not only that, you can get some bees working for you instead of just themselves, and you can get some
honey
and everything.
Last time we had bees, they were in our house. So
yeah, it's not the best place to have them, is it?
Yeah, they were like in the house in the corner.
It ended up costing like $4,000 to get it because part of the roof had to come off. It was a nightmare.
Oh my!
And then we didn't even get to keep any of the honey.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they contaminated it. But yeah, we definitely want to do. Her Aunt Dixie is a beekeeper here in the Rogue Valley, and so when we're all ready and we have all of our infrastructure in, we'll get some bee boxes out here.
Yes.
That way you'll have your own bees, and you'll have your own bees that'll do all that work and pollinating all your plants and making them the best that they can be and giving you those big harvests. And then you'll have them coming back to your bee box and be able to collect all that honey later on too. So
exactly.
Similar to what you talked about too, is I saw you talking about in your little garden, you were planting out radishes. Yes. Radishes are the best when it comes to it. Not only can you, if you plant plenty of them, you can eat plenty of just the radishes themselves, and then you can leave some to grow into those radish pods like you were talking about too. Those are really good.
Yes. I actually yesterday I ate some radishes. They were so good, but we were eating them on the hill. Me and my brother were snacking on them, and my dog stole it and was snacking on it.
Oh, your
Yeah.
dog liked the radish?
Yeah, the dogs are not even supposed to like vegetables.
It's amazing what some animals will do that you don't think that they
Yes.
will.
Also, our dog climbs.
Climbs. A
Yes, it
climbing
was
dog,
climbing
huh?
to get to the cat food.
We didn't mention we got the dog to just for our garden. He's our garden dog. His whole job is to keep the deer out of our garden. Hopefully, so far, because they were in our yard all the time. Big families of them. We had like 12 out there.
I already named them all and everything.
And then we realized it's because in this area, everyone else had a dog and we didn't. And that's why they were just chilling in our yard.
Yeah.
So we got a dog to keep the deer out to hopefully be able to have tomatoes this year. It's this sort of cause and effect for us.
Yeah, you got to create a whole system in order to make the whole system work for you the best way possible. And yeah, hopefully the dog will do the job.
But he's also doing something unexpected. He has been digging up what the cat's supposed to be doing, but he has been like digging up and he found some moles and some mice. He was digging like close to our tree that we just planted, and we were like, "Stop! You're supposed to help us." And then he pulled out a mole, and then
it was a rodent of some sort we didn't see, but it was in the roots of our fruit tree. And he pulled it out, and we were like, "Yes!"
So he was actually doing a good job. Yeah.
Yes.
Because we haven't learned yet what we're going to have to be fighting off here in this garden. Exactly. As of last year, we hadn't had any moles or anything. But when we put those fruit trees in, they're going to smell so good underground that we'll probably get something, gophers or moles or voles. I'm not sure what's here.
Yeah. So Woke is a great hero.
Our hero dog.
Also, I just want to say thank you to the person who said that I was cute. If you're still watching, thank you so much.
That's right, huh?
We might have to get her a segment on our show, some sort of kid in the garden segment.
Right.
Yes, I would love that.
That's definitely something we'll have to do, or you'll at least do a segment here and there and have you pop in and show us the things and how things are growing in your garden.
Update us on the garden.
Yeah, because again, it's really awesome to see kids who are really interested in and have an excitement and a passion for doing that sort of stuff. It's just really great to see. Definitely. Yep, and you're just at the right age to be learning about all this sort of stuff to carry with you for a lifetime too.
Yeah,
you'd be teaching people, showing people all the way down the road.
When we first started gardening, I'm going to say a few years in, we had 16 kale plants, and I thought that was going to be enough. But we eat so much kale. Every morning for breakfast, we will have like a kale and egg scramble. And the kids like kale smoothies, and then for dinner do like a spaghetti sauce with kale in it. And so 16 was not enough. So the next year we doubled it, or the next garden season we doubled it, and we did 32, and that still wasn't enough. We couldn't grow enough and these are huge kale plants. And so the next one we did 64, and that kind of, but this year we're gonna go maybe with 80.
Oh, yeah,
and I think we could eat 80 kale plants and just,
And which kind of kale do you like the best?
Curly leaf, right?
Yeah, curly leaf.
Is it Russian Jack or? So there's the curly Jack, and then the red Russian. So both of those are like a curly leaf, and those are really good for doing kale chips because the little curls kind of hold the nutritional yeast.
Oh yeah.
So when I was a little kid, my treat was kale leaves, kale chips.
Yeah,
that was like my treat. How I walked up and got a kale chip, and If I did a chore, I got a kale chip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we eat the kale every day, and then if we get kind of behind, then we'll do a huge batch of kale chips, and those will be gone the same day. And I'll think, oh, we'll make enough for days, and
Never
never enough
ever.
kale chips. I think that's like the biggest thing when you're gardening is knowing what you can eat and how to preserve it, and
Yeah.
What your kids love,
what
which
your
we
kids
love every vegetable.
What
almost.
we love.
Yeah, that's good too.
We
Not very
eat
many kids like their vegetables, so
we
it's
eat
really good.
3 heads of romaine every night in our salad. So we do a big
Yeah.
salad every night with our dinner and 3 heads of romaine.
Also,
Yeah.
So when we do the picking every day with in the summer, and when we have lettuce, we have to have lots and lots of
yes. Also, this year we grew one of my favorite cucumbers, lemon
yes.
cucumbers.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love lemon cucumbers. I literally fell in love with them. I don't care that they're a little bit pokey. That
When-
tickles my tongue.
When garden season gets going, we eat like primarily everything is from the garden. And
Yeah.
maybe we'll do some like lentils or nuts or something along with it for some protein. But yeah, because the kids they were eating the cucumbers all day for snacks, and then doing like kale and spaghetti squash for dinner. Quail,
Oh, yeah.
and then they
Spaghetti
have
squash
quail
is
eggs.
good
that,
too.
Quail eggs for breakfast.
yeah, so quail eggs and kale for breakfast, and so
And then for lunch we would get. I love to make garden salads, like I said.
mhm.
I love
So
garden
every day for
salads.
lunch, she could go and pick fresh from the garden.
Yes.
And if we had kids over, they would run out and be like, "Let's have grapes. Let's have cucumbers."
Since we showed you our grape tree, that was our favorite. A friend that now moved away, that was kind of sad, but he loved to come over and eat like all of the grapes.
Yeah, the neighborhood
Yeah.
kids would come and pick grapes from our bushes and stuff.
Yeah,
Which
That's why we wanted to do all the
exactly.
berry bushes. This
They
year.
were like, the grape kids, let's be their friends for the grapes. And the
Yes.
and so we were looking at the times that these different fruits will be ripe, and so that's why we got the huge variety, so that we should have starting in like early May all the way
Mhm.
through November, we should have
Yeah.
fresh fruits in the garden.
So you got like white grapes and red grapes.
Yeah, and
Yes.
some like dark purple ones.
Yeah, I love the purple ones. They're like the best to me.
Yeah. That's
We-
great.
I think we could probably put in maybe like 6 more grapevines. So that'll be next
Yeah.
winter. We'll get some more grapevines.
Yeah. Then we would have hundreds of friends.
I thought we
Yeah.
were gonna have too many, but they were gone, and you guys were missing them. And
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Yeah.
we'll have to do more
Well,
research
just
and
keep
find
them
more.
up and prune them up, right? Maybe they'll get big enough later on down the road for you to really get a lot more off of them. I've seen
Yeah,
grapes around here that some people grow around the neighborhood that are just huge,
When-
huge plants.
When I was a kid, and this is one of those things that I would tell people in Southern California and they wouldn't believe me, but people in Oregon would be like, yeah, I could see that happening. We moved onto this old orchard back in the logging burst in Northern California. 100 years before we'd moved there, someone had moved in and put in an orchard and moved away, and they put grapevines near the spring. And so
Yeah.
they had sufficient water year round. And the grapevines were maybe that big around and had climbed all the way up the trees. And so we had to
wow.
climb up to the top of the trees to be able to harvest any of the grapes, 100 feet up in the air.
Oh, wow.
And the grapes were huge, and they were like a red grape. And
Oh,
I would tell people, oh no, these grapevines were 100 feet up in the air, and no one would believe me. But here in Southern Oregon, when you're driving down the road in the summertime, those wild grapes are 100 feet up in the air easily.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can
I
get
think
big for sure.
if we probably planted our grape trees next to a tree, like a different
A
kind
water
of-
source, yeah, they could get
Yeah,
that big.
like our what's it called? It's our swamp.
Oh, swamp.
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 When we bought our land, we didn't know that it came with a swamp. So we have a
Oh,
little
nice.
in our
Right on.
we've been looking for some different plants, and it said persimmons and mulberries grow well in swampy, wet soil.
Yeah.
So
See,
that's
now
what
you get that extra diversity of things that you can have in your garden and your growing space in order to utilize those different types of things in your different environments that you have.
For right now, what we've been doing is every time we eat squash, we take the seeds out to the swamp. We'll see if anything will grow out there.
Yeah.
On like sort of the edges of the swamp where the soil stays moist but not soaking wet.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely a great way to, make sure that everything has the type of water that it needs if you're getting close enough, but not too close kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But does it stay wet during the summertime?
It does, even in the summertime, but you have to dig, but not very deep. You can dig down just maybe 6-8 inches and make a little puddle of water.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
One of our neighbors said a long time ago, before people started developing here, they were little ponds in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Maybe
ponds
we'll
or
make a
something.
pond eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you have to build yourself up a pond that you have. Those are really good to have.
I mean, we're in the market for a friend with a tractor. Anyone out there want to be our
Right.
friends? We're great cooks. We'll barter.
Great there, huh? Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
We're
That's
thinking
awesome.
about doing chickens, but our neighbor has 75 chickens and sells us eggs at such a good price that
Right.
we can procrastinate our building a chicken house for a while. And we have quail, so.
Quail, or if any of you are curious, they're like chickens, but they're super small. And the eggs, the plain eggs, are
Wanna
like,
go get a chicken egg?
Yeah. the eggs taste like a chicken egg, but with butter and salt.
Yeah. You don't have to salt them. They already have salt, kind of. And they taste like they've been cooked in butter. They're so delicious.
Yeah, that's all right. Do your neighbors share their chicken waste with you to compost?
And no, they're also establishing a garden. So I tried. They also cut down a tree and wood chipped it up, and they have this huge, gorgeous pile of wood chips. And I was hinting around about it. I was like, so, and they were like, oh, we're just going to let them break down.
What are you planning on doing with that?
Right.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, there's your incentive to get your own chickens, though. Then,
right? Yeah, just for the food.
Yeah, but
You are
just
going
for the
to laugh when I show you the difference. So here's a chicken egg.
There we go, chicken egg.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Here's a quail egg.
Oh wow.
Right, there you go.
It's like a dinosaur egg compared to a bird egg.
But they're
That's right.
so pretty. They look like a little cappuccino chocolate,
egg.
Right.
Treat.
It
Yeah, with that cappuccino.
Yeah, it looks like
color.
a little candy or something.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to think of what they were. Oh, like a chocolate covered bean, and then I don't know. I've seen candies that look just like that.
Each shape is different, so each quail has a different egg, though.
Yeah, that's interesting. Each quail has a different pattern, and every time they lay an egg, it'll be the same pattern.
Really?
Maybe not in the exact same spot, with like
very similar. And so you can tell the different quails who laid which egg.
Yeah, like this one, if you can see, it's like stripy. It's like these dots with some stripes too. That's coming off of the big ones. And then some other ones are just these tiny dots. And one is like just plain.
That's awesome. Do they produce plenty of eggs?
Yeah, they do. Sometimes they'll even make each one can make 2 a day. So they make.
Oh wow!
I think it's like that. They make one every like 18 hours. About so that some days they have 2, and then the other days they have 1.
Right on. And
so
how
right
many
now
do
we
you have total?
Right now we have 8, because we did a dozen, and we had to rehome some of the boys
because they were holding the girls' nest.
Yeah. So then in the spring we'll get another batch of a dozen, and we'll keep the ideal is for each cage. We have 2 cages. We could have 3 cages. Is to keep 6 girls to 1 boy.
Yes.
That way they don't get overbred.
Exactly.
There you go.
Because if they get overbred, it's just this whole entire mess. And then if one chicken starts making the other quail bleed, it's kind of like chickens. Everyone's gonna start picking on that quail.
Yeah. Yeah. And you got to try to avoid that the best possible. It's really awful how the animal kingdom works sometimes, right?
They're vicious. They're so cute and like so vicious. Our bunnies, they just went into heat and they just started beating each other up, and they're so cute. And they're like, you always ask somebody what sound a bunny makes, and they're like, "Oh, bunnies don't make any sound." And these ones are like growling and like they're little monsters over there.
Right. Oh yeah. That's something else, huh? Cute little
Definitely.
bunnies that got an
Although
awful growl.
we have Queen Diogens. It's so confusing how this
It's
computer
backwards.
works.
Yeah, there we go.
Wait, so they're like this big. They're 12
Yeah.
pounds. They're one of the largest bunnies. And then there's some bunnies when they're grown ups, they're like this big. And I was like babies, so
Oh.
they're this big.
There's a
Wow.
local breeder here in town, and they raise these bunnies, and at the maximum weight is 2.5 pounds, and ours are 12 pounds.
Oh wow.
It's like a Chihuahua next to like a pit bull or
Yeah,
something.
or like Rogue.
Right on. But yeah, it'd be cool to have bunnies. I thought about that too. To have some rabbits in my kind of smaller space. To have those sort of things would be cool.
Although if you get owl rabbits, you need a gigantic space.
Yeah, maybe
They're
you should
pretty
get some
big.
little tiny bunnies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to get a small variety for sure.
Yeah.
Also, you probably want a compost for that because the droppings can get stinky, so you definitely need a place not in the house or close to the house to go put them.
But it's nice
Right,
to use wood shavings in their bedding, and so it works perfect for the composting. It's like a great ratio. The amount of bedding they need to the amount of poop that they make is like a perfect
Right.
ratio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you can actually potty train them, so they will never like exactly always go to the bathroom they are, but they will mostly always go to the bathroom the same
They have a
spot.
litter box,
Yeah.
and then we can
Yeah.
change the litter box like every 3 or 4 days, so it doesn't get
Also,
stinky.
going to Grange Co-op, that's where you can get your bunny stuff.
Yeah. Grange Co-op's a really cool place, huh?
Everyone
Yeah.
knows Ray by name there.
Yeah. I actually have a friend there that I always talk to about bunny stuff, and she like knows me by name, and everyone's like asking about my bunnies and how they're doing.
I think we might
Right.
go to Grange Co-op like twice a week, especially during the spring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have an introvert mom, and
Yeah. I like the Grange Co-op because they carry the down to earth different types of fertilizers and stuff like that too. So that's one of the only places around here I can find that stuff. So I go there quite a bit to grab different things for my fertilizing for my garden.
We just started a new fertilizer. We just got one through Azure Market. And the price, I mean, I hope it's good. If it's good, I'm going to tell everyone because the price is, it looks very much like Dr. Earth, but the cost of Dr. Earth, it's like maybe 25%, if that, maybe 20% of the cost of Dr. Earth. It's that slow release organic fertilizer. So we're testing
Wow.
it out this year, and I hope we have success.
Yeah, hopefully that works out really well.
In the
I just wanna-
future, hopefully we can just use our compost. But while we're still establishing the beds, we need to use some fertilizer.
Yeah, you got to build that up first.
Yeah.
I just want to mention too, it looks like we've got Nancy's joined with us there. I just want to say hi to her. One of our longtime viewers. She's been watching my channel since the very beginning. So it's really great to see that she's got a chance to join with us today. Kind of another reason why we're doing this all day live stream too, is trying to, basically giving everybody an opportunity who have subscribed to our channel, a chance to kind of join in and check out the conversation and see what we got going on. throughout this day and what we're talking about. We've been spending this last hour with our associate producer for our upcoming show, Let's Get Growing Live. And her and Ray been showing us around the garden space that they have outdoors, which was really kind of fun. Yeah, to see all the things that they've got growing on. And our little I don't know if we've officially named him yet, but our little Mr. Planty character
Yes.
we've got that they developed for us for some of our social media sharing and all of that. Really great.
I think we've just been calling him Mr. Planty.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so far too. Was that we got someone here? Drew K was like like a little Grogu,
Yeah.
right?
Please subscribe to
Not quite the big ears like that character, but yeah, just a nice little mascot for for the nice family element of our show and all of that too. Just really great.
Yes.
So yep. And again, Nancy there say hi everyone. She's been seeing all of that too.
Hi,
So yeah,
Nancy.
really awesome again to have all of you here who have been joining with us throughout the day, throughout this live stream. It looks like we're well into our 4th hour now. I can't believe it. So the time is actually going by really well. So that's really awesome too. And if you haven't yet and you've been just joining us or been following along here and you haven't hit that like button yet, get down there and hit the like button too. That's really want to see that thumbs up.
Like us.
Yeah, like. Yeah, and also too, if you haven't yet either, and you're just joining in maybe from some other spot on YouTube, and you've seen we're live, and you're just joining in, be sure to subscribe to the channel too, so that you can check out this Saturday for our first episode of our Let's Get Growing live show. We've got Wendy Fan joining with us as our featured guest, and we'll also have a spotlight on a gardening channel that we'll do each week, as well as an Instagram gardener too. So we'll have some really cool guests and people we get to talk about on the show. And as I've also been mentioning too, we have some cool audience interactive type segments. One of them is our gardening stories segment. So I really encourage you to go check out our website that I've got right down below here. It's letsgetgrowing.live. I believe there's a link in the description too. Go check out our website, and there's a tab that says Get Involved, and there's a little form on that tab that you can go fill out, and we'll get a hold of you and get some pictures from you, get a nice little short little story about your gardening experiences and different things that or any type of story you want to tell us about your gardening and all of that we can share on air on our show, because we want our show to be just as audience interactive as it is being able to present to you some of these other featured guests that we have that we're going to be showing as we get working down the weeks too. So we got some really great guests so far lined up for our first season of the show. I know Michelle is really excited about one of our guests that we've got coming up here, I think in the first couple of weeks. Greg Peterson will be joining with us too for the show too.
I'm such a fan. I'm geeking out over like how amazing this is. Anyone who's like deep in the garden world, I mean, he is like our Oprah of gardening. He is such a big deal.
Yeah, I really dig Greg too. I've been following along with him for several years too. Like I follow along with so many different gardeners on social media, YouTube, and all different places. But Greg's one of those ones who's been around for a while, and he's done a lot of really cool things in the gardening world, and has his own podcast, which is really great. And so it's going to be really awesome to be able to have him on the show, be able to talk about all the different things that he's got growing on and all of that. Real quick, I also want to mention too, we got How to Garden with us here, and Bianca Carroll just joined in with us as well.
Hi, Pinky. Love you.
She says, plant marigolds to help with the gophers. So if you got some gopher issues, plant some marigolds.
Thank you, Auntie Bink.
And also grow some cotton candy grapes. They're the best.
That would be amazing.
That's my favorite. I love to freeze those in the refrigerator, then eat them in summer. I love to freeze those. Those are my favorite thing ever.
Those are some
So
great
frozen cotton
suggestions.
candy grapes, they're like popsicles for the kids. They're
Yes,
so
I
good.
love them.
That's a great idea too. I've never really thought about the idea of like just having kind of like little popsicles. Nice.
Hmm.
Awesome. Awesome. So lots of great stuff. We're talking about the show and everything. So I'm going to give you a minute there, Michelle, to talk about the
Yeah,
show yourself and
I'm
everything too and all of that too.
I'm really excited about the show because we have, I mean, there's other people, but we have on our team, we have 4 people that have just been putting so much time and effort into the show. So what I do is I do more of the booking people. We are reaching out to people on Instagram to get the Instagram of the week. We're reaching out to people on YouTube to get the channel of the week, and it's really something special. You might have talked about this, but the channel of the week, we're focusing on smaller channels that have between 10,000 to 50,000, right, viewers.
I
So
think, yeah, so well, I think more like 1,000 and
a
50
thousand
kind of,
to,
yeah,
yeah. So smaller
all in that range.
YouTubers that don't have as big of an audience. So hopefully we can give them that little boost up and they can have a chance to reach a bigger audience. And then also with our audience, it's more of an interactive. So there will be, just like people are interacting right now on the live. That's how our show stands out and is different, is because everything is going to be live. So we're going to have all the mistakes, but all of the like excitement about it being live, that if you have a question for someone like Greg Peterson, who you wouldn't get a chance to interact with someone like that. And then you'll be able to go on live and interact and ask him questions. And then we'll be able to ask him questions right there online that are the viewers' questions. And so it gives us this new platform. I feel like it's groundbreaking to have this talk show where the viewers really get to like interact with people that have just been on their screens before, and now will be, saying your name. And Bianca Carroll wants to talk about marigolds. And so
Yeah.
that's a really exciting aspect that
Definitely.
that we don't have in a lot of other formats. And so that's what makes me so excited to be part of this. And
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
asking a ton of questions.
That's going to be awesome.
Geek out.
That's going to be
and
awesome
then
to have you in there doing that for sure.
we have the garden story, where anyone viewing right now can submit pictures of their garden and your garden story, because I feel like there's this group of garden nerds and we just want to talk about our garden all the time. And this gives us a platform to meet other people who want to talk about gardening all the time. And
Definitely.
We'll have, little more amateur people that are starting out asking questions. And then we have these huge names from all over the world. We have gardeners being lined up. We have someone in Australia we're talking to. And so we'll get gardeners from all over the world with different gardening zones, different backgrounds, and be able to ask them specific questions that are going on in your climate, and be able to learn from all of their experiences. So hopefully we can sort of fill this little niche that hasn't been before, where you can have that sense of community while watching people online, and we can make mistakes, and that just makes us more enduring and more approachable, I believe.
Yes.
Oh yeah, believe me, that's you'll get plenty of that with me for sure. But yeah, that was really the original intent and a part of the idea that I had when I first was thinking of this is I wanted to create something that was really unique in the gardening world when it comes to content and that sort of thing. By being able to bring in not just really cool industry leaders and some really great garden communicators and all of that onto our show, to be able to talk to them, get to know them a little bit more than you would, or a little bit deeper than you would by watching their channels and their videos and all of that. But to be able to get a real personable type of interview and to be able to interact with them, but also, again, like you mentioned too, being on the live stream format to where, people who are watching through the live streams can also, get into that, chat box and be able to ask questions and be able to help us drive that interview just a little bit further and a little bit more personable to the watcher and the viewer, you know as well as, again, the garden stories and those sort of things where, this is really just kind of a mutual kind of communicative interaction that we have between not just, just viewers and our different guests that we'll be lining up and having on the show as well too. And that really presents something that's pretty unique to the gardening world for sure.
And what's nice is we have this team and we all have different skill sets. So we can see right now that Enoch can talk for 4 hours and 40 minutes about gardening. So then I come in and I help him stick to the schedule. And so I can help him put a schedule together ahead of time. And then our amazing producer, Asia, she's going to be right there, right across the screen from him. Actually, she's going to be sitting where he's sitting right now.
Yep.
And she'll be able to just be like, all right, let's not talk about your peppers again.
Because I could talk about them all day.
He can talk about them all day. And so he has put together a team that can keep him on schedule and keep it flowing.
Moving along. Keep it moving along. Yeah. Because we got a lot to pack into that,
right?
Hour and a half or so that we're going to be doing the show for sure.
It seems like at first you think, how can they talk about gardening for an hour and a half? And the answer is by cutting ourselves down quite a bit, by not saying everything we want to say. And that's how we squeeze it into the little tiny hour and a half.
That's right. Exactly. And that was one of the big reasons why I reached out to you and Asia to be able to, help me put this all together. Because again, I can just go on and on and on. And if anybody's ever viewed any of my previous live streams that I've had, this for sure. And that's a great thing is we have a scheduled show that, moves from one segment to the next. And we've got a lot of things to pack into a nice little short period of time on a Saturday morning for gardeners to be able to enjoy all sorts of different, people and experiences on, in the garden for sure.
And so I get to come in and add all this fun and excitement to his wealth of knowledge and sort of spice it up and keep the viewers coming.
Yeah, and really helping me out too as far as making sure we've got really cool and interesting guests to be on our show each week too. So we're bringing everybody and the viewers, all of those really cool people that they want to see and that they'd like to see an interview of and all of that too. So that's going to be really great,
That's how I met Enoch is because I watch every gardening channel out there and every podcast, because we spend, in the summertime, we're out there maybe 6 or 8 hours a day working in the garden, and we have podcasts and YouTube on constantly. So I've been watching Enoch for probably about two years now. When life got put on hold and we started watching a lot more YouTube than we had before, we watched every one of his videos. And then when I moved to Rogue Valley, he commented in some Facebook group oh, you're near me. And I'm like, must stalk Enoch until I get into his life and force my way in there somehow. So
that's right, huh?
After only a year of stalking, here I am.
Yep. And I put out the call and you were right there for it too. So that was really great too.
I mean, there's so much excitement and planning and organizing that's going behind this show that it really should be successful.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to it. And again, too, I just can't believe ultimately that, I put out the call to get all of you involved to help me out, I don't know, about 5-6 months ago or something, somewhere like that or whatever. And I've been thinking about and planning this whole idea for at least 2 years now myself, But to think that we're literally only 5 days away, I mean,
It's
this is
crazy.
insane. I'm totally, really completely excited, but at the same time, I think the nerves are kind of building up too. At the same time, I'm like, oh boy, it's really gonna happen, and it's happening like right in a few days. So, but that's right. Just like we're saying, we've got, I think, a really good plan, a really good idea for the whole complete show and everything. I think it's going to just roll out really well. And I think people are going to really enjoy it. So I hope that everybody, if you're watching us now or you're catching any of this on the replay or anything, that you go and you subscribe to the channel. And again, too, first episode of the show is already up on our homepage too. So you can go to the homepage and see our first episode of the show featuring Wendy Fan there, and you can click that little button that says notify me, and that will give you a reminder when the show's coming up, so that you can kind of get an alert to the fact that we're about to get started, so you can come and join with us then.
I will definitely watch it, and I will also ask a ton of questions too. So I'll be in that chat box asking you guys a ton of questions. So
we look forward to it. I bet you'll probably give us some of the best questions we're gonna get too.
Thanks.
I don't know. When Greg Peterson is on, maybe I'll be hiding behind that plant behind you, just
right.
lurking in the background.
That's
I'm
great.
excited to hear, because he was gardening in Arizona for so long, and then he just moved to, I believe, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Somewhere over
South
there.
I think it's South Carolina.
And so I was packing up and moving at the same time he was packing up and moving. And I was leaving California, the desert in California, right when he was leaving the desert in Arizona. And we both moved to, I believe he's in gardening zone 8B, is the same as me. So having to relearn all of this winter stuff. It's exciting.
Almost in a similar situation as to what you've already experienced yourself from moving to Southern California to here to Southern Oregon, to kind of get that insight of what it's like to, especially with such an experienced gardener like himself to be able to share with us those sort of things that he's learning about those different, climate differences.
I think I'll also very much like to hear your guys' podcast.
Yeah, the podcast. That's exciting.
Yes. Again, too. How about that? I was just showing people earlier in one of our earlier hours about, the fact that our show is going to be live on Saturdays. It's going to happen live. And not only do you, can you watch it live or watch one of our replays, as the show will be on the channel and you can watch the replay later on. But if you're one of those people like myself who's working in the garden, who's working around the house and doing things like that too, and you just want to have something going on in the background and listen to something, we'll have our show all edited down to the best audio parts in a podcast for everybody too. And I was working hard this last week in order to get that all set up. So I'm pretty sure you can dig around and find our podcast on the different podcast players that are out there. I use Castbox and TuneIn, and I've already found it on there. But I know that we're also the podcast is loaded up through Anchor, which is a Spotify thing. So I know we're on Spotify as well, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts. So pretty much, hopefully, anywhere you're looking for looking or getting your own podcast, you'll be able to find us there. So you just look up "Let's Get Growing." I know that there was I was going to say though too, there was a Let's Get Growing podcast that someone started up maybe a couple of years ago in 2020, but they didn't do anything with it. They never loaded any episodes. They never did anything there. So there is that one as well. So you might want to make sure that you're seeing our logo and everything that says, the Gardening Livecast with Enoch Graham too. So make sure that, and in fact, you can see the logo up above here in the screen there with that nice little microphone plant and everything. You look for that logo, and
that logo great. We're so proud of it.
I love it. It's great. it was the perfect one. I'm glad that they came up with it just the way they did. All I did was tell the person that this is what I was thinking, and they came up with that, and it was just perfect. But you'll see that logo for Let's Get Growing there too in your podcast players, and you'll know it's the right podcast to subscribe to and to follow along with us on.
I was going to say Apple Podcast does this weird thing where it'll be hard to find for the first few the first few episodes, and then as more people look it up, then it'll be easier to find. A lot of people are having that problem with Apple.
Yeah, and then here's another great idea too when it comes to that too as well. You know, we do have a Facebook group. We have the Let's Get Growing Gardening group where people can come, you know, which is not only gives people the opportunity through the show to interact with us in the audience too, but you can also go online into our Facebook group and interact with the whole gardening community that we have. And that's a great place too, where you can find or even ask about if you're not able to find the podcast in your podcast player. Through there, we can get you some links and that sort of thing as well too, as we'll probably also have in our Let's Get Growing.live website too, some RSS feed links that you could get. It's where you can just paste that right into your podcast player and be able to get to us directly instead of trying to find us through the search boxes.
I'm going to say I'm probably also going to be there because I do have some questions for people who garden in this time zone. I mean, time zone,
gardening zone,
gardening zone, because I would want to hear a story and ask them what to grow around here.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what we just learned is we did winter planting of peas and flowers, and our pea plants are already about 3-4 inches tall that we planted back in November. It's nice to have these little chores that we can get done in the garden over the winter time to sort of hit the ground running.
Yeah.
And now we're planting peas every 2 weeks starting. We just planted our second batch of peas. Our third batch if you count the winter sowing.
Right on. What variety of peas are you growing?
We love snap peas.
We like the sugar snap peas, but we just found an Oregon sugar snap pea. So that's what we planted this week. And we're hoping that we like to eat.
Because if it's Oregon, it's got to work out well in Oregon.
Right. That's why we put an Oregon gooseberry. We put Oregon peas, anything with Oregon in front of it. We're giving it a try.
There's a tomato as well called Oregon Spring, which is a nice, cool, medium-sized tomato as well. Yeah. And
you can keep talking.
I'm not sure. I was trying to I kind of almost lost that. I'm trying to think of what else is there too. There's another variety of something I grow that's an Oregon thing as well too. But
for our seeds, for our squash, what we did is we just went to the farmer's market and we bought a lot of different squash, and we've been saving the seeds. And we talked to the different gardeners and everything at the farmer's market. And the Delicata squash that we got at the Grants Pass farmer's market is so delicious. It's the most delicious squash I've ever tasted. So
definitely.
That's awesome. Yeah, those squash, so many different varieties, so many good ones, and I try to grow many ones down the road, but that also gives us an opportunity to talk about pests. The worst pest I've found in my garden is when you start getting squash bugs.
It's squash bugs.
Oh my gosh, they are the worst. And they're just gnarly looking things too. And they populate so fast you can't hardly keep up with them. So you want to keep an eye out for those early on, so you can try to take care of them as early as possible, because once they start taking a plant over, it's almost near impossible to get rid of them.
Another hard thing is my brother, he thinks they look like yellow ladybugs.
Yellow ladybugs, so he doesn't want to kill them. He's like, they're yellow ladybugs.
The little small, the smaller versions of them until they get full size.
Grandma just said that she's watching too. So we gave a shout out to Grandpa, but not to Grandma. Grandma Gigi's watching from Missouri. St. Louis.
St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching, Grandma.
Awesome. Yeah. Hey there.
Listen to our podcast.
That's
Listen to
right.
our podcast, Racer.
Yep, exactly. It's all of ours for sure. Absolutely. Again, really excited about all of this. It's going to be just a really awesome time. I really can't wait for things to get started. Well, I mean, I guess I have to admit, like I said before, I mean, I could wait, but I can't
Right?
wait.
There's a little bit of the happiness and excitement, but almost a little, not fear, but anticipation.
Yeah.
Because it's so close and we've been working on it. Anybody who's working on anything for so long and putting so many hours every day in, to see our final show. And
I know.
yeah, I mean, for the first show, it's really exciting.
Yes.
I'm sure at
Yeah.
some point we'll be, a few seasons in and it'll be like, oh, this is what I do on Saturdays. But
Yep.
right now it's like, oh, I can't believe
I
this
know.
is happening.
Again, like you said, just the anticipation,
Yeah.
I don't know, jitters or
Mhm.
or just the excitement of it all and everything is just, but once we get a couple episodes in and we start getting used to the whole idea and it'll probably just start flowing really well for sure. Yep.
Like anytime you get a whole bunch of gardeners together to collaborate on something, that's something special, because I feel like gardeners, we are people who take time to do something positive every day. We have something in our lives that brings happiness, brings fresh air, and sort of we all have that in common, where if we get together, it's not about gossip or anything negative. We all have these positive things to tell each other and ways to help each other, and we're always looking for ways to help each other. And so getting together a group of like-minded gardeners with this positive energy, who are really actually want to help our viewers and want to interact with our viewers, it's exciting to have all of that energy all in one place.
Speaking about viewers, if you guys know what to do with our squash seeds, please comment down below and we will try your methods.
Yeah.
Yep. And your Bianca was saying that they just had their first experience with squash bugs last garden season. They were horrible.
I know.
They are, I'm telling you.
We just had ours last gardening season 2 and they were horrible. So we get it.
So we're doing this year, we're doing 3 different squash patches very far apart, so that hopefully and then
if
we're
something
doing
happens to one, you've got the other 2 as a backup, and hopefully in the long run you'll get something no matter what.
And we have space. Down. We've never had space before.
We have 2.5 acres.
We did the math. We have 2.5 acres here, and we could put 17 of our properties that we had in California on this property.
Oh wow.
So,
yeah, and
17
that's cool
times
too.
The space.
Yeah, we got a good chance there. Thanks for showing us around actually out there. You do got a lot of really cool spaces. We're going to look forward to seeing what you end up growing out of there and all of that. And,
do we have another guest coming on at 3?
Yep. That's
who's coming on at 3? I'm excited.
Ooh, we've got the big producer who's going to be sitting in this chair for our shows coming up here at 3:00 here. So Asia will be joining with us.
Asia's going to be? Oh, well, I would just sit back and watch that. I want to see what she has to say.
Exactly.
She's going to bring it if she's watching right now.
Yes.
If for people who don't know, Asia is our cool factor.
Yeah.
Like Enoch is the garden guy. I'm the fun energy, and Asia's the cool one. She's the youth in our group. She's,
and I'm the cute one.
No, she's Asia's the young cool one.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, no pressure. Really awesome. She's gonna get on.
Right. She's really awesome and has been working with me really, again, behind the scenes. She's our behind the scenes, the one who's really going to make sure our show's really flowing through and everything's happening, getting all these banners switching all of our, scenes and from our guests to our different introductions to each of our segments and all that stuff. So there's a lot of work that's going into what she's going to be doing for our show.
Out of the whole team, she's had to learn the most. She's has the most technical job. So she's got to do all the technical behind the scenes, switching from this guest to that guest and putting the banners up. And so she has had to every Saturday be there practicing with Enoch and getting
Yeah. And we're
learning
gonna
this
be
program.
really, yeah, we're gonna be actually, this is probably the most work I'm really gonna put her through too, is gonna be in these next 5 days as we work to hone everything down and get things done. So we'll be working a lot of different hours to hopefully get this all tied together just the way it should be. But again, she's really, like I said, out of all of us, she's probably the most important person.
Yeah.
I mean, all I really got to do is get in front of the camera. You know, you got to help us make sure we got all the great guests that we have and all of that. But she's really got to make sure the show runs.
Yeah, she has the most pressure on the moment of the time of it, because she's got to do. You know, we'll have a guest in the backstage while Enoch's talking, so she's got to know that which guest is back there, and she's got to be able to switch them on and make sure they're unmuted and all that little stuff.
Exactly. You know, and switching through, like the whole StreamYard program has different things. You got to go for banners, to highlight comments, to, you know, making sure all that stuff's going and all that too. So I mean, really, and again, why I put the call out was mainly, you know, in the sense was because I knew I was going to need someone to be able to do that work for a show that we want, for the type of show that we want to do, because I can't sit here and I even doing this, I don't even know, like, clicking and taking my attention off things in order to do stuff is just isn't going to make a show work that well. So again, really important to have her along with us. And so we'll be talking with her coming up here in this next hour. And I want to thank you guys for joining us, Ray and Michelle, to take us. And actually, you know, instead of an hour, we blew through 2 hours, and we got a lot. We talked about a lot of things, and we got a tour of your garden.
Do you need to take a break and get some coffee while we keep talking until Asia gets on?
Thank you so much.
You know what?
Asia.
Maybe I'll do that. If you got some things you want to talk about.
Sure, we can talk about.
Do all that sort of stuff. Give me just a short little break. That's a great idea. I'm so glad you thought of that. That's why I do it. That's why I got you around.
I have a purpose. I serve a purpose.
Thank you so much, Asia. We really appreciate you.
All right, so I'm going to put you all on real quick.
All right, you got 5 minutes. There we go. Look at us.
Hi, guys. So I just wanted to say I'll be there all the way and asking you guys questions.
Meet Planty. If anyone has any ideas for what dance Planty should do next, we have Planty has a TikTok and Instagram, and he has been out promoting the show. He very cute. Ray designed him.
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't talked about that. Ray designed his face. Oh, look who's here, Asia.
Hi.
So Ray designed his face. So we just gave Enoch a little break.
Fun.
We were putting the pressure. Were you watching us? We were telling everyone how cool you are.
Oh, you guys are sweet.
I just wanted to say thank you so much, Asia. The show couldn't run without you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
We were telling everyone how, I mean, I like to think I'm important, but I mean, the show would not be as cool or as smooth without me, but really it wouldn't be a show at all without you. Like,
oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely learning so much, right?
Yeah, we're excited. We're excited because we'll let you practice with Enoch and learn everything from this show, and then we'll poach you. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, right.
Everyone will want to hire you for their Streamline live streams.
I know. I'm like, yeah, like it's a whole skill set. It's really cool to like. I mean, yeah, the StreamYard platform itself is like a whole thing that I had never like experienced before working with Enoch, and so learning how to do that is super fun. And all the like timing of things, and you know, like, yeah, when we put on one banner, when we, you know, play this clip or something like that. So it's super fun to learn all that stuff.
She takes it from looking like some amateurs with a camera to making it look professional. So.
I hope we'll know Saturday. But
Yeah.
I just want to say I think I'm gonna be a big fan of your work. So.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much.
We'll have to get her autograph next time we see her.
But
Hopefully
I mean,
you're
you're the artist. Like, I need to get your autograph. What the heck?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're making fun art.
Hopefully I can get a scene with you. I'm just happy that I get this tiny moment to be seen with you because soon you're gonna be this big person, famous almost.
Yeah, the producer. I mean,
Wow.
so far in Southern Oregon, she's one of the best live stream producers out there in Southern Oregon.
My brother actually really wants to be a producer, so he might too really want to be.
Oh yeah, me and him will have to chat.
Yeah. He's always trying to produce TV shows at our family. Like we'll sit down for dinner and he'll be like producing us as a TV show. Like, and he's, how come, Family Matters, they're so much funnier than us at the dinner table. So he's trying to make us more fun at the dinner table.
Oh, yeah, that's like joke time.
Yeah.
Which is quite fun because we all more into podcasts, which I have heard that we're going to make.
This show is going to be a podcast, which is really exciting.
Yeah, yeah, that's part of it, right? Is we're going to, after we do the live video, then we'll take it all together and then boom, you get the the podcast, just the audio.
I
then
have
you can listen to it anywhere.
I'm excited to listen to it when we're out in the garden, working in the garden.
Yeah, I love that. I like to listen to podcasts when I do cross stitch, and so that's super fun.
Yes, you were gonna enter some sort of contest this year for cross stitch, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna enter the Jackson County Fair. I used to do like 4-H and stuff, and so that's obviously like for younger people. But then I was like, my partner and I have gone to like state fairs and stuff like that, and people enter like funky vegetables or your canned stuff, and then they have like a whole arts and crafts section, so you can do paintings and you can do all kinds of stuff. So
and we can find out about that through our local extension office. Is that where you find out?
So for Jackson County, the County Expo website has all of the information. So I imagine for your guys' county, it would be the same kind of thing.
We're in Josephine County.
Yeah. And then usually they just have like a handbook on the website and they tell you like what they're judging things based on and that kind of stuff. And then I know for our fair, if you enter a certain number of entries, then you get like free admission to the fair, so you can go check out everything else that they have going on. So that's fun.
Ray's gonna do 4-H next year. She's only 8 right now, so she'll turn 9.
Yes,
and then she's gonna do 4-H with her bunnies, and that's why we got a heritage free. And she's also gonna do 4-H for the dog training.
How fun! That will be so fun. What kind of bunny do you have?
I have a cream de argent, and it's actually great for Monlure, one of the biggest bunnies in the world.
Wow. Yeah, they get up to 12 pounds.
They are a French bunny.
Yeah. Fancy.
Yes.
How fun.
They are great for the compost, and they have like this bottomless cage that we like to put on a big patch of glass, and then they'll just eat that right down to the core.
So we have a bottomless cage with a weight on top. So we put the bunnies and we can move it around on the grass, and then the bunnies eat all the grass, but they're protected from the top from predators. And we call it our lawnmower. So we'll say, we got to get the lawnmower out. So it's a bunny powered lawnmower.
Yes.
How fun. That's awesome. That's super cool. Yes. Yeah, I bet you'll have so much doing 4-H with your bunny.
Yes. I just want to say, for the followers who have followed us so far, thank you for showing. They must have a ton of questions for you. So
many questions for Asia.
Yeah, look at your chat.
All right, awesome. So it looks like I see we've got Asia already joining in with us. All right.
Hello.
Excellent. Again, thank you, Michelle, for joining with us and giving us a tour of your garden, Ray. That was really
Thank you so much.
cool.
Thank you for letting me join.
Absolutely. It was great to have you here with our all day live stream here, and we'll catch up with you real soon. All right.
Okay, bye guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Asia, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. We're just cruising along here today. It looks like we're already in hour 5 of our all day 8+ hour live stream that we're doing here. And actually,
That's
I'm pretty
awesome.
surprised. Everything, like I said, has been cruising right along. When I got
Heck
started
yeah,
today, I
good.
was like, oh man, I got to do this all day. I don't know how all of this is going to go. And then ultimately, here we are in hour 5. We've actually had some really cool, fun conversations throughout the day. Let me try this one here real quick.
Good. I love that. I'm so happy to hear that.
Do that one for us there. Yeah, so we started off the day with our friend Christopher from Norway and had a really cool, fun conversation with him, talking about all of his gardening and everything growing on up there too, and ended up, just a really cool, fun conversation. And then Michelle and Ray there over the last couple of hours, giving us a good tour of their garden and all of that sort of stuff. And now it's really great to have you here joining with us in hour
Yay.
5. Again, we were actually talking about just before I took off on that little break there, I was talking with Michelle and everything about and we were agreeing with the fact that really when it comes to doing the show and getting everything together and all of that, that you're just really like our real important piece to this whole project. And I've just really been super happy that you actually join along with this and everything and help us bring this all together. So thanks again for coming in.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I'm so happy to do it. And I'm stoked to be learning a new skill and meeting you guys. And yeah, it's been super awesome. I'm excited for it to actually start, right? Like we've put in so much prep work and I think it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that's the thing I keep saying though too, is like, I've been planning and thinking about this for a couple of years now, and then I got a hold of you all, like 5-6 months ago or so, and we've had, you look at those chunks of time and everything, and now we're all down to 5 days.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I know,
So
right?
like, there's a lot of anticipation, anxiety, and all that sort of stuff, but at the same time, some real excitement for the whole thing to get going and for us to just really jump into this and everything. And we're just gonna have to kind of learn along the way and all of that. We still got a bunch of things to figure out. As I've found out today, my microphone seems to have some issues that I'm gonna have to worry about and figure out. But but we've still cruising along, like I said, still getting things going. So
yeah, things happening. Heck yeah.
So how's things been going for you?
Good. I am so antsy for spring. I'm trying to, like stay calm. I know that we're supposed to get some more cold weather in our area, and I'm just trying not to get too far ahead with like getting things going. But I have some winter veggies that I had started a couple weeks ago. So I just started transitioning them outside, see if I can get some cauliflower, some cabbages and stuff like that. So
that's excellent.
Slowly going, checking my calendar every other day to see if it's time to start tomatoes and peppers. But yeah, things have been good.
All in due time for everything, right?
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. I've got, we got all these projects, we got all these things going, so trying to allot the right time for me to get going and get started so that I can really dedicate the time that I need to in order to be able to, get that stuff going properly. And so hopefully here in the next week or two, I'll be able to just really get going when it comes to the outdoor garden and all of that sort of stuff. I got a ton of things to do. There's so much to do out there. Winter can really, winters can really, really break the garden down and just put it in a shape that, when you start looking at it before spring starts, it's, my list of things I need to get going is just growing and growing by the day.
Yeah, we went out to our garden yesterday and just I just immediately, like, my to-do list was like, okay, gotta get the mower out here, gotta get the weed whacker, like, gotta get this ready, gotta start looking at this stuff. Last year we put in a couple beds for dahlias. And so, like, the material that we use to fill those beds has like compressed by like half. So I'm just like,
Yeah.
okay, like we gotta get more soil in those. Get it just starts rolling once you start looking at stuff.
Yeah, real important. And yeah, that's really, like one of the very first things we're doing too, is because again, like I said, winter will take its toll, and soil itself will just start breaking down. And
Yeah.
it's really important at the beginning of each season that we're putting more soil, more compost, those sort of things that we need on those top layers, and build it back up again so that the plants will have everything that they need,
Mhm.
as they start getting going in that, those early on stages and all that too. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting my hands in the dirt here real soon. I just can't
Yeah,
wait. I love it.
I know. No, I know. And then today was nice and sunny. The birds are out, so it's definitely in the air for sure.
Yeah, that is a thing about February. Is it can be just real tricky with, again, like what trying to figure out when you should really get started with things, because we'll have these really nice sunny, and it seems like every year since I've lived here, over what, about 11 years now, I've lived in Southern Oregon, and right from the very first February all the way to this one, it just seems like there's this period of time in February where it's almost spring like, and
Mhm.
it's just this false spring, it gives you this
Yeah,
false sense of what's about to happen and what's going down. And also too, things have also been warming up just a little bit more as far as our climate and climate change and all of that here in our
sure.
area too. So that really affects things like I was just mentioning to Michelle in the last hour or so, is that I've got some of those early spring flowers that start to come out from the bulbs from the previous year. And I
Mhm.
think they're called ranunculuses, but they're like these really low lying flowers, and they're already popped up and put out flowers. And
Wow.
that usually doesn't happen for at least another month from now too. So,
Yeah.
so not only can we get fooled by some of the weather and these fall spring type things that happen in February, but those plants and flowers and all that sort of stuff do too.
Yeah, totally. We were driving around yesterday and I noticed I always kind of have like an eye on like willow trees just out and about. They seem to catch my attention. And I was like, are they already like putting on like new growth? And they totally
Yeah.
are. Like they have their little buds and they have their, you know,
Hmm.
they're starting to get that really light green color. And I'm like, no, hold on. You're just a
Yeah,
little
it's
bit
not quite.
early. Like, yeah, you're not quite ready, man.
It's not quite time yet, and I've been noticing that too with some of the outdoor container trees and things that I got, like my peach tree.
Yeah.
Already seeing the little buds coming up off of it, and I'm like, all right, come on, don't get too crazy now,
Yeah. You're too
because I
excited.
don't need, yeah, I don't need them dying off because of a freeze or something like that, and then not get the amount of peaches I want out off of them. Because I had such a great harvest off of that container peach tree last year,
Oh,
so I'm
yeah.
looking for an even better one this year. So I don't need the weather getting in the way and messing that all up.
Yeah, totally. How old is your peach tree?
Oh, this year I think it's going on year 4, season 4
Okay.
for me.
Nice.
First
Yeah.
2 seasons didn't do too well. It was just trying to establish itself. And I'm just trying to prune it to get the shape I want out of it and that
Yeah.
sort of thing. And then what was it? A couple seasons ago, it grew really nice, got a bunch of flowers and all that sort of thing, but I ended up with only
Oh,
one
no.
peach on the whole thing. I was like, only one. I really thought I was going to get something because again, the flowers and everything were so abundant, but just got the one peach. And so then I was like, all right, maybe I'll get a couple, like a handful. I'm thinking like
Yeah.
5 or 6 at least this last season. And again, the same as the previous season, it grew, gave me all of these flowers, looked really nice, but those flowers took, and I ended up with, must have got like well over 30, 40 peaches off of it. I mean,
It's
for a
awesome.
container tree,
Yeah.
and they're not big. I mean, they're just these little frost peaches. They were only
Yeah.
so big, but I just got a ton of them. So it was really, really great. Best tree out of all the container trees.
Nice. Yeah. We within the last the last couple of years, I've tried to get I wait until the trees are almost out of season for the bare root trees, and then I go and I get one that's like 50 or 60% off, just like the last kind of chance trees. So the first year I did it, we got a peach and a cherry, and so we just put them in like the half gallon or the half barrel like wine barrels. And then this last year we got an apple and then a mixed variety pear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to those ones. But the peach tree, so this will be like its, I guess, second or third season with us. And last year I was like, okay, like it's kind of, the first year, like you said, like kind of didn't do a ton. And then the second year, it was like, okay, like it's starting to do its peach thing. So I'm really excited to, see how it grows and develops as it establishes. And
you haven't gotten any fruit off of it yet?
We got a little bit this last year, but they were pretty small. But the ones that were good were awesome. We definitely did not get 30 or 40, but I'm really looking forward to them because we go pick peaches every year at a local orchard, and they are getting like softball sized peaches that are just insane. Like, so I'm trying to keep my hopes and dreams like manageable. I know that's probably a wistful goal for a container peach, but I'll be excited to see what it produces this year. So.
And you said you're using wine barrels, right?
So yeah,
like so they're wine barrels.
Yeah, yep, half wine barrels.
Yeah, that's that's a pretty good. It's definitely more space than the tree that I have and its root space and all of that.
Nice.
So
yeah.
Again, hopefully it's establishing that root base and everything in there. Once it knows it's really at home and it's been able to grow enough of those roots in there, you should start being able to get some really good production. But again, they are container fruit trees. So, the size of our fruits aren't going to be like you get in those orchards and getting those big giant ones and all of that. So, but hopefully you start getting more of them. So you get plenty of them, then it makes up for the size. That's for sure.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And then, right. Oh God, I just love like summer peach, like warm and flavorful.
Oh, it's one of my favorites for sure. And then again too, I've got I got 3 different types of apple trees in containers as well. And they were kind of at the stage where we're talking about the peach in its second, third year. So this will be the 3rd year for my apple trees.
Nice.
So hopefully I'm going to get that similar type of experience where last year I only had like a couple of fruits on each tree, well, except for one of them. One of them grew really weird, but grew like hundreds of tiny little things, and they were all clustered together and all of that.
Weird.
And I know a lot of that was because I didn't get up there and really kind of like prune them back, the amount of fruit, and kind of give them the space they needed to grow and all of that. But so again, same thing though as the other ones. Hopefully this year is that real. They've been established. They know they've got their space, so I can really start getting some really good amount of fruit off of them. But that and what's the other one? Oh, the other one is a pear tree, which you said you've got a grafted pear that's got
it has like 3 different varieties. Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted to get. I should, and I might even keep an eye out for something this year to get another one that's got those graphs on it and has the different varieties. I think that's just the coolest thing ever.
Totally, right? Like I'm like, oh my gosh, that is modern. Like, and it's probably not even that modern. Like,
Yeah.
but it's like awesome that that's even available.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. Charles of Ivy Organic, our sponsor for the show, down in his garden outside of his house, he's got avocado trees because he can grow those down in Southern California. He's got these big
Yeah,
old avocado trees that got like 5, 6 different varieties of avocados that are
that's
grafted
so
off
cool.
the trees. And I just, that whole idea of being able to do that thing is just, again, just a really cool thing. Really cool. I mean, I like, in some sense, it'd be cool to be able to kind of learn and do the grafting myself. But even better is just to be able to go pick one up at the nursery or whatever and grow them
Yeah,
out.
I do think, yeah. So I have been working on like a kind of vision board for myself, and learning how to graft is on there for the year. I just yeah, like you have mentioned, like learning how to garden kind of like on a budget and creatively is
Yeah.
something that I'm super passionate about. So I'm like, man, if I can take like twigs and turn them into like food producing trees, that's,
Yes.
I want to learn how to do that.
Yeah.
Like,
It's really empowering too, man,
yeah,
just to know that, that we can do that. And again, one of the things I just love about gardening and being able to grow food for ourselves in a sense, is that sort of sense of, that personal empowerment to be able to take care of something, especially, like you're saying with trees or whatever, you got the small bare roots, or if you're starting something from seeds, to be able to plant these things and care for them through this whole process, of their growing process, and then to be able to reap the rewards of the fruits and the vegetables and the things that we get later on. It's just a really amazing experience. And one of the things I like to promote the most about gardening is just,
yeah,
if you haven't done it before, you're in for a great treat and an experience. And those gardeners of us who know and have experienced that, it's just, it really is just the best. Let
yeah.
me see
No, and
real quick here. I wanted to get a couple of comments, I think. Um, Oh, Bianca Carroll was saying something about for the 24th and 25th this month. It's supposed to be great planting days according to the Farmer's Almanac. Yep, and really, depending on your area of the country or where you're at and all of that, those dates can be just a little bit different. And also depending on whether you're getting things started indoors or just directly planting outdoors, those sort of things. But yeah, we are right on the cusp of just being able to go gangbusters on almost anything and just start getting growing. And then
totally.
looks like Joey from the Wisconsin Vegetable Gardener says, do you trim the tree and control the height or let it grow as it wants? Okay, so as far as container trees and all of that, I'll do certain pruning depending on what the growth is and where they're going. I just, again, I'm looking for, things that are just growing straight up or crossing over each other, that sort of thing. And so I'll kind of prune that stuff off, towards the end of the season or even really early on before the season starts. But the first couple of years is what I'm really kind of doing as the plant's establishing itself, or the trees establish itself in the container. Then that's, what I'm doing is trying to shape it and let it grow and get that shape that's really going to be optimal for it. And so I do a bit of pruning that I can to keep up with it. And as far as what I'll be doing down the road, that's just kind of comes as it goes, and see where the tree needs that, maybe needs some more space depending on the growth that we get during the season. But yeah, I've got most of my trees kind of shaped just the way I want them now, and they're going into their third, fourth year as far as the apples and the peaches. But I also have a pear that I just started this last season, so it's basically in its second season, and so I'll be looking to keep working on the shape of that, is just to, I want it to come out and instead of
Yeah.
just going straight up like a lot of them will. I have one of my apple trees that just doesn't seem to want to take shape. So I'm still
I,
working on that one a little bit too. But yeah, that's the thing. Especially it's you want them to really get out as much as possible too, especially with a container tree to be able to have that space and get as much
yeah.
off of it as you can.
Are you
Yeah.
doing anything to I know that some people will almost like tie down branches so that they come up off the main stem and then or yeah, main stalk and then kind of loop out. Um
Yeah.
if you
I
kind of
have.
like anchor that branch down, then it kind of creates almost like a shelf for it to go out and up. Do
Yeah.
you do anything like that?
Well, for the most part, I haven't, but I did do that with one branch that I had. In fact, it was on the peach tree a few years ago, and I just knew that taking that off was going to create this space in the tree that I didn't want to do. But the way it
Yeah.
was growing was just like, I'm like, I need something there in that space. So I did do that. I took a string, kind of tied it up to the end of the branch that was growing in that upward fashion. Just like you said, I just kind of pulled it down, tied it to the trunk to hold it down to, make sure I
Yeah.
kept that shape that I wanted. And that's a good idea, definitely to be doing in order to, again, make that spread out shape all the way
Yeah.
around. So you're getting that kind of rounded shape by having those bottom branches spreading out. And then you
Yeah.
got the ones that kind of grow up. And then you got to watch out with those ones growing up a bit too, though, because then they start branching out and then you're getting all these things crossing up later on. So I try to make sure that's most of the pruning I'm doing with the older trees now is kind of
Yeah.
making sure I'm not getting those ones that are going to eventually be crossing and really just kind of, I don't know, cluttering up the center of the tree.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you want that
Mhm.
good airflow, good light penetration and all that stuff. So,
Yeah.
heck yeah.
Yeah. You want to get any airflow, light getting in, and all that sort of stuff as well. I mean, it's just a real important part of doing that. But yeah, again, though, too, just really kind of excited this year for the trees to see how they've kind of advanced in seeing if I can start getting some of the harvests I want, similar to what I did with the peach.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. Again, too, like we started off talking about, there is the weather issues and whether or not, they, again start producing flowers
Yeah.
too
Too
early
early.
before it starts doing that. The buds, I guess, are not too much of an issue as long as they don't open up,
Yeah.
before the those last frosts start happening. So that'll really start limiting what the production on the tree will be later on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I
Right.
think I don't know. I think we're supposed to get a little bit more snow. So,
Yeah, I was just seeing that on the weather report too, and kind of nationally too. I think there's just this big winter push that's going to happen across the country. So
yeah.
we'll see what happens. We'll see what
Hang
happens. We
tight, plant
haven't,
release.
yeah, and we got to take whatever kind of snow or whatever stuff we can get too. When it comes down to it, but
Yeah.
it's again just really difficult when it warms up so much before that stuff happens. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Totally. Yeah.
we'll see how it
Hard.
goes. But I'm definitely ready to start moving on from winter. I'm just one of those people. I could live without winter.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
could completely live without winter.
I always, like I'm typically done with every season by the time it like transitions, which is why I am a committed Oregonian. Like I don't want to live anywhere where it's winter all the time. I don't want to live
Yeah,
anywhere where it's, summer all the time. Like
right. You
Texas
need
is
those
probably not the
transitions,
space
huh?
for me. Yeah, I need that transition for sure. Just if nothing else, so that I can appreciate each one, so that I can
Yeah,
be at the end of winter and be like, wow, I'm really looking forward to summer and be, blazing hot summer and like, geez, I wish it was snowing.
right.
Keeps the perspective real. So
Yeah, yeah. I'm just a little different though. I'm one of those people who loves the heat. I love it when it's warm. I've always told people that if I if I had it my way and I would completely chase summers for the rest of my life.
Yeah,
I
you'd
would live
just be like
I
a
live on
snowbird.
both sides of the globe, and as soon as one side is starting to cool down and head towards winter, all the way down to the other side and start it all over again and just do summers just for the rest of my life.
That's
I
awesome.
when I was younger though, I mean I went to high school in Alaska. So
Okay, yeah.
I've lived in the coldest of the cold, and I did not like that any bit.
Yeah, no way.
And I got enough of that when I was there. And so the idea of living in any sort of colder climates just really is not for me completely. So the
Yeah.
more south I can go, the better off I'm gonna be.
I am so jealous of those y- like those LA growers that we've talked about.
Yeah.
Like I mean, like you have like an amazing season to just grow everything that you want and then
Yep.
do it again before before this year even ends. Like, man, yeah, it would be nice to have
Yeah,
that
it
option.
would be. I mean, like I said, that's really. I think I've loved LA for many, many years. I think I would just love to be down there. Which really, this is a great opportunity to also mention to everybody that we do have a Facebook group for our Let's Get Growing community. Let's Get Growing, a Facebook group, and that's a great place for everybody to get together and to join in on the conversation after the show's over and all of that, and to get together with the whole urban gardener community and to be able to either ask questions or help other people with gardens or just show off your garden when it comes down to it. And one of our favorite gardeners, probably one of the most prolific contributors to our Let's Get Growing group, is Wayne down in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
This guy always has the goods when it comes to gardening all year round. And I think he really keeps our gardening spirits up during the winter season too. So he's a real big reason why you'll want to join the Facebook group, the Let's Get Growing group, is to be able to check out all the sort of things that he's growing in his gardens, through all of that too. Just really amazing gardener, always growing something new, always got something to show off. I get, like I said, get pretty jealous of some of the things he's got going on there too. But yeah, so again, go check out that group, check out the Facebook group there, and also go check out our website at letsgetgrowing.live so you can learn a little bit more about our show coming up. We have that website thanks to our guest right now, Asia, who really helped me out in figuring out how to get this website all put together and everything. And and soon we'll be kind of adjusting and adding on to things on the website as we're going to start announcing more of our guests coming up. In fact, I got to get on there and change it out real quick to highlight the fact that we have Wendy Fan on the show coming up this next Saturday for our very first show. She'll be our featured guest. So I'm really excited about that. Wendy's a great first guest for us on our show. She's been on many of our different videos and appeared on our Urban Gardener channel several different times, and a really good friend of the channel. So really excited about that conversation with her, and then also to be able to highlight some of our Insta gardeners that are out there and to spotlight some of our channel of the week as well too. So you get to learn a lot more about that and some of our upcoming shows and everything and what the show's all about at Let's Get Growing.live. And again too, get on there and check out that tab for the Get Involved tab there and fill out the form and contribute some of your garden stories and some pictures and all of that sort of stuff so that we can share those on our show too, because that's a big part of what our show is similar to kind of this conversation we're having here today on this live stream, is just to kind of have not just us being here talking and going over the things in our gardens, but for you as well out there to be able to contribute to the show, ask questions, leave comments, and also, do things again through the Get Involved tab on letsgetgrowing.live to actually be on the show where we can highlight your gardens and your garden stories, or also maybe contribute one of our audience introductions. So, excellent. Go check that stuff out for sure.
Yeah, I am so stoked to see how, to meet Wendy and see how that conversation goes. I was checking out her channel the other day, and I think I'm going to take some of her advice for starting sweet potatoes. I've grown them for like a couple seasons now, and they've kind of been a little bit imperfect. I usually like want to nail something right out of the gate. And so I've been like a little peeved that it hasn't been as easy as I want it to be, but each year has gotten better. So I was really excited to see that she has so many awesome videos on the sweet potatoes. So I'm stoked to
Anything in particular that you picked up that you're going to try?
Yeah, so I think in one of them she kind of talks about like kind of like laying out the sweet potatoes just in like a shallow like soil situation, and then taking all of your slips off of that. So this last year I grew 2 different varieties of sweet potato. One is like a purple flesh plus like a purple like meat, and then like a more traditional like orange sweet potato. So I saved a couple of the actual tubers from those, and so then I'm just gonna follow her instructions, and basically you just kind of lightly, like, you bury them in the soil but don't totally cover them, just kind of keep them moist, and then they'll start producing those shoots, and then from there you can just take your slip cuttings off of that and then start rooting them, and
And that's versus the idea of utilizing water, right?
A lot of people do water.
And I found the soil method works a lot better too, instead of water. That's what I've done as well too. And then you use them for the soil, like you said. You wait for the slips to come up and you pop those slips off, and then you kind of just stick them in some water, let them root up a little bit. And if you're getting started at the right time, then hopefully those roots are nice and ready to go right into the garden after the last frost date that we have. So that's a really good idea there.
I'm excited. I think one of the keys is going to be getting enough. In the last couple of years I've only started like a handful of slips, but this year I just want to have a ton so that I can just kind of let them take over.
Yeah, exactly, right. Let's see. Ray was like, we grew sweet potatoes very easily in SoCal, but struggled this year in Grants Pass.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, the greens have grown really well, and I have not eaten, but I have heard that the greens are really good to, like, you can steam them and cook them in a lot of ways that you would cook like collard greens or something. And then, but the tuber production has not been awesome. So I'll have to, see what tweaks I can make there for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely something I know she talks about in her sweet potato videos, is making sure you're utilizing the leaves in your food instead, not just focusing on those tubers, because the leaves are pretty good too. It's awesome. Yeah, she does a lot of really cool stuff. She's got, and she uses, again, one of my, favorite things is being able to utilize small spaces to get really optimal production. And if you see her garden, I've gotten to go into and visit this garden, and it really is just this little narrow pathway that runs along the side of her apartment building, and it's got a fence between the wall and the fence is not even 4 feet, I would say, maybe 4 feet, somewhere in there. And then she's got stuff growing all the way up one side and up the other, and really utilizes vertical growing. So she's really good at making sure that she's getting every bit of her space utilized, so she's an excellent gardener to be following along as far as small space gardening in the city, for sure, because she does such a great job with it. And following her channel too is one of the things, is that she is incredibly fun. She is an incredibly fun person. Her videos are she's dancing around and just loving every minute of what she's doing too. So
Yeah,
again, and
yeah.
one of the reasons why I'm really excited about having her on the show too is she's just such a great gardening spirit. So I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, that's a super fun energy to have, like especially sometimes I can get bogged down by the like frustrations of gardening. And
Yep.
it's just so nice to remember that like, hey, like it's all okay. This is great. We're
Yep.
growing food, we're growing flowers, like yeah, that's a really fun energy
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure.
We're supposed to be enjoying this process,
Yeah, yeah. This is
when it
fun.
comes
This
to
is relaxing, right?
yep, yep. And then I'm similar though too when it comes to some things. It's just like, I've got this idea of what I want to accomplish, what I want to happen, and what I want these plants to end up, when it comes down to it. And I can get frustrated too with like, this didn't work out. I'm gonna have to
Sure.
wait until next year in order to try this again and all of that. But if you're keeping yourself occupied with enough stuff in your garden, you got enough stuff growing, you should just enjoy the process. Let that stuff go. Again, it's like it's like baseball. When your team isn't doing very well, there's always next year.
Totally. Yeah, right? Yeah. I know. I oh, I had this like professor in school who was like, "We do not worry about dead plants." And as like as I'm like learning this stuff, I'm like, "What? Like what do you mean?" He was like, "We don't baby plants. We don't worry about dead plants. Like there is another plant to put in the ground and keep on going."
Yeah,
Like, okay,
yeah.
so I like yeah, just try to
if
kind of
it's not if
carry
it's not growing that well, or some plants get kind of stunted and you can just tell they're not going to go anywhere,
yeah.
get it out of there, move
Yeah,
on,
like
just pull it,
exactly. There's
move on.
yeah, there's something else that can occupy that space and
Yep.
do its thing. So
Yeah, and I can be bad about that too sometimes. Sometimes I just want to baby something along. I'm like, oh man, something's gonna happen, And some things I've actually been surprised about, like it
yeah,
didn't, they didn't look too well to begin with, and then next thing you know, some change or something happens, and next thing you know, it's boom, and they're up producing and doing all sorts of stuff. So, some things, I guess you could, if you really want to, don't give up on them, but I like the advice that you got there. Just don't don't worry about something that isn't going to be doing very well, and make sure that you're
yeah,
taking advantage of that space with something that that will eventually. So yeah,
yeah,
that's really cool.
yeah.
Sure.
Are you growing anything new or unique this year? Anything funky or
Yeah, well, actually, because I was mentioning this actually just a little bit earlier. A friend of mine I know from one of the local Facebook groups here for the gardening groups here in my area, who we've been friends with for a while. She just got a hold of me like last week and was like, "Hey, do you want some starts? I've got more than I could ever have of this of a plant called celerac."
okay, yeah.
Yeah, and it's celery, but you don't grow it for the stalks. You grow it for the actual root bulb that they
Yeah.
form. And so I've never grown that. I'm kind of fascinated with the idea. She says, you just use it like potato, and it's like a potato with a celery flavor to it. So I'm really interested in, how that works out and everything too. But I went over to her place to pick these plants up, and I was like, man, you're not kidding, you have more than you can deal with. Like, she had just hundreds of them, and she's like, yeah, and I still got another flat coming up that I
Oh
got
my
to
gosh.
separate out too. I was like, you know what, you might just let those go, because there ain't much you're going to be able to do with what's
Yeah.
going on right now. But yeah, so I've got a bunch of those actually just across the room right now, that got to wait till we get closer to the last frost date and get them put out in the garden. So I'm really interested to see how well those do. So
Yeah.
again, too, I love trying something new and different each year, and even things that I don't even, these ones I'm actually really interested in trying and eating, but I'll grow things, I'm not much of an eggplant person.
Yeah.
I've tried it before. I don't really care too much for eggplant, but I love growing these plants. I love I like growing these different varieties of them and everything too. So, and that was one of the things I did this last year. It was kind of my goal was to try these different eggplants and grow the eggplants out. And yeah, that and one I haven't really ever tried, other than maybe in some soups before, is okra.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Another really cool plant. I'm just not too sure about the actual consumption of it, but
Yeah.
again, I want to have the experience of growing it and see how it works and all of that sort of stuff too. So I try those out as well.
Yeah.
How about for you? Anything you got?
Yeah. Yeah. So the two main things that I'm trying this year are chickpeas, garbanzo beans, and peanuts.
Yes.
I've never grown either of them, but I just got my seeds, and so I'm ready. I'm gonna give them a whirl.
Yeah, I gotta try the chickpeas, the garbanzo beans sometime.
Yeah. So I'm a little nervous, but
Right.
they're
I'm sure
not
it'll
like,
work out well.
yeah. It should be all
Peas
right.
or peanuts though. Peanuts are really cool. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a cool plant. One of the more fascinating plants that you can grow in your garden. I grew some I grew some for like 2 seasons in a row a few years back,
Okay.
and again, just really interesting. They grow up, they create this plant that kind of spreads out a bit, and then they just drop these little vines that just go straight down to the ground and go
Yeah.
into the ground, and that's where the peanuts form. It's just one of the coolest things.
Okay. Yeah. That's super neat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So the whole process of those I just really dig. So I think again too, I want to try growing some more peanuts again sometime as well too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, here's the
They seemed like um kind of quirky, like most people think that like nut, right? They associate peanuts with like tree nuts and think they might
right.
grow on a tree or something, but yeah, they grow entirely under the
Under
seed
the
is underground. The
Yeah.
nut part is
And the
underground.
way they do it is just so interesting. Like with something that grows in the ground, you're thinking it's at the base of the plant,
Yeah.
and then it's growing out from the root system underneath of the ground. That's where these things literally just kind of just grow right off of the stems and just head straight until they find the ground, and then they just
Dang.
bury themselves right into the ground. And if you got a good plant, you're getting a bunch of them going in all different directions into the ground.
Yeah.
So pull it out. When you pull it out, the whole stems kind of pull in as you're pulling these things up out of the ground. Similar like you would with, say, potatoes. You're pulling the potato plant
Okay.
out, but it's again they come from the base of the plant, whereas the peanuts are coming from all around the plant and all these different spots that they found themselves dug into. Again,
That's
just really
awesome.
fascinating, really really fascinating. Real quick, I just want to mention Wisconsin Vegetable Gardener just made a comment just a little bit ago. You're not a good gardener until you kill around 1,000 plants.
Totally.
And that's the truth too. And I see this with people in different groups because every year in the gardening community and these different groups, new gardeners are coming in, people who haven't gardened much before and don't have really any experience. And similar, like we're talking about, we get this idea of what we want and what we're trying to grow, and if it doesn't work out, it's just like it's a real kind of bummer. And I try to tell people the very same thing that Wisconsin Vegetable Gardener is trying to say there, is that you're going to kill more plants than you're going to be successful at when you're getting started. You can't let that dissuade you. You got to learn that, learn the process and try to enjoy it the best as
Yeah.
possible, because even if something doesn't work out, you're learning something. And that
Exactly.
again,
Those deaths are valuable.
yep. And again, similar, like I say, just like baseball, if your team's not doing good, if your plant's not doing good this year, you're learning something, you're developing a certain, a better skill, and then you got next year. And next year you can give it another shot, and you know what? You're gonna eventually get good at it. and you'll be growing those sort of things like no problem. But trying to think that you're going to get something instant off of learning how to garden isn't really the best frame of mind or process to be taken on when you're doing that, because I mean, and I've been gardening for years, and I'm still killing so much stuff, and I'm still, trying to get certain things right or work on other things and stuff like that. And it's all a part of the process.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, getting down towards the end of the hour here and all of that, I just, I kind of want to remind everybody who's watching or following along with us here on our live stream and all of that we have this really fun show coming up here this Saturday. Let's Get Growing, gardening live cast that we're going to have here on the Urban Gardener channel. Again, that's going to be this Saturday, February 25th, and the show will start at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That'll be 2 p.m. Eastern, and whatever kind of falls in the middle there, if you're in those other time zones, just match it up with 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to get this show started. We've been working on it for quite a while, and we're really excited about what we got coming up for this first spring season of our show. And again, we've got basically the one handling all the nuts and bolts of the whole process and everything here with us. This is Asia, who's going to be producing. And actually, where I'm sitting right now is where she'll be sitting while we're doing the show, and she'll be pushing all the buttons and making all the magic happen. And again, I'm really thankful that you joined on with this process to be able to help make this happen. Is there anything that you think or you're looking forward to or you think is going to be really exciting about our show coming up this season?
Oh man. The whole process is so exciting to me. Like I have done live stream kind of things in the past, and so that is super fun to me. Like I love having the audience and engaging with people. So yeah, I think the audience component of it is definitely fun for me. I like having that collaborative spirit. I like the way that we've set it up as far as like having so many like opportunities for audience engagement. Like, like we want to hear all your garden stories, and we want to see all the cool stuff that you're out there doing. And so I think that's probably the thing that I'm most excited about. And then all of our super cool guests, like, people that maybe you wouldn't get to otherwise like have a kind of like one-on-one conversation with. I'm really excited to get to
that's really
those folks.
That's the really fun thing and the real cool thing I think about, especially like our featured guest segment. As we finish up the show, we'll get a nice long form podcast style interview with some of these industry leaders, these bigger YouTubers, these authors, and all these sort of people that we all in the garden community follow along with in our gardening experience. And what we'll be able to do is kind of dig in and get to know them just a little bit differently than you would by watching their own shows and their own content and all of that. So that's what's gonna be really exciting to me. We talked about in the last hour, Michelle, she's really excited about Greg Peterson being on the show, and to be able to kind of dig into his basically, his garden story. We're going to be digging into everybody's garden story. That is kind of the ultimate theme of the whole show itself, is that, we're all getting that chance to learn a little bit more about each of us and our guests and all of that too. And so there's gonna be a lot of real fun things when it comes to that. I think myself, I'm really excited about also getting to know and have some of these, like our channel of the week segment, to get to know some of these other small YouTube gardeners. My channel's not this big channel and all of that. I'm still one of those small YouTube gardeners. So, these people are really right in my community and all of that. So to get to know a lot of them and to be able to have conversations with them and feature their channels and stuff, I think it's going to be really great, because that's not something that, and I think one of the things that makes our show just a little bit more unique is that's not something that's really available out there for people
Mhm.
who are content creators in the gardening space, is this opportunity to be able to have a spot where you can be on someone else's channel and kind of show and highlight what you are doing yourself too. So I think
Yeah.
that's, not just a great opportunity for us here on the show and the people watching our show to get to know them better, but also a great opportunity for them to be able to again tell their garden story and what's behind all of their channel and all of that sort of stuff too. And that'll be similar with the Instagram gardeners too. A lot of
Yeah.
Instagram gardeners, are, they're making and developing reels, or they're putting out pictures and those sort of things. And some of them do some sort of live streaming and this and that, but we'll have them on our show and really be able to get behind the scenes of what they're doing, talk about their garden story, and get to know them just a little bit better. And so overall, we just, hopefully creating a really cool, fun, unique show that's just all based on the idea of the garden community having a space to be able to come together and get to know each other better.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, that community aspect is definitely, and it's not really something that I have had. Like, I kind of garden myself in a little bit of isolation, and so
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to, like, yeah, seeing what kind of cool stuff other people are up to, and yeah, make those connections.
Yep, exactly too. And yeah, again, being the person who gets to be behind the scenes, behind the camera, making all the magic happen and all of that, just really, really exciting, and really excited to see what we do and how we get that all put together when it comes down to a finished product, because we've
Yeah,
been thinking about this and we've been putting together ideas, and we've got this vision, and so now
totally.
we're going to be able to make this vision come alive here in just a few days. And
Yeah.
again, we got a ton of work to do. So, but at the same time, again, we're going to really have a really great show, a unique
Yeah.
show, something that's different than what you're getting out in the gardening world. So hopefully people really catch on to that, and our work pays off in the long run, and the audience really enjoys what we're doing. So that's really going to be awesome. So other than that, I think we are winding down this hour here, and I just want to again thank you all for joining with us on this live stream here. We are now getting ready to cruise into our 6th hour, which I can't believe. Again, like I say, I got to start. I was like, oh, what did I get myself into earlier? But everything seems to be going really great. I've been enjoying the conversation that we've had with everybody so far. And also, again, to also give everybody an opportunity to be able to peek into the live stream whenever they have time throughout the day to kind of see what we've got going on, and be able to also have a conversation with everybody who's involved with the show. In the last hour, we had Michelle Hatherall, who is our associate producer and helps us with our booking and our social media. And we've got here with us this hour our amazing producer, Asia Darling, to help us make sure that we got this show running just as smoothly as possible. And again,
Here's
thank you
the
so much
focus. Yeah.
for joining in on this project and helping us out with doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. I'm super happy to be here.
All right, awesome. So with that, I'll go ahead and let you go. And again, I'll be seeing you here real soon as we really get down to some of these final work that we need to do in order to get this all put together. But really great to have someone who's really easy to work with and fun to work with. And like I said, 5 days to go.
Here we go. All right. We'll see you
All
all
right.
soon. Thank
All
you.
right.
Bye,
You
Nick.
take care. Bye bye. All right. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, man. Can you believe it? We're about ready to roll into what is going to be our 6th hour on this live stream. I think the longest live stream I've done was probably about an hour and a half, maybe just a little bit more than that. And now here we are getting ready to hit 6 hours on the live stream. So really fun so far. We've had a really great talk with everybody. Um, And if you haven't had a chance and you've just joined along with us, or haven't seen what we were who we talked to earlier in the show, come back and check out the replay, and that way you can just kind of fast forward and get in anywhere throughout the show, and you can check out some of the conversations we had with our friend Christopher Bransdahl, who joined with us from Norway, and shared with us a bunch about his indoor gardening and his spaces that he has up there in Norway, and some of the things that we're looking forward to doing in our upcoming season. And then just a couple hours ago, we were joined with Michelle, our associate producer for the show, and her daughter Ray gave us a really cool little fun tour around their gardening spaces, and really got to see how fun and exciting gardening is for her daughter there, and just a great personality. Really, really loved that conversation with them. And then, of course, this last hour, having talk with Asia, our producer of the show, the person who's really going to be help make everything go. So again, I hope all of you have been enjoying the live stream so far, and we are doing this live stream in promotion of that show, Let's Get Growing, our Urban Gardener live cast, and that'll be coming up here this Saturday, February 25th. And for a little bit more information on the show, get down and check out that website there at letsgetgrowing.live. And be sure to subscribe to the channel here if you haven't yet. And, hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Really great to have all of you with me here. And if you have any questions or anything like that, also get into the chat box there and let us know any questions that you have for us. Now, hopefully here in just a little bit, we'll be joined with our friend and garden educator from up in Portland, Oregon, Mark Boucher Colbert. Now, he should be getting finished up with his day at school, where he teaches all sorts of ages in school, all about gardening and growing and all of that there that he has up there. And so he should be finishing up with that and joining along with us here pretty soon. So I'm really looking forward to that conversation. We'll talk probably just a little bit about our recent trip that I took up to Seattle for the Northwest Flower and Garden Show. That was really, really fun. But I think, the garden show itself was really awesome. There were so many things there to check out and to see. It's a really great way to get all that anticipation of the upcoming gardening season. It's just a great way to get started with all of that. But while I was up there, I also went to a place they call the Amazon Spheres. Now, the Amazon Spheres are these, like, I think it's like, it would, if you imagine like three bubbles kind of joined together in three, and it's, these big domes, and they're probably 2-3 stories high, and they're right in downtown Seattle. And yeah, they grow a climate controlled environment inside, where they have not just things kind of growing in all these different spots with like some waterfalls and stream type things that happen with just hundreds of different varieties of plants growing all over the place. They've got like these big trees that come up, these big just all sorts of really awesome stuff. And then they also have this wall. It goes up a couple of stories, and it's huge. And this wall is built with I don't know, this sort of I don't know what kind of fabric they use, but the wall has these pockets, and it's just a big wall of all these pockets that they have plants just growing out of, and it's just this huge wall. Now, on my channel, when I first went to, I think it was my first flower and garden show that I did a few years back, I was walking around downtown and just saw this. I came around a corner. I was like, "Whoa, what is this? What is this deal? This is really amazing." So I took out the phone to try to make a little video. But as I got up there to find out that it wasn't at the time available for the public to be able to go in and walk around and check that out. That space was originally built and intended for Amazon employees, and it was just an exclusive space for them. But they did have like a little visitor center down below called the understory, where you could go in and you could look around at the little different displays that they have that kind of show how the whole place was built, how it's climate controlled. They show you kind of little examples of those the pocket wall and all that sort of stuff. And I made a video showing all of those things, and kind of highlight some of the other little videos so you can kind of see what's going on the inside there. And so you can check that out if you search our video page on the channel. You can check that out and see that that video there. And then hopefully in the next week or so, I'm going to get the video I made of my tour inside all edited down for everybody, so you can see exactly what's going on in there, and take a walk through. I walked through the whole thing and got a bunch of really good video and a bunch of looks at all sorts of different things that they have growing on there. So really, really cool, really awesome. And yeah, I'm excited about getting that all edited down for everybody to check that out too. So again, I think that was probably my my favorite thing out of the whole trip, was actually being able to finally get inside of those Amazon spheres. The show, though, the Northwest Flower and Garden Show, again, just a spectacular show. It's a huge show, and it's held at the they call the Seattle Convention Center. I think it used to be called the Washington Convention Center, but it's held in the Convention Center there, right downtown Seattle, and they've just got a couple of different floors of all of these just amazing things. Tons of like garden vendors showing off all sorts of different things that products and things like that you could use in your garden, as well as plant vendors. I mean, tons, so many. And I love indoor house plants. Tons of varieties of house plants, and so many different booths of all these different plant vendors and everything. And I saw so many different varieties of house plants that I've never seen before too. In fact, I think I got right here. Pull it up real quick. No, I don't have it right here. There it is, actually. So I did pick up a couple of different plants, this being one of them, a philodendron that I really like, these really glossy leaves that it has and everything too. So I just got this while I was there, and got to pot this into another container. But yeah, just tons and tons of really cool things when it comes to plants and vendors and the exhibits there. They put these really cool exhibits of landscape design artists who get these spaces to kind of design up these different things, and in these different spaces, of what would be kind of possible in an outdoor gardening space. And just amazing, some of the ideas and the artistry that these people put into these exhibits. It just really, really, really enjoyed that part of the show. It's probably the best part, and they had some really great exhibits this year. And again, also, I did a really cool tour video where I could take you around and show you all of the different things going on at that flower and garden show that will get edited and put out coming up here hopefully this week. And so you can get a chance to take a look at all of the things that I got to experience while I was there. Plus, the one part we didn't really cover too much of, which is probably one of the biggest parts of the whole show, actually, is they have these huge kind of halls where people can these garden speakers come in. They give these really great garden talks and seminars and things there, and they get so many really awesome, knowledgeable gardeners with a lot of great experience in all sorts of aspects of gardening, and they get them tons of people. The show is 5 days, I think, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and all 5 days, all day long, There's all of these just really awesome seminars and talks by so many different gardeners, so that you try to balance your time, for whatever. I only had a couple of days there, but balancing your time to see the speakers that you want versus getting a chance to tour around and check out all of the different exhibits and all of the other things that are going there. There's just so much to do that really the 2 days that I had there definitely was not enough time to be able to soak in everything that's there. It's such a big show. So if you have the opportunity, this next year, every year it's in the mid February that they put on that show. I would definitely encourage you to go check out that show and try to schedule as many days as you possibly can in order to go and watch or go and check out all the different things that are there. uh, I got to I got to go see a speaker that was there who actually wrote a book that I really enjoy. I want to actually talk about that a little bit before Mark comes on. Um, yeah, this book here is called Garden Variety. Let's see, make sure you see that. Garden Variety by Christy Wilhelmi. And she's a really great gardener who has put out other books on gardening, and just those real, you know, I don't want to say typical, but the usual type of gardening book with lots of great tips and advice and all those sort of things in order to help you succeed in your gardens. She has those types of books, but what she came up with here in this book, Garden Variety, I thought was just really awesome. And you don't see as many of these types of things put together. And this is a novel. It's a novel. This is a story of a lady named Lizzie who has a community garden plot, and she meets someone in this plot who's a newcomer, and develops this whole story of how that relationship develops, as well as the other people in the community garden. So there's all the drama that comes along with having these different spaces and how people interact with each other when it comes to community gardens, which I've actually experienced in the community garden plot that I've grown in here locally as well too. So kind of brings a lot of that sort of stuff to life, as well as just like with any really good story or any good novel, there's your villain and there's your hero as well too, which exists within this story. And it has a lot of really great elements to it. So I would really recommend to you all to check out and purchase or get one of these books. You can find it on Amazon. You can probably find it at her website. Let's see if there's a website. Well, I know it says that. Oh, well, you can find her on Instagram at Garden Nerd One, and Facebook. If you go to facebook.com and put /Christy Gardening Books, Christy Gardening Books, and you'll see her different books, and this will be featured too. So I'm sure there's a link and all of that to find this. But yeah, I would definitely go out and get this. I highly recommend it to everybody, because it's kind of you don't get a good gardening story novel very often. And another thing that she's able to do with this is she's able to also interweave all of those tips and advice and all of that sort of stuff into the story and all of that sort of thing. So again, really recommend that book. Recommend that you go get it. In fact, I said again, she was there at the Flower and Garden show, and that was one of the things I think I did. I probably helped her sell a bunch of different books because I was recommending it to everybody I saw. So really great. Great to have been able to see her there. She did a talk on composting that I saw, and I think she did a couple of others as well too. But yeah, and hopefully, if everything goes right, we'll be able to schedule her to be one of our featured guests in our upcoming summer season of Let's Get Growing live cast. So hopefully that'll happen, right? And we'll be able to get an interview and dig into the process of how she came about putting together that book, Garden Variety, and talk about some of her other books and the things that she does on her social media at Garden Nerd as well too. So lots of great content that she puts out there too. So that would be really awesome to have as well. All right. And if you're here still with our show or you're just joining in and you haven't yet already, be sure to hit the thumbs up button for our show here and give our show or our live stream today a thumbs up. And yeah, and if you haven't yet already, too, get into the chat box there. Let us know you're here. Let us know what you got growing on. I'd love to hear about some of your gardens, and if you got any garden questions or anything like that, I'd love to hear from you there. Other than that, we're just kind of moving along here today. We're like I said, we're already into our 6th hour of an 8+ hour live stream here that we're doing. And again, I'm really kind of surprised. Everything's kind of moved right along today for this live stream. When I first got, when I was first, or actually when I got home from Seattle last night, I was like, oh, wow, I can't believe I actually signed up to do this whole 8-hour live stream. I wasn't sure how everything was going to go. And ultimately, other than some few sound issues, and hopefully everything's going all right with the sound too. I haven't heard from anybody about that. So hopefully it's still sounding all right. And yeah, so other than that, everything's been going really well. We've had some really cool, fun conversations with not only our guests that we've had on here to join with us, but also everybody else who's gotten into the chat box there to let us know that they're here. All right. Yeah, one of the things that we've actually kind of been talking about a little bit too is that we're just at that cusp of end of winter, moving towards springtime. And for me, this last winter, I didn't get much of an opportunity to do very much gardening in my gardening spaces. I mean, it's one of the things I've been really trying to work on over the last couple of seasons, was to really stretch out into the winter season more and really work on getting some of those colder crops that can grow during the winter season. But this last fall, as I was just getting ready to start planning a lot of that, I was hit with the news that the owner of my property, this is like a duplex I live in, so it's 2 different units here, and I live right on this alleyway here in town where I do most of my gardening and all of that in my back patio. But I was hit with the news that the owner of the property passed away, which is really unfortunate, as I've been here for going on now 11 years at this property. And, I've got all these great spaces that I've developed and worked into some of these really cool garden spaces, small space gardening, which we really highlight mostly on our Urban Gardener channel. But yeah, so with that news, meant that the property has now changed hands to the heirs or whoever it is that inherited the property, and they immediately just, they're ready to cash in on this property and basically put up their different properties for sale. So they own a couple of different duplexes and other properties around town, and they've put them all up for sale to be sold. And so that just kind of puts me in kind of a limbo here. So I did, without knowing whether or not I was going to be here much longer, or whether or not I was going to get to stay, with the new owner or anything. I just really kind of held off any sort of plans of continuing to do anything until I got more news on that. And that's kind of where I've been actually for a few months now. And we've kind of gotten to that point where we're getting close enough to spring again that I want to get growing. I can't wait. my gardening hands need to get working as soon as possible when it comes to things, and without having any definitive news about what's going on, I'm at this point where I'm just going to have to start planning things anyways, and start planting and start seeding things out, and just start going and see where we go from there. A few weeks back, though, they actually accepted an offer from someone who, was a real, seemed like he was a really cool guy. Of course, they come through and they get to tour around the unit and the property, and so I get to meet them as they're coming through. But and this gentleman was, really nice, really awesome, really liked the idea that I'd lived here for so long and all of that. So when I heard that he was the person that they accepted the offer from, I was really kind of excited about that. And so a week or so later, after I got the news that he was the one who accepted the offer, he shows back up for their inspection so that they can make their final offer or ask for whatever types of changes and things that they need. So him and his inspectors show up, and immediately, of course, my first question to him was, "Hey, man, do I get to stay here? Am I going to be able to stay uh, uh, and continue to rent this place?" And basically, this other guy, I mean, he's the same guy, but this other person showed up. He wasn't that really cool, fun, excited guy about how I was here for all that time. He was really cold and really was just like, nope, absolutely not. I'm having everybody leave. I'm gutting this place out. And, that doesn't allow me to keep anybody in there, as it's going to take saying it's going to take months for me to get the place fixed up to the way he wanted it and all that sort of stuff. So, I mean, right off the bat, right there, I was just like, my jaw drops and I'm like, what? Oh no, that the worst case scenario, in this whole situation was what he was presenting me with. And I wasn't, I was not feeling too well about all of that, because, I've got these spaces. Again, I've been here for 11 years. I've developed, this whole channel through all of these different growing spaces that I have, our cement back patio, our fence line in the back alleyway, the side alleyway, all these different things, the front side of the house. We've got our herb garden and all of these sort of things that we've got here, are just, really a part of what I really enjoy about gardening and doing this channel. So I was presented, with that idea that, okay, well, I guess all of this is going to be done with. I'm going to have to move on to some other spaces somewhere else and develop those. Well, it kind of presents a new kind of, I don't know if it's necessarily exciting opportunity to be able to do some new things and make some newer content on doing that sort of stuff. But it was kind of a bummer until another week passes by and I get a call from both the realtor and the property manager here, and they're basically like, yeah, actually the owner canceled the sale to that person and denied his final offer, and basically put the place back on the market again and all of that. So it just put me right back to where I was, but at least I wasn't, it wasn't definitive that I was going to be having to move. So that's pretty cool, but at the same time I'm still, again, back in that limbo state, waiting for the next offer to be put in, waiting for ultimately the person who gets the final offer and buys the place so that I can negotiate or see where they're at with allowing me to stay here and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I'd ultimately rather be staying than moving, but when it comes down to it, as I said, a new place present new opportunities in order to do some different things when it comes to that. So maybe in the long run that would be the you know uh, the better route in a sense. I'm not, I just, again, would rather pretty much stay here if I could. But yeah, that's pretty much the situation for me in this place, in these gardens. But again, we're gonna just kind of jump in and start growing anyways to get our season started, and we'll just kind of see where things land down the road. So, and again, whenever the final offer is accepted and that person's in the process of purchasing this place, then the, by our law here or whatever, here in Oregon, the previous owner has to give me basically a 90-day notice. So I'll have 3 months from that point to, before I actually have to move and get into another place. So that does buy us some good time to get, into the summertime at this point, uh, you know, barring whatever time frame it takes for a new owner to purchase the place. So whatever time frame that takes plus an extra 3 months is what I'll get. And that, I think, kind of gives us enough time right now to really get through into our spring gardening, growing some cold crops here as we'll get started and seeded out here in the next couple of weeks. And then again, I'll just start working on plant starts when it comes to our tomatoes and our peppers and our other more summertime crops. We'll direct seed, we'll just get things growing. And then, when it comes down to it, if I don't end up keeping the place, they can all kind of enjoy whatever I leave behind that'll be growing for them, especially when it comes to the alleyways, the back alleyway and all that sort of stuff that isn't necessarily a part of the property. They'll have those sort of things growing, and again, maybe even, that'll buy us enough time to really get things greened up around here, and maybe they'll want to keep me here because of seeing how awesome everything looks when it's really in full growth, because everybody's been looking through and touring this place during the wintertime when I've actually kind of shut down a lot of this stuff because of, like I said, being in this kind of hiatus right now. So it isn't the best looking out there. And in fact, I'll get everybody out here in the next week or two to be able to kind of check all of that out as I start getting our garden journal videos started back up again for the season. And we'll kind of go over all that stuff. We'll talk about all the different things and projects and things that we got to get started and working on. I definitely got also another thing here on the side alleyway where I put up these vertical cattle panel um, beds that I set up this last year. I had an issue with that because my neighbor across the alleyway had a couple of trees in his backyard space, and one of them actually is just this tree that leans, and it leaned to the point that if it ended up falling over at any time, it would cut right through my unit right here, pretty much just right in front of me right here. That tree would have went straight right through here, and I'd been worried about that. um, each year that I've lived here, every time the wind kicks up, my nerves start going up about whether or not that tree is actually gonna fall over or not. So here it is, whether or not I get to stay here or not. But he finally got to the point where he decided to have that tree cut down. But in the process of doing that, they had to open up that back fence of his in order to get in and out. And then they basically just ripped up my garden bed and that vertical frame and everything, cattle panel frame, and, kind of almost just kind of tossed it aside onto the other one. There's two of them actually. So one of them he kind of tossed to the side on top of the other one. I mean, just really just pulled it right up out of the ground. And then trampled all over that space where we had a lot of our flower bulbs, and there's tulips and all sorts of stuff that should be getting ready to pop out here real soon. Plus, just stomping all over the actual bed space where those garden beds were. And I'm trying to deal with this right now between them and the city if it has to happen or something. But they left a bunch of junk and cement and just made a mess of the whole alleyway space on that side there and everything too. So again, depending on what the city and he does about it in that sort of sense, here in a few weeks, I ultimately, if it doesn't get done or taken care of, I'm probably just going to have to get out there and kind of clean it up and fix things up and get that set back up and everything too. Because those vertical space on those cattle panels are perfect, for growing peas and things early on in the cold season. So I want to get those started. I want to get those growing in there. So we'll have to get jumping on that real soon. Let's see here. I'll check on something. Okay. Let's see. Send a message here real quick. Let's see what happens there. All right. So yeah, be sure if you have any questions or anything, or just want to jump in and leave a comment or anything like that, definitely get into our chat box there. And I'd be happy to answer any sort of questions that you have, either about gardening um, or about our upcoming live show, Let's Get Growing Live, which again, just really excited about this show. I think it's just going to be a really fun, unique show. Kind of, again, highlighting different people in the gardening community who are out there, creating content, sharing their gardens and their garden experience with everybody. And will give us a great opportunity to be able to either meet new people if you haven't met them before, or get to know other people who are in the gardening space just a little bit better than you would if you were just kind of following along with their videos or their content, or and authors and different things as well too. So that's going to be really fun. I'm really excited about that. We've got some really cool guests lined up for this first spring season, and our first guest is going to be Wendy Fan. She'll be joining with us. Wendy has a really awesome YouTube channel that she's been doing for the last several years, many years. In fact, she was doing it for a few years before I got started, and she's been really great. Always really willing to jump in there and be a part of the different things that we're doing here on the Urban Gardener. We've done several different videos with her. Um, so yeah, and that'll be our first guest. And again, as well, we'll also have a channel of the week and a Insta Gardener too, as well, joining with us. And then again, great opportunities through our show because it's a live stream on a live format here on YouTube, that you can join in on the conversation, right in our chat box, and be able to, ask questions along the process of the show, with our different guests and all that sort of stuff. So we can, have really cool audience interactive segments in that too, especially our garden stories segment that we have for the show, which I think is going to be really great and a great opportunity for those of you who watch the channel, who are on our Facebook gardening group, to be able to share with us, some pictures and a nice short little story about your gardening experiences, or anything fun, or anything, whether you got a heartfelt story about something, you've got some sort of crazy experience that you've had, or any sort of things like that, or an experience, or how you got started gardening, all those sort of things. Any sort of type of garden story that you'd like to share with us on the show, you can do that by getting on the Let's Get Growing Live website that we have, and then checking that Get Involved tab, and there's a form on there that you can send in to us, and we will get your information and the things that we need in order to get you on our show. And how fun would that be to be a part of the show like that? All right, so it looks like we've got with us here, joining in with us, is Mark. Let's see here, let me make sure I'm on the right tab, and we'll bring him here. Here we go. Oh,
Hey, Nick, how are
there
you?
he is. There he is. Oh, let me do that one. There we go.
Guess
Hey,
where
Mark,
I am
how's it going?
right now.
Oh, look, he's up at the rooftop garden up on Noble Rod. This is a really cool garden space, everybody. He's 4 or 5 stories up on a building at the top of downtown Portland. And
Yeah, let's see if we can get the view in the background here.
yeah,
There's the city of Portland.
right on. Yep, this is how I met Mark several years ago. Was going up there to do a little video I wanted to make of the garden space that they have up there. And it just so happened the day I showed up to do that little video appearance, Mark was there tending to the garden, and he gave us a really cool tour around and showed us everything that was growing on there. And from there, developed a really cool relationship with a really cool gardener. And over the years, we've gotten to do several different videos together, from seed catalogs to microgreens and all sorts of really great stuff. In fact, I think our last video we did was at the school where you teach gardening and all of that too. And we got to see Mark in his teaching state, teaching all sorts of ages of kids how to grow gardens.
Yeah, we've done a lot. We've hit all the hot topics, but you know what? I'm sure we'll still have more to hit. We'll think up some more.
Yeah, for sure.
In fact, we just we had a great time, Enoch, right up on the up in Seattle just a couple of days ago now, and hitting the Northwest Flower and Garden Show. That's always a highlight to do with you.
Yeah, that was also something one of the first things that we got to do together outside of like Noble Rot and what he does. We met up several years, I can't even remember how many years ago now it was, but for one of the Northwest Flower and Garden shows. And then we had all of this interruption in the world for a while, and finally got back to the show this last week up in Seattle. And man, it was amazing, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
so many cool things going on this year. It was even better than I remembered it from the first time.
Yeah, it was totally awesome. I wrote in my journal the other day. It's just like I go every year and it never gets old. I mean, there's some of the same stuff, but there's always so much new variety, and there's always plenty of new things to see and experience. It's kind of like the show itself. I go for 2 or 3 days, and like on the third day, I'm still discovering things. It's just like you just can't wear it out. So it's so multi-level.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was sharing actually here just a little bit ago too with everybody. It was like it's 5 days, and you got just so many things going on, from the exhibits, the vendors, all the sort of things that they're highlighting there. But probably one of the coolest parts of it all is trying to get in when you can to see all these really great garden speakers that they have coming out to do seminars and all sorts of different topics and all that sort of stuff. They just pack in so much into that show, especially when it comes to having all these really prominent speakers show up for their.
Yeah, I always say, if you go for the full 5 days, you can get in for $80. So it costs $80 to go for 5 days. I've never done that before, but if you are prepared to sit yourself down for 8 hours a day, you could potentially take in 40 hours of classes. It's just like it's continuous for $80. So that's like $2 an hour per class, and if you do that for 3 years, you pretty much got like a PhD in gardening. It's like qualifies you as an expert.
It's so there's just so much exactly too, and again too, with so much to see there. And for me, like I only had the 2 days. I think you had one extra day than me, and trying to like, oh, I want to go see this person talk about this, but I also want to go check out this over here, and trying to really gauge the time that you have in order to really get in as much as possible is really hard to do. And that's really one of the great things about it being 5 days too. So you hopefully can find, the opportunity to be able to get as much as you can out of it.
Yeah, it's super fun. For me, it always marks the beginning of the garden season in earnest. Although here, I'm back down in Portland, and I'm planting up the Noble Rot today. But then we're about to have 3 days where the nighttime temps are going to be in the 20s. So I got starts I was ready to set out. Now I got to hold them all back. So it's like, oh man, I was ready to just dive into the garden season, but Mother Nature's saying, wait at least one more week.
I know. And it's kind of something we've kind of touched on a little bit here throughout the day with the different our different guests throughout the day, and is just this, anticipation for one. I mean, it just gets more and more, we got gardening hands that want to be in the soil. And when we get to this time of year, it's just, we want to just start digging in right now. I just want to get going right now. And then Mother Nature kind of, gives us a little wake up call here and there and says, okay, wait a minute, you got to hold off just a little bit. And yeah. So again, for me too, as well, today would have been a perfect day to just really dig in and do some things. Whereas again, like you said, I looked at the weather report and was like, okay, we'll wait a little bit.
That said, I was harvesting kale from my indoor grow room today. So, you can still be gardening. I have some nice LED lights, and in addition to doing some starts for the upcoming season, I'm also growing kale, cilantro, and lettuce under lights. So, I was getting a harvest today. Today's harvest was indoors.
Yeah.
But
We did talk a little bit of that too. Our first guest we had earlier on today was a friend of mine, Christopher Bransdahl, who lives up in Norway. So you got to imagine what it's like for him and the weather and how to deal with things and to actually grow. So he actually built out at his property there a big geothermal greenhouse, so that he can make sure he's getting as much of his gardening and he can and growing things. Plus, he does a lot of really cool indoor hydroponic gardens as well too, and a lot, all sorts of stuff. He's just a really amazing gardener, but he really takes advantage of the indoor space that he can use in order to make sure that he can garden, a really good full season and get a good head start, on other things that he might grow outdoors as well too with his indoor space.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of some artificial light up there, because Mother Nature ain't giving too much for still quite a while. That sun's coming real short for a while more.
Yeah. He was saying that they're on the same latitude as Anchorage, Alaska.
Oh yeah,
And so, he's looking at, a zone 3 to 4 kind of situation. But he's still, I mean, if you check out his channel, and I really encourage people to check out that channel. It's amazing what he does with those limitations.
Yeah. No, there's like you say, once you get a little climate control going, you got some greenhouse set up, you can push the envelope quite a bit. And if you can provide a little supplemental lighting, things are gonna come right along.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And again too, I was just actually kind of talking about a lot of the situation that I've got with my place and the ownership and those sort of things, which has kind of created that extra limitation for me in my winter gardening and my ability to grow certain things, because I just don't know where things are going and haven't, as far as that goes, because that has been some of the things I've wanted to work on over the last couple of seasons, was extending my growing into the winter season, trying those really cold crops that you can grow, taking some measures, whether it's, cold frames or covers and different things like that I really wanted to dig into this winter season, but, kind of had to put on hold because of the whole situation. So again, really accelerates that anticipation for the spring season. And I just, I can't wait to start getting my hands into the soil. So
yeah. One thing I've been seeing a lot of, I have never tried it, but people are planting in milk jugs. I don't know, have you ever tried that? The half open milk jug, the half cut milk jug.
Yeah, winter sowing.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't drink a lot of milk, so one, I don't have a lot of milk jugs. Two, I don't really like, aesthetically, I don't like the look of milk jugs, so I'm not trying to feature that. Yeah. But it does. My hat is off to the people who are doing it, because it seems to be like a mini greenhouse situation where are popping that off in a couple of months, and they got crops that are ready to go.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, I got a Facebook group that's on my Facebook. It's called Winter Sowing, and you get a lot of people who show what they're doing as far as that. And again, there's people just like you who don't consume milk, so they're out there asking their neighbors or asking their friends, and and they're getting. I've seen people with like hundreds of these milk jugs with all sorts of stuff in them and everything too, which again would be a really great opportunity as well. Even for those who have smaller spaces too and don't have the ability to have like a big covered situation or a greenhouse or any
Yeah.
of those sort of things to be able to do that. You can just have this little small jug, and then also given another use to that plastic, so
Yeah. Keep it in the cycle. I'm all about that. You got to keep things moving, and reduce is the first R, but then reuse is the second one before you go to recycle. So
exactly.
if you can keep it once it's made, let's keep using it, man, for whatever we can.
Yeah, and if you do that every season, you might get several seasons of use out of one of those little systems,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
just
Yeah.
clean it out at the end of after you've pulled your transplants out, and then set them aside for the next season and reuse them again. A similar kind of concept, with the idea of our water wicking buckets I use on my channel
Yeah.
is that what you're getting the opportunity to do there is and I don't tell people, and I never advise people really to go to say Home Depot or Lowe's or any of these other places and buy their buckets. Go to restaurants, go to bakeries, go to the supermarket that have these bakeries and get those buckets before they send them off somewhere that might end up in some landfill somewhere or something like that, and you
Yeah.
get that opportunity to reuse that. And I've got buckets back there I've used for going on 8 years now, some of them, and then just year after year after year of reuse on that.
Yeah. We live in a society with a big fat waste stream, so there's lots of pickings for creative people who want to like intercept part of the waste stream, and before it goes to the landfill, stop it and reuse it for something else.
And there's a lot of opportunities.
The thing about that is just on the bucket theme is you want to make sure it's food grade and was used for a food product, right? Because lots
Yeah.
of stuff gets stored in buckets, and that's not some of the stuff we want necessarily to expose
Yeah.
our crops to.
Yeah, and if you're getting them from like the supermarket, the bakeries, that sort of thing, the restaurants and all of that, for the most part, we're talking pickles or bakeries, they get a lot of their cream and their things like that through these buckets and stuff. You just want to be on the lookout for anything they've used as far as say their dishwasher solution,
Yeah, right.
and those sort of things.
Or scrubbing solution bucket. That's a good one to get.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to pass on those, but get all those ones that have been used for some sort of food, storage or transporting food things, that they use those buckets for in that situation. But that's the thing though, is I've found in searching for and looking for those things, most every place I go to is just so willing to just hand you whatever they have,
Yeah.
even telling you, hey, come back on this certain day when we have more of them if you want more and all of that. And really, I just love these bucket systems that we've got here, and it's just such a great way to utilize small spaces, especially for people who live in situations like myself, where you've got a cement patio, or you've
Yeah.
got a cement back porch, or even a balcony or something like that. Those are so really good for being able to utilize that space.
While you're mentioning that and the milk cartons too, it makes me think of ultraviolet radiation and plastics. Most plastics aren't treated, so if you're using those milk jugs in the spring, it might be a good idea to store them away in the summer out of the light. And
Yep.
even buckets, you can put a foil coating, foil tape, or some kind of a coating to protect the plastic. And then I think it would really extend the longevity of those buckets if you don't have the sun beaming right down on it, because the sun and plastic don't go together. UV is going to degrade that plastic. And
Yep.
1 year you're going to go out and lift up your bucket. It's going to blast into 1,000 smithereens. And
I've had that happen too. Yeah, and it's all like you said. It's always the ones that are usually in the direct sunlight, and really it only takes, I've had the ones on my one alleyway that gets most of the direct sunlight. Those buckets really only last me about, I'd say I'd get about 4 years out of them.
Yeah.
Before they start really getting brittle. And then just then at that point too is being careful with them. So a lot of them I've learned to, after I've had a couple break into 1,000 pieces on me, I've learned to be just a little more careful with them too, or cycle them around. So like I'll take ones that I've got my more shady spot, move them over this year into the direct sun, and then the next year back, and just kind of try to extend the life out of them just a little bit more too. But yeah, any plastic will break down under the sunlight for sure.
Yep, I found that to be true.
That's right.
So, but we break down too under the sunlight. So that's there you go.
It makes sense, right?
That's what I like in days like this right now, when you can garden in the winter. I don't have to load up with sunscreen. It's a real pleasure not to have to, because when the sun comes around, it's our friend and it's our enemy at the same time.
Yeah. And I man, I'm a sun lover though too.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about that earlier with either Michelle or Asia, I think, was talking about how, I like the really warm weather. I spent years up in Alaska, when I got to live up there and had that experience, and I never want to go back to a climate that's that cold.
Right.
I'm a person who loves the summer. I love the heat, and if I could, ultimately, I would chase summers if I had that opportunity.
There you go. Maybe winter gardening in Costa Rica or something.
Exactly, or just whatever half, you get spring, summer. As soon as it gets to be fall, boom, head on down to the other side of the globe. Whether it's South America, Australia, New Zealand, or wherever would be really nice, and go spend another summer process. As soon as it gets to be fall again, back on to the other side. 6 months at a time, man. Boom, boom, boom. And
eternal summer.
yeah, an eternal, warm weather growing season.
Yeah. Yep. Well, as you were saying, you could get some of that even in LA, right? You were saying how much you love LA, and how the season's pretty much year round there. So you can get a little of that even here. You don't have to chase.
Yeah, I wouldn't have to go so far or fly from one side of the globe to the other, but having one of those really kind of year-round climates like you get in Los Angeles, or at least in that latitude across the states, would be really great. I think it's similar for folks who live like in South Carolina.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. So, you got that whole latitude across there. Anywhere in that kind of space that gives you that kind of year-round opportunity to grow would just be amazing.
Yep. But I say let's just stay put, because pretty soon we'll have it up here. And while those guys will be roasting, summer will be a hellish kind of a season that everyone wants to run away from.
Oh, I know. It's true too. The way things are changing, even for us here, it's just amazing the changes that we've seen over the last several years as far as climate. So I try to tell people is like, there's no denying the climate change when you actually get to see it and experience it for yourself, in a real visual way,
Well, I think you're probably talking about like the graphic nature of like a forest fire and the smoke and such.
Mm-hmm.
And that's definitely, one of the signs, and definitely a wake up call. But I've seen it over the years. Even something like one of my plant markers is pineapple sage, Salvia elegans.
Yeah.
I love the plant. Beautiful trumpet-like flowers in the fall, pineapple taste to it. It's really lovely. But that thing, when I first started gardening 25 years ago, however long it's been, that would not overwinter up here. It would die every year during the winter, and I was treating it like an annual. Then I started to see some life in it over winter. You know, it would be like it would come back. It would kind of disappear completely underground, back. And then we've had winters where it never even completely dies. It just, there's some leaves still going the whole winter, and it just springs into life by March again. It's like, whoa, that thing never used to even survive the winter. Now it doesn't even go away completely.
Yeah, that's a great example. I have that same plant in my herb garden. And when I first planted it there a couple of years ago, you know, again, I'm thinking more annual on that aspect of it. And I just let it there. I just left it there, and I was like, well, if I got to go pick up another one or something like that next year, I'll just replant it. And again, that spring, you know, or late winter, early spring, the very next year, you know, what looked like a completely dead plant just you know, looked like it completely died, just started sprouting up all over the place and grew back into this big gigantic plant again too. You know, another amazing thing about that plant too is when it gets to its flowering stage, it's got these just really cool trumpet flowers, and really attracts the hummingbirds. In fact, I've never really seen hummingbirds in my growing space before until I got that plant growing to a flowering stage, and they're just all over it.
It's great in the fall. It's so awesome. We have it up at the Noble Rot, and I have it in my home garden. At home, I have it right next to some blueberries, and the blueberries, when they turn to a brilliant, you know, vermilion red in the fall, and then you got these gorgeous red trumpets right next to them, and it's a great fall combination. You know, it's a late bloomer, so it really gives the color for the fall, which is really lovely. And of course, it's a great edible flower too. You can pop it in anything.
Yeah, they're actually really tasty flowers too.
Yeah.
For a flower. I mean, there's some edible flowers that just aren't as tasty, but those ones certainly are. Those are definitely.
Put that in a salad. You know, you got the complementary green and red colors. It's just killer.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll have to definitely suggest that one too for little Ray, our associate producer, Michelle's daughter, Ray. That's her favorite thing. We were talking about just a little bit earlier on the live stream is they actually took their video camera outdoors to show us their gardening spaces, and she showed us her little edible flower garden bed because she loves growing edible flowers. Yeah, that was really fun.
Wow, cool.
Again, one of those things, you know, too, and I was telling her, is it's such a great thing to see kids who are really excited about gardening, who really gain this sort of passion. And if you have the opportunity to check out the replay of this live stream, fast forward it up to, you know, their part of the live stream, and just, you know, it's really great to see this energy that she has towards all the fun of gardening. And yeah, just, it was just really cool to see. And it's something you get to see almost on a daily basis too.
Kids really own it. When you let them do it, they own it, and they're proud of it. They care for it. They eat it. They own it. They really they inhabit the garden space if you let them, and they have their own garden journey. It's not just what's going on with the adults. It's the kids are doing their own thing too.
Yeah. It's really great, you know, to be able to not only just make that effort to pass along this information to kids, but when they start going through the process themselves of growing things and learning the excitement that comes along with actually growing plants and stuff, it's cool to see that kind of transformation in how they view and see gardening ultimately, you know, with a little bit of experience. And, you know, kids just really just latch on to that sort of thing. And, you know, really cool. Definitely, like I said, you know, the video we did at your school garden this last time, I think that was probably one of the more funner things about that whole thing. Was, for one, you know, you got a bunch of these kids just going in all different directions, as kids will do, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But ultimately, throughout the process of it all, they're getting a little bit here, getting a little bit there, and it's all coming together in the end. And in that video, they made some salsa. And well, that was probably the coolest part of it, was getting to see them, not only harvest the stuff that they've been working on growing throughout the season, but then to actually make that salsa. And every one of those kids was just enjoying the whole thing. I think it was probably about the only time you actually got them to sit still.
That that was a special moment. What we've been getting into lately is pizza, because we got a great little camping pizza oven, a portable pizza oven called the Uni. I know there's a couple of different brands, but this is one that I had seen at REI Co-op, the camping store, and it turns out a parent wound up donating it to us, buying it, donating it. But that thing's been a boon. I mean, it is. You can take any seasonal vegetable and throw it on top of a pizza, and kids love it.
Yeah.
And so, we make gluten-free and dairy-free ones too, to accommodate everybody. But we just made a round with a bunch of leeks that we had in the garden, and kale. Kids will eat anything, kale and Swiss chard, whatever you
Yeah.
throw it on top of a pizza. They're like, "This is the best thing I've ever tasted."
Yeah, exactly. All those different things. I mean, when I was a kid, I was one of those picky eaters. I wouldn't touch the vegetables too much when I was a kid, but it wasn't until I got later and started growing things for myself and getting to experiment and try certain things. And at that point, when I'm trying and eating some of these new things that I hadn't tried before, I always look back and was like, man, I really wish someone would have taught me gardening, would have got me into growing some of this stuff, because I would have tried those things out. I would have had a more open mind as a younger kid when it came to that sort of stuff, because I think we talked about this the other day too. There's a gardener named Ron Finley who says, if you teach a kid to grow a tomato, they'll eat a tomato.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, the other thing too is kids aren't always wrong. A lot of vegetables are crap. It's like the varieties that we bred for supermarket chain store kind of supermarket consumption, those
Yeah.
those aren't designed for flavor. They're designed for shipping and late ripening and a whole bunch of other
Yeah.
things. So you gotta you gotta give a kid the correct vegetable. I mean, sure, any vegetable was going to have some value to it, but the ones that are have been cultivated for taste and excellence in flavor and these kind of things, that's what's going to really taste great.
Yeah.
Not everybody. It's good to remember not every vegetable is equal, right? Not every radish, not every
Yeah.
tomato is equal, and you want to give to really excite kids and adults. You got to give them the good stuff.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And it's just something that it just works out the way that, everything that ships a certain way, as they're looking for, to make sure that, storage and shipping and all of that are always these ones that just don't have the flavor.
Yep.
So it's like that give and take. So they're taking away from the actual, the best part of any sort of fruit or vegetable is the flavor and the taste, and that's exactly what you find when you're shopping at a market and all of that. We talked about earlier, one of my favorite things is cantaloupe, and you cannot get a good cantaloupe anywhere. You go to a store. I can't find a good cantaloupe anywhere for years.
Plain.
And why? It makes you can grow so many different varieties of cantaloupe right in your garden and grow it to the right ripeness and everything, and get some of the best. Oh, there's nothing like a garden fresh cantaloupe.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you and I, we were talking the other day about this. It's like everything that's created by humans is designed, right? It
Yeah.
has it has an intention behind it, it has values behind it, and sometimes you got to pull back the curtain to see what the values are. And the supermarket values are not necessarily about getting great nourishment and great taste. They're about selling a product and shipping
Yeah.
and efficiency. It's all about efficiency. As long as it's industrial agriculture, it's mostly about efficiency. So you have to just keep that in mind.
Yeah, yeah. And again, one of the big reasons to, start up your own garden, to grow stuff for yourself if possible, is to not only get a bigger, larger variety of any individual thing that you would prefer, that you would buy out of a store, but also to be able to grow it to to the ripeness that it makes that thing its best.
Yeah, totally. It's all
Yep.
about being the discerning eater and the discerning grower, right? You got to have
Yeah.
you start knowing this stuff, and then you start to have standards, and then the crazy thing is you don't want to go back to that old tasteless.
Yeah, I know exactly, and that's one of I think the biggest things I've gotten out of my gardening experience is, learning that and learning, that lesson in particular because there's just too many things I won't go back to the store for. I'll wait till that time of year even, when it's going to be at its optimal, and then that's when I get to enjoy things like cantaloupe. I just won't buy a cantaloupe. You can get cantaloupe any time of the year if you go to a store. But you know what? I'll wait till that one time of the year when my cantaloupe is the ripest and the most optimal, and I'll enjoy it then
Yeah,
versus, so to me, that sort of stuff becomes worth the wait versus, getting things that just aren't that tasty. I find the similar thing with oranges too.
mm,
I can't seem to find really good, sweet, delicious oranges most anywhere in any store. So I take the opportunity when I'm down in California.
oh my,
I grab those things up, get them off of the fresh off of the trees that everybody has, bring them up with me so I could have some. And if I have to wait till that time of year to get good, delicious oranges, then that's just what I'm going to have to do. I just don't like buying them in a store anymore.
yeah. I think I mentioned the other day to you too that my in-laws were from Southern California. My wife's from Southern California, so we used to go down there to Somis and Oxnard and Ventura and L.A. and I'd be uh, I'd be out running and with my little running shorts, and I'd see all this citrus falling all over the
Yeah.
place, all over the ground, and I just would be stuffing my pockets with like 10 tangerines because they were the best
Yeah.
tangerines I had ever tasted, and here they were just garbage. The homeowner, they were just like, that silly
Yeah.
old tree is just littering every. I was like, this is the greatest food I've ever had.
Well, yeah, yeah. You need nets under this thing. You need to be catching this stuff. You gotta, and that's the thing too. It's just so. I mean, all of that good tasting, delicious, perfectly ripe type of citrus fruit for them down there again is just something they're just too used to. To
Yeah,
them, like I said, they just allow it to go and all of that. And I think one of the things we talked about too when we were talking about that is the different organizations, that they have down there. They have groups that actually, nonprofit groups that they get together a bunch of people and they'll go to your trees. If you're not using that tree, if you're not going to be harvesting those fruits, they'll go there, they'll harvest those up and donate all of that fresh fruit to organizations and places that can get it out there to people who need food. You
yeah,
know,
exactly.
and I really would like to get together with one of those organizations and do a video and talk about that sort of stuff because it's not just citrus in that area too. It's other types of fruiting trees in other parts of the country as well too. I mean, those sort of situations could be found or could be in need in a sense in almost anywhere, where people have those sorts of trees and things growing that they just don't care about when it comes to all of that fruit falling off of it.
Yeah, I mean when you hear the words food waste, you normally think about what goes into the dumpster from a restaurant, market, or something. But
Yeah.
actually, letting delicious ripe fruit drop from your tree and just rot on the ground, that's a type of food waste too. People need the
Yeah.
fresh fruit. They need the fresh product. It's like if you're not going to eat it, find a group
Yeah.
that give it to the people that want it.
Yeah, not only maybe the need for more of those types of groups and organizations too, is also getting those in your local community or even establishing something of like that in your local community where you're willing to go and harvest that stuff and then convince your local city to start using some of those spaces it has, even in their downtown areas or around the city, and plant fruiting trees. I talked to our local arborist for our city here, and I asked him about, I thought it would be really cool across the street. We've got one of those little strips that's next to the street. I was like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, why don't we plant some fruiting trees over there. That'd be really awesome. And they don't like doing that because of that situation where, that fruit waste ends up dropping. It becomes a problem. It starts smelling and all that sort of stuff. But if you had groups of people who would actually go out and harvest those when it's time and all of that, that would be more of I think, an opportunity for a city to think that they could do that stuff.
Yeah, you're pretty forward thinking there, bro. That's
I mean,
that.
trees are the best. They produce so much
Oh
food,
yeah. No, I'm with you, right? It's like that's that's one of the greatest delights of life is fresh fruit, man. Just right off the tree in season. Oof, that's good stuff.
It is the best. It's the best.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And in our cities, like you said, our cities, we got to produce more food right where it's consumed. Back to the orange thing. When I think oranges, I think 2 generations ago, oranges were like a period, were like a treat you got in your Christmas stocking. You got one
Yeah.
orange in your Christmas stocking because it was so precious and it cost so much to ship it around. So we've gotten used to all this stuff, but maybe we shouldn't be eating too much citrus. We should be eating what's coming off of here. And even in the Northwest, there's a bunch of fruits that ripen in the winter. You can get like hardy kiwis. You can get apples that store. The late ripening apples that are brought in and store. You can do certain things to persimmons to kind of dry them out, and they last. They go into the winter if you don't have a bad freeze. So it's like there's ways that we can be growing our own winter fruits that aren't necessarily citrus. I don't think people are going to stop shipping citrus up here now that we've got this,
Right.
Transportation system. But it's something to think about that what grows in a locality, you want to try to enjoy what can grow in this locality.
Yeah.
Wherever you find yourself.
Exactly. And there's in ultimately wherever you live, there's a really great variety of all that sort of stuff. I mean, I'd love to have certain things from other places and stuff, but then again, when you're talking about, whether it's the oranges, like I said, or other things, that shipping and the varieties, the picking in order to do that in store, they just they end up becoming really tasteless or not right, or those sort of situations in order to get them out to people. So in the long run, it's probably best to you know take the opportunity to make a trip somewhere. Like when I go down to Southern California and grab up those citruses and stuff while I'm there and enjoy it for that period of time during the year versus, going to the store and enjoy those things that are local to you.
I mean, eventually, we all have to come to terms with the fact that everything that's shipped from somewhere else out of season or just even, across the country in season, whatever, it's got an external cost to it that we don't always pay for. And we're externalizing the cost of a lot of our agriculture into the climate and with farm subsidies and such, but we're not always paying the true cost of things. And if we were paying the true cost of things, I think we'd change some of our food habits.
Yeah.
Because some of this stuff, it would be outrageous to try to buy strawberries in the middle of winter that come from, or raspberries that come from Chile or something, because it's just like in the global marketplace, we can have anything when we want it. We've gotten used to that, but we've lost track of what this all costs. And the earth is keeping the balance. It's like it's recording every transaction, all the fuel that's used to truck this stuff around, everything. It's all the energy that's used to refrigerate. It's all part of the equation.
Yep. A lot of that stuff that just gets lost to, just the idea of, I just want this. It sounds really good to go with dinner tonight, or,
Yeah.
And
so it's,
we're
it's a
not
whole
seeing all this stuff.
Kind of when you start down this gardening journey, it changes your life in a lot of different ways. And just touching food at whatever level you're growing, one head of lettuce or whatever in a pot, you're getting a sensitivity to what it takes. You're learning that it doesn't always turn out. It's like sometimes you lose your crop, you lose your plant, it dies for a variety of reasons. It doesn't always taste good. So you just get a sensitivity for this is an art. This is a way of life that takes some skill, and it starts to just attune you to a different set of values.
Yeah, it gives you a complete different perspective on things when you start actually growing things. And that's one of those bigger things that I've gotten from gardening and my gardening experience, is that, learning process of what food and growing food really means,
Yeah.
and the power it gives you when you're doing it yourself.
Yep.
Whether like you said, whether you're growing just a little lettuce in a pot or something, or a little container plant in the corner of your balcony or something, and it doesn't matter, if it's that small of a project that you're doing in your gardening, or a bigger plot of a garden. You're getting that value of that out of it, and that experience out of that experience. And that's just really, something you just can't really buy or get anywhere else, in a sense,
Well, your
or
garden
buy from the
started with
store.
your garden journey started with one cucumber, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it
One
was
one container cucumber.
just one little cucumber, man, and it
All it
just
took.
changed everything and changed the
Yeah.
way I looked at it. And and again too, I didn't, go from just that cucumber and start realizing some of this stuff that we just talked about either. That was more of the cucumber started me on this journey. And then, through that journey, just piece by piece, I'm learning these little pieces of things, and a little here and a little there, to get this really overall understanding of a lot of how this stuff really works, and what really goes into a lot of it, and especially like on the lines of what we're talking about, production of food, the things that we kind of take for granted, that we just go to a store and pick up, and make our dinner out of, and all of that. When you're actually growing that yourself, you start to learn and figure that stuff out, and that's really valuable.
Hey Enoch, I'm gonna have to let you go. I've got 10% of my battery, so my appearance here is going to be short lived, and I don't want to go
Yeah,
blank all of a sudden. So I'm just
yeah,
going to say
yeah.
I'm looking forward to this Let's Get Growing live adventure. Happy to be working with you on this, and hoping that people will be tuning in on Saturdays to hear what it's all about, and to share what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, definitely everybody, if you're watching with us right now, be sure to tune in this coming Saturday, February 25th. We'll get another real quick opportunity to talk with Mark, and all about his upcoming segment for our show, In the Garden with MBC. So we're
Yeah.
really looking forward to that. Mark's going to be really bringing the garden knowledge and teaching us some things about gardening and these different perspectives and all that sort of stuff, and I'm really looking forward to that segment and that part of our show. And I hope everybody else does too. So thanks again, Mark, for jumping
Hey,
on
great.
here.
Always
And
a pleasure to talk with you, Enoch. It seems like we never run out of things to say, and looking forward to seeing you on Saturday. So signing off.
excellent.
Bye
Yeah.
bye.
Actually, real quick before you go, give us one more little look around the skyline there.
Oh yeah. Here we got.
He's up on the rooftop of Noble Rot there in downtown Portland. What an awesome place to
Bring
be
it back.
gardening. Look at all those garden beds and different things that he's got growing on up there on that rooftop, all
Yeah,
along the
we'll
sides and
look
everything.
for some episodes as the spring goes on. Right now it's still pretty slim pickings, but as once we get past this next cold spell, I'm going to be planting like crazy. So we'll spend some time up here on the in the garden with MBC segment.
Awesome. Awesome. Thanks again, Mark.
All
Good
right,
to see you.
buddy.
All right. You take care, man. All right. Yeah. Excellent. How awesome was that? He's actually up there on the Noble Rot building there, where the Noble Rot, it's actually a restaurant and wine bar. And he grows all of the different things up there on that rooftop, and they utilize that right there in the restaurant down below. They actually have this salad that they call the roof salad, which again utilizes whatever greens and things that they've got growing on up there, their herbs and their different edible flowers and things that he has up there as well, to find their way into the different dishes that the chefs utilize and cook up for their menu there. Looks like we got Brian Siebert with us here, just popped in with a comment letting us know that he's up in Madison. Uh, he's every Thursday he expects more snow. Yeah, that's kind of something that we were touching on there, Mark and I, is that we got another burst of some winter weather that's about to blast through the country here, probably touch most of us throughout the country. I myself am here in Southern Oregon, where you just saw Mark. He's up in Northern Oregon in Portland, and yeah, so I see on the weather reports that we're possibly going to be seeing some snow and some really overnight freezing temperatures. So that kind of puts me in that position again, as I was been talking about here throughout the live stream. That a couple more weeks. Got to hold off just a couple more weeks. I may be wanting to get my hands in the dirt. I want to get out there and start planting things and start putting some seeds out in the garden and all of that. But this weather also just kind of gives us a reminder that there's a due time for everything, and so hopefully here we'll get those freezes past us here in the next couple of weeks. And that way I can just really start getting out and seeding a lot of different stuff in our garden spaces. I have my outdoor gardens here, our small space gardens around the place that I live in. We also grow along the alleyways. I have a cement back patio, so we utilize all different types of containers, elevated beds. We do in ground. We do a lot of vertical gardening. All sorts of different things that we do in order to utilize the different spaces that we have. Plus, we also have my friend's garden over on the other side of town where we set up some plots right there in his front yard. He's got a really cool corner lot, so he's got this real kind of nice L or V shaped type of front yard that we put in a couple of 20-foot by 40-foot gardens or garden beds there that we're going to get into and start seeding out here as soon as the weather starts allowing us to start setting up a nice little cool urban farm, front yard farm, and maybe even turn it into like a little small CSA or something like that too, and grow a whole wide variety of things. We did dig that front yard plot up last year and grew a bunch of peppers. We just grew one variety, a cherry pepper variety of peppers, and got way more than we needed. And we were giving them away like crazy. Still ended up with a lot that are left over. And I talked about earlier too, is that there's so many of them, and they dropped so many pods onto those garden plots that we'll be weeding out pepper plants and pepper starts as they start popping up when the weather gets warmer. So yeah, we'll be doing that. So again, as they say, any plant can be a weed if there's too many of them, and you have to eradicate and take them out in order to use the space for other things. So we'll definitely be having pepper plant weeds in that front yard garden that we'll be dealing with. But yeah, just can't wait to get out and do some gardening and get some growing going on and all of that. And yeah, look at us, man. Wow, I can't believe it. We're already into our 7th hour here today. We've had a nice long day so far of all sorts of gardening conversations with all of our different friends that we've had joining in with us. We started our day out earlier with our friend Christopher Bransdahl, who lives up in Norway. We talked with him about all sorts of different gardening and things that he does there in his indoor gardens, hydroponics, his geothermal greenhouse, and all that sort of stuff. And then after that, we talked with our associate producer for our Let's Get Growing show, Michelle Hathroll, and her daughter Ray, and talked about all sorts of different gardening and their gardening, the differences from when they lived in Southern California to moving here to Southern Oregon, and got a whole bunch of different gardening stories from them, as well as a cool little tour. They took us outdoors outside there to show us around all their different cool gardening spaces that they have there. We got to see little Ray's edible flower garden bed that she got an award for, all that sort of stuff. That was really, really fun. And then after that, we got to have a nice little conversation about container trees and different things that we were looking forward to growing this upcoming season with Asia, our producer for the Let's Get Growing show. That was a really fun conversation. And then just spent, the last hour or so with our friend and segment producer for a segment that we're doing on the Let's Get Growing show called In the Garden with NBC, with Mark Roche Colbert, who's been a really great friend of ours for many years on our Urban Gardener channel. And we've done lots of different videos, from being up, different tour videos of that Noble Rot rooftop garden. We've done videos on microgreens and a microgreen operation that he had. We've, done videos on seed catalogs and seeds and all that sort of stuff, and yeah, so that was really cool to kind of get in and dig in and talk about a lot more stuff. I've actually just spent the last few days with Mark too, as we went to the Northwest Flower and Garden Show up in Seattle. That was a really, really awesome experience. We got to do so many different things and tour around. And I did a cool little video tour of the show that I'll be working on and editing down for a video we'll release hopefully this coming week, as well as I had Mark go around for the show. A couple years ago, I had done and set up a couple of videos, what we called the top 10 videos. And then the whole pandemic and all that stuff happened and interrupted all of our visit videos and stuff. So we didn't really keep that going. And I wanted to kind of kick that back into gear again, as we'll be doing different things in our garden and also getting a chance to go out and visit with some other people on feature videos this year. So we're going to kick back that top 10 videos. And he got us started off with the top 10 of the Northwest Flower and Garden Show, where he picked out his 10 favorite things at the show. And we went around and filmed that. And so I'll be working and editing that down as well, too, to go along with our video tour that we did of the Northwest Flower and Garden Show. So yeah, that was really cool. Really great show. A really great way to get the whole gardening and growing season started with a cool festival. That's what they actually call it, the Northwest Flower and Garden Festival. So it was like a festival of gardening and growing and all that sort of stuff. Just tons of booths of people just showing off all sorts of different things, garden equipment, garden stuff, tons of vendors, as well as plants and plant vendors. There were so many plants. In fact, I think we got right here one of the plants I picked up, this really cool shiny philodendron that really just caught my eye. I was like, I wasn't really planning on actually taking any plants because I was traveling and doing things, but I thought this one would be hardy enough and I'd be able to take it along with me. So I grabbed it up, and just so many. There were actually, I've seen a lot of different varieties of houseplants. I've got a lot of them, and there were ones there that I had just never seen before. In fact, the one thing that kind of blew me away, there was one stand that had some really, really rare varieties of houseplants, and I just couldn't believe, like you get something that's really rare, how valuable those things are. I mean, I literally saw house plants in there that they were selling, these rare varieties, for almost like $600 to $800 because they're just so rare and probably just really, hard to propagate, so there isn't very many of them and all that sort of stuff. But, just some really amazing plants there. And then, again, to the real big highlight of the whole show, I think, is these centerpiece landscape exhibits that they have. And they get these different landscapers. And basically, in the long run, these are these landscape artists who design these spaces. And they get this big rock company comes in and brings them these big granite rocks that each of these different landscape artists get to use for their exhibits. And then they kind of frame around and build either in some of them had some water features. One of them had this really cool waterfall that came through, and it looked like, it had a waterfall that kind of flowed into like one big tub. And then they had another tub kind of next to it that went inside of a kind of a shed thing that they have, and it made it look like the one was flowing just right along, and it kept going into another one that kind of went outside of the other side of the shed and out to the front of the exhibit. So it looked like this big flowing river, but they were actually just separate pieces, like four different separate pieces that made it all look like this flowing river. And in the middle, they had kind of a cool aquaponics type of system there with some fish, flowing around on the inside of it and everything. It's just, I think probably was one of the best of the whole show, even though there were some really awesome ones. So look forward to checking out that video, as I did a really cool walkthrough kind of tour video to show you all of those different things of that show. And again, the one thing I didn't get to show very much of, because you can't really bring cameras in, you can't really go in and video record some of these speakers and people who are putting on these seminars. But that's the real value of those types of shows and those types of expositions and festivals that you get to go to, is to see some of these speakers and their seminars that they put on, talking about all sorts of aspects of gardening. You get so much knowledge from one of those shows, you know. And the Northwest Flower and Garden Festival is a 5-day festival, and their whole itinerary through each day is completely packed with some of these really experienced gardeners with so much knowledge, so much cool stuff. So you got to really kind of like weave in, different seminars and different speakers while you're going and checking out all the other different things that are going on at the show. And the one that we didn't get to talk about with Mark too is one that we went together to go see. And there's a gentleman in the Pacific Northwest here who's really popular. He's one of the, one of those gardeners you see on the news, on your local news channel up in the Pacific Northwest, mainly, in the Seattle area, is Cisco Morris. Cisco, he's got years and years of experience. He used to be a head gardener of Seattle University, I think that's what it's called, but one of the universities there in the area. So he was like one of those landscape, designers, and maintained and set up all the landscape, and worked in the gardening programs there at that university, and then later on became doing the television shows and doing those garden segments for the different news channels in the area, and as well as had his own radio show that he did for years. And I've known or seen or watched, listened to Cisco, since I was in my late teens and early 20s, as I was really starting to develop my love for plants into my adult years and all that sort of stuff. And I just loved listening to his show, because the thing about Cisco is that not only does he have this just amazing amount of knowledge about plants and all of that. I mean, the guy knows every single name and family name and all that sort of stuff of like almost any plant you put before him. So not only does he have that real knowledge, he's just funny as all get out too. I mean, the guy did his speaking seminar on plants that were kind of a mistake to bring into the garden because of how invasive they are, but they're really, just really pretty and really gorgeous in the garden spaces, but will take over your gardens, will run and go in all sorts of places. And throughout the whole talk, he's just had this whole crowd in this big speaking hall. He just had the whole crowd just laughing and rolling the whole time. And as I told Mark, it was like we went to go see a garden talk and ended up at a stand-up comedy show. And Cisco just has so much personality. He's just really awesome to get a chance to see him. As I got to meet him actually in person in the at the garden show that I went to several years ago, before the pandemic and all of that interrupted everything. I got to go to a garden show, and after one of those talks that he did, he does a book signing for his book, and he gets just the room wrapped around the room with people waiting in line. So I waited through the whole line to be one of the last people so I could hopefully try to get an interview with him for the channel. But again, that line was so long and it took up so much of his time that he couldn't really just sit down and do a little interview with me, but was really generous with his time and let me walk with him through the show. And we went and picked up some things, and I helped him carry some stuff all the way out to his car, which was it was a long walk for sure. So I was able to get in a lot of conversation with him and ask a lot of different questions, not just about gardening, but gardening media, being on television and being on a radio show and all those sort of different things that I had lots of questions for him for. And he just, was really awesome and just hung out with me during that walk and discussed all sorts of stuff with me too. And then when I saw him again just the other day, he completely remembered who I was after all the after those few years that I hadn't got to see him, and remembered that I did my channel and all that sort of stuff, and was just really cool and awesome, and actually told me to make sure I email him so that we can possibly get him onto our show, our Let's Get Growing live gardening show, the live cast. That's going to get started up here this coming Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's going to be 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're going to have some really fun guests joining with us on the show. We're going to have some cool segments and some audience interactive segments. All these sort of things that we've talked about all day here on this live stream. And so I hope that all of you get a chance to come and join with us this Saturday. And if you want to as well, you can go and check out right there. I've got that website listed on the screen, as well as I believe we've got a link down below in the description so that you can go check out the Let's Get Growing .live website for our show and get a little bit more information on the show and the different segments, and also how you can get involved with the show as well too. There's a tab up at the top of the screen of the webpage called Get Involved, and you can go through that tab there, take you to a page where you can fill out a form and participate in our show by one of the things I think I'm looking forward to really is, as far as audience participation, is our garden story segment, where we'll, share some pictures and, read out and talk about different audience members' garden stories. And these can be just different experiences. They could be how you first got started with gardening. They could be some sort of thing that one of the things, for a lot of us gardeners is that peace of mind that gardens bring us, that tranquility, that ability to kind of escape some of the problems we're having in our world and our lives by, putting our hands in the soil and working with our gardens, and some of those stories, I'd love to be able to tell how gardening has affected you and changed you and helped you through some things as well too. Those are all the type of garden stories that we would love to tell in that segment that we're going to have on our show, as well as being able, like I said, to be able to, put up some pictures on the screen and just kind of highlight some of the things that you, our audience, are doing in gardening as well too. So it's a great opportunity for the audience to get involved. All right, let's see here. I'm going to actually try to play a video here real quick for a little bit of a break. It's a little 5-minute thing. We'll let that. Okay, so let's try this then. Give that a minute to load up there. That's actually good to know about that for sure. So, all right, real quick, I'll just I'm going to play this real video here real quick here, take just real quick break, and then we'll start finishing up the 5 o'clock hour here, leading us into 6 o'clock, where we got one more guest who's going to be joining with us, Charles Malky, who is the founder of Ivy Organic. And Ivy Organic is going to be our show sponsor here through our first seasons. So we'll have a nice little conversation with him about the company and about sponsoring the show, and share some stories about some of the visits we've had together, talking about different things that he's done on our show. So with that, I'm going to just play this real quick, just kind of a little video. It was our announcement video for the show. Just kind of talk about that a little bit. So I'll be back with you in just a moment. Gardeners, thank you for joining with me today. I know it's been a while, but I've got a really exciting announcement to make. So, all right, I hope you all have been having a great winter season so far. I have been out here today just kind of wandering around the different garden spaces and making a list of all the different things I've got to do in order to prepare for our upcoming growing season. But we'll have a little bit more of that in an upcoming garden journal video. Now, what I want to do today is announce a fun project that we've been working on here in the Urban Gardener channel for the last few months. A couple of years ago, when we were doing our Wednesday live streams, I was looking for something to make them just a little bit more interesting. So I came across this program and platform called StreamYard. StreamYard's a live online format that allows us to be able to kind of make some really fun segments and bring in some really interesting guests. So I'd like to introduce you all to our new show here on the Urban Gardener channel called Let's Get Growing, a gardening livecast. So what is a live cast, you might ask? Well, it's a live stream and a podcast. Now, as we do our show live on Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and that's going to be starting this February 25th, we'll do the show live and then load it up afterwards as a podcast. You can get that podcast anywhere you get your podcasts. Now, Let's Get Growing will feature several different segments, and some of which you, the audience, can participate. As a YouTube live stream, you have the opportunity to get in the chat box and leave some comments or questions. And if you follow our website, the letsgetgrowing.live website, you can find a tab where you can get in and join in with us by sharing some of your garden stories for our Garden Stories segment. And that's an opportunity for you to be able to submit some photos and tell us a fun or interesting or even heartfelt story about you and your garden experience. And each week we'll be joined by a friend of the Urban Gardener channel and garden educator Mark Boucher Colbert, who will share some of his gardening expertise with us in a segment we're calling In the Garden with MBC. And as a fan of so many different smaller YouTube gardening channels, we are going to spotlight a new channel each week and do a fun little interview with them and introduce you to their channels in a segment that we're aptly calling Channel of the Week. And each week we're going to end our show with a more long-form podcast-style interview with the garden community's more prominent people, such as authors, podcasters, project developers, YouTubers, and some really great social media gardeners. Now be sure to check out our website at letsgetgrowing.live. We'll have a link for you right down below in the description, and sign up for our newsletter so you can be notified of upcoming shows and guests. Also, you can click on the Get Involved tab so you can sign up for some of our audience segments. Plus, you can find a link down below too to our Facebook gardening group, the Let's Get Growing group, where you can join with us in our growing garden community. With all of the fun, different segments and everything we've got going on this show, I could not do this myself. So I've been joined by two really awesome gardeners to help me produce this show. Our producer and running the show, Asia Darling, and our associate producer, Michelle Hathrell, who's helping us with social media and booking. Now, with theirs and Mark's help, I think we've put together a really unique show in the gardening world, and I hope that you all come and follow along with us on this new garden adventure here for us on the Urban Gardener channel. So look forward to some more videos and live streams coming up as we move closer to the first show of Let's Get Growing, a gardening live cast hosted by me, Enoch Graham. We'll see all of you February 25th, 2023 for our very first show. All right, there we are. So that was our announcement video for the show. And yeah, again, really just kind of excited about this. I can't believe it. We've only got a few days now. We'll be live on this Saturday morning. And like I mentioned there in the video, be sure to get down to our Let's Get Growing website there at letsgetgrowing.live and check out our website, sign up for our newsletter, click on that Get Involved tab, submit a garden story for us to share on our show in one of our future episodes. We've got some really great guests lined up for this season. Today, we've talked about our first guest, Wendy Fan, who's going to be joining with us on our first show. Plus, we've got second show. Our second week, I believe, is Gardener Scott. Gardener Scott has an awesome YouTube channel who really just gives out just some really amazing knowledge about growing gardens. I'm really excited about being able to have him on our show. We did an interview with him this last year for one of my competition videos that I did. And then our third episode of the show is going to feature Greg Peterson as our featured guest too. Greg's a really awesome gardener and grower and has a podcast and all of that. He's been around in the garden community for many years. He's given out so much great knowledge, and I've been a great fan of his for a long time. So again, really excited about having him on the show. Plus, we've got a bunch of other really cool guests and people that we're still trying to line up for our next upcoming seasons as well, too, because our seasons are basically seasons of the year. Gives us about 10 weeks of shows in each one of the seasons, our spring season, upcoming summer season, and fall season as well too. So we'll have a bunch of really great, awesome gardeners and people, prominent people in the whole gardening community who are just leaders in the field, in their fields, authors, project developers, other YouTubers, all sorts of stuff, podcasters, everything too. And it reminds me with the podcast as well too, because we call the show a live cast. So not only is it live on Saturday mornings and where we'll do the live show, we'll have live interviews. It's an opportunity for everybody who's viewing in with us on those Saturday mornings to ask questions of our guests and, you know, and overall involvement with the show live. But afterwards, you'll get the replay right on YouTube, as well as we'll be taking the audio from the show and we'll be cutting it down to its best audio elements. And then we'll be releasing that out as a podcast as well, too. So you can find our podcast should be out on most anywhere you get your podcasts. I use Castbox and TuneIn for my podcast players. But our show is actually loaded up through Anchor, which is a Spotify podcast, where we load it up. And so you can find it on Spotify, Google Podcast, Apple Podcasts, and a few other places as well too. So those are most of the big places where you're going to be looking for podcasts. You should be able to find our Let's Get Growing podcast, and that way, if you're out and about doing things, you're in the garden, working around in the garden, you're just doing things around the house and that sort of stuff, where you can't just sit down and watch or watch the show in that sort of way, then you can just listen to it, pop in your your headphones, or just play it out if you're, if you ain't got anybody else that you'll be bothering by it, then yeah, you can just listen to the podcast and listen to our different interviews and all the great guests that we're going to have coming up on this show. When I first thought of this show, well, when I first thought of this show a few years ago, the whole idea I had was just this really unique idea of being able to bring together the whole idea of, live streams, podcasts, and the ability to bring in guests and do different segments and just kind of have a really unique talk show that we could do on our channel. One of the things I've got to do with this channel over the last many years. I've been doing this now, I think about 6 years. I think we're going on our 6th year, maybe even more. Yeah, it'll be our 6th year this year of doing the show, or the channel, anyways, the Urban Gardener channel. And I've gotten to go around and meet lots of really cool people, lots of really great gardeners, and do feature videos with them. And if you haven't had a chance to check out some of those feature videos, then I encourage you to go to the Urban Gardener homepage, click the video tab, and we got all sorts of videos there. Or even on our homepage, they're kind of categorized a bit. We got some of our popular videos, we got our feature videos with our different guests and people that we've gone to visit. And go check out some of those. We've got some with our first guest coming up on our show, Wendy Fan. We've got videos that we've done, live stream videos that we've done with our first guest today that we had on our live stream, Christopher Bransdahl. I've done a bunch of different videos with our last guest that we had on the live stream, who's going to be doing the In the Garden with NBC segment for our live cast coming up, Mark Roche Colbert, where we've done many different videos together on his rooftop garden in downtown Portland, for the Noble Rot restaurant, or his school that he teaches at, where he teaches kids of all ages all the different aspects of gardening and growing. So we've done lots of really cool videos, and all sorts of other people, and even our upcoming guests that we're going to have on the show, Charles Malky of Ivy Organic. Ivy Organic is going to be our sponsor of the show for this first, or our upcoming first seasons of this show. So really going to be great to have him on here in just a little bit, kind of talk about some of those meetups we've had, talk about being on the show and some other things gardening related. We'll talk a little bit about his company, Ivy Organic, and all that sort of stuff here as we close out our show coming up here in this 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time hour, which would be into the 8th hour of this live stream that we've been doing today too. So again, real quick too, I also want to encourage everybody to like this live stream. Again, leave us a comment in the chat box there. You can ask any more questions or anything like that you might have. And be sure definitely to subscribe to our channel so that you can see our upcoming live cast show, Let's Get Growing. And also too, in fact, I don't know if I did, maybe I should do this for everybody else. No, it's there actually. Yeah, we have that in the description below. But check out the link down below in the description too to our Facebook group for Let's Get Growing. We got the Let's Get Growing, a gardening group, and that's just a great place for you to get involved with our whole Urban Gardener community and to be able to share your gardens, talk about different aspects of your gardens and your garden experience, possibly even help some other newer gardeners out with their gardens by answering questions or even asking questions of the wider gardening community that we have there on our Facebook group. We would love to have you there. We'd love to see your gardens, and just another great way for you to join in with the community, join in with the what we've got growing on here on the Urban Gardener channel. So yeah, again, I can't believe it. We're already heading towards the last hour of our show or our live stream today. I was really kind of intimidated for the last couple of weeks as I, thought about doing this long form live stream. And I was really kind of intimidated with the idea of doing something for over 8 hours and being on this live stream for over 8 hours. And here we are, only 10 minutes away from the eighth hour of this live stream. And and then again, what we'll do is we'll kind of end the live stream with a nice little conversation with our sponsor of the show, Charles. And then, yeah, and then again, too, hopefully all of you will come back and join with us this upcoming Saturday for our Let's Get Growing show. And also, too, subscribe to the channel, too, because I'll also be having some new videos coming up. I'm going to try to kick into gear here, as we've talked about throughout the day. As soon as the weather kind of gets through some of these really hard freezes that we're going to be seeing over the next week or so, I'm going to start getting out into the garden, and we're going to start getting things shaped up. There's a lot to do out there over the winter, as we've kind of had everything on hiatus this winter because of some other issues that I talked about earlier in the live stream. But we'll be getting back out into the garden and doing our garden journal videos. Really like the opportunity to be able to, make those videos for all of you and kind of share along with our gardening experience throughout the growing season. And on our garden journal videos this year, we'll talk about the different garden spaces that we're growing in right now. We'll show you how we're getting started, getting things set up and ready to go, just all the different aspects of what we're going to be doing in these garden spaces. Now, if the spaces change throughout the growing season this year, we'll just kind of transition and move to those. I still haven't decided quite yet, but I might actually go out and get our community garden plot again that we did the first couple of years, which I did for a few years before I started the Urban Gardener channel. And then we did that also into the first couple of years. So there's old videos of our community garden space that we had there. Yeah, but I might get back in there and do that again too, because if I do have to move and I do have to find some new spaces, I'm not sure what kind of spaces I'm going to be dealing with. I might end up in an apartment that only has a balcony again, or just very limited outdoor space. And if that's the case, then and if that's the case for anybody else that's out there gardening, find a local community garden that you can get in and get a plot to. And if that's something you're interested in too, I will give one bit of advice. Get out there as soon as you can and get your name on any sort of list, because community gardens are really popular, and there's doesn't seem to be enough of them in most places for as many gardeners are out there that want to garden in those types of spaces. So get on whatever waiting list you can as soon as possible, so that you can move up that list and get your space going as soon as possible. So again, I don't know. I'm not too sure. But again, I might have to get on a waiting list for the one that is local to me, or try to join in with some of the other ones that are around town here too. But great opportunity again to get out and do some gardening and do some growing of your own food. There's lots of aspects of gardening, whether it's ornamental gardening, landscape gardening, all sorts of different types of gardening out there. But for us on our channel, the Urban Gardener, we really focus on small space urban gardening and utilizing different types of spaces and optimizing them for being able to grow our own food. Because as we talked about here in the previous hours with Mark and others, growing your own food is such an empowering experience and gives you such a insight to a lot of the different aspects of food that's out there. We just talked with Mark about the fact that most things that you find at the grocery store are these bred out type of fruits and vegetables that are meant mainly for shipping and storage. And when that, when you get into those sorts of things that you find in the store, the flavor's just not there. The taste is not there. I talked about a couple of times today already about cantaloupe. I can't ever find a ripe enough cantaloupe ever anywhere in the stores. And so the best way of doing that is growing those for yourself so that you can grow them out to their peak ripeness and you get the best tasting food as possible, you know? And that's one of those big benefits of growing your own food. And even if you're only growing, again, like I said, in some really small spaces, maybe you only have a balcony, maybe you only have like a walk path that runs next to the place that you live, or a small little patio that's cement. There are containers and elevated beds and vertical processes that you can utilize to grow as much as you possibly can. And if it's only just a little bit, even that little bit is a big experience for anybody, when it comes to growing your own food. And I just highly recommend that, because not only do you get your own food, not only do you get that value and that experience and that insight into growing food and what it really takes to be doing that. You also get, again, one of the things I talk about a lot is that peace of mind that gardening and the gardening experience gives you. A lot of people like to garden mainly for the fact that it's relaxing, that it gets people's minds off of the different things that are either going on in the outer world or in your own world. There's a lot of stresses out there in the world, a lot of things that are troubling and in some cases just really difficult to deal with you know and so gardening is that sort of outlet that we get to kind of get a chance to escape a lot of that sort of stuff, and to be able to grow and do things like that helps a lot of people. I know it really helped me. Um, that's one of the things that I really got out of gardening. I really came to understand that about gardening over my first few years of gardening, was that benefit I was getting from all of these difficult things that were going on in my life, or all again those troubles that are going on in the outside world that seem to trouble us, and get us stressed out about a lot of that stuff. We can really de-stress through our garden spaces, through growing and doing all that sort of stuff. So again, I really highly recommend for anybody gardening. And if you do, follow along with us this year, as we'll be, like I said, jumping back into our garden journals. We'll be showing you all the different things that we've got growing on here too. And as well, I'll be getting back out on the road again to do feature videos, and look forward to, again, coming up here this next week to the feature videos we'll be doing on the Northwest Flower and Garden Show, as well as the visit I made to the Amazon spheres. I mean, I thought that was probably one of the more amazing things that I got to see and experience while I was up in Seattle this last week, was the Amazon spheres, and finally getting the opportunity to go inside and walk around the different walk paths and the trails and the different things that they have in there. It's just a really amazing place. And so that was really cool to do, because before I got to do a video in the visitor center, because they never allowed people to actually go walk around in there and do these sort of walking tours of the place. But now they do that. So it's been a really great opportunity to to kind of check that all out. And it's just amazing. The things that they got growing on there, how they built that place up, how it's set up is just really cool. So again, look forward to that video coming up here as I get that all edited down and ready to go. All right, look at that. We're on, let's see, actually, yeah, just one more minute here until we're into hour 8 of the show, which is just basically going to be our last bit of segment that we're going to be doing here. And we'll be visiting and talking with our friend Charles Malky of Ivy Organic, who's going to be our show's initial sponsor for our first upcoming seasons. And I'm really excited about the fact that he's getting involved with our show and everything too. He's been a really great friend of our channel. So yeah, really going to be great to have a little fun discussion with him here. We'll get started here in just a moment. I think he's getting himself all ready here. And just say, oh, and all right, here we go. Let me make sure I'm on the right tab and all that sort of thing there. Gotta check this too real quick. And then we'll bring him right in here with us. Awesome. Okay, there we are. Hey, Charles. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Make sure I'm all plugged in right. Everything. Oh, you know what? Better make sure we can hear him. Oh, I think you have to unmute yourself. There we go. Now we're all set.
Perfect. Thank you so very much, Enoch. And I'm so overjoyed by the energy and the effort that you put into today. I've been watching you throughout the entire day and all of the many guests that you've had. And I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before. And just a huge congratulations for the amount of effort. I know we've been discussing this, but I'm just truly blown away by the amount of talent you brought to the Let's Get Growing in the Urban Garden YouTube channel. And congratulations for all the goodwill you brought to kick off 2023.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, again, thank you too for joining along with us through this whole project and everything. Again, this is something I've been working on and thinking about for the last couple of years, because ultimately I wanted to bring something new and kind of unique to the whole, gardening community when it comes to YouTube and podcasting and all that sort of stuff. And I think that we really came up with a really good idea. We've got some really great guests lined up, as I've talked about all day here on the live stream, that we're going to have a really great launch to our show. And when I was first thinking about this show and the idea, of building the show is, getting sponsors and getting great people to be involved with the show when it comes down to it. And right off the bat, I was just knew that I had to have Charles and Ivy Organic involved with my show, because you've been involved with my channel since pretty much the very beginning. I mean, we first got together for our first video that you appeared on my channel when I basically only had like 300 subscribers, I think, and I was just out there trying to make content and everything. And you were really so kind to me and my channel and everything by not only making that appearance, but the next time I saw you, really just treating me really awesome. And I knew again too that if I was going to have anybody involved when it comes to starting and launching this show, I knew that Ivy Organic had to be a part of that.
We're so proud to be a part of your success, and congratulations on the now tens of thousands of people that are following your YouTube channel, and the hundreds of thousands of impressions that you've made around the world. And we're so proud to be a piece of that. And on my end, I just love teaching, and every opportunity still, like I still teach regularly at garden clubs and garden centers where there might only be 10 or 20 people there. And I enjoy that so much more sometimes in these lessons that just get, published a few times a month and reach out to thousands of people. Even though the impact, for sales and networking is greater, I still enjoy the interaction like you and I, and I can, on a couple of hands, identify just those few relationships and the other 10 or 20 invaluable relationships I got off of those. The personal stuff, you can together work and deepen the roots of the relationships to really create exactly what it is that you're looking for in your career, whether it be for business or your gardening hobby or whatever it may be. And I'm so glad the two of us have, taken a liking to each other and have invested in one another, and together we grow from year to year. And I'm glad to continuously collaborate with you from year to year with that initial meeting many years ago that still feels like it was just yesterday.
Yeah. Right out there. I actually kind of shared this a little bit earlier with everybody. As I was out in LA, I had lined up a whole bunch of different people that I wanted to go visit and do some things with, but I could only do so much, right? I only had so much time, and I had this big long list of people that I wanted to do things with, just things that I'd seen online, and all of that was just kind of the idea of making these feature videos. And one day, when I was in Los Angeles. I had one of those people who was on my list cancel on me last minute. So I went to the very next person on my list, and that was you, because I noticed that you were doing these talks with people at a place called A Million Drops.
Yep.
And I just thought that was just so fascinating. And I love the fact that you were dedicating your time to doing those sort of things for other people in your more local community right there in Hollywood. And just really was fascinated with that. And I think the greatest thing about that whole experience was last minute, I just lost my thing I was going to do for the day. And I was like, I sent you a message. We never talked before. We never had any sort of interaction before. And I was like, hey, you know what? I've got this little tiny YouTube channel. And I was just trying to do some feature videos. And I just all of a sudden got this whole afternoon open. And I was like, hey, man, would you like to get together and, you know, do a little interview, talk about the sort of things that you were doing there at A Million Drops, and talk about your company and different things like that too. And immediately you were like, all right, what time? When do we, you know, this and that. And you drove right over, you were right there. And it was just and again, one of those really awesome experiences when you're in that whole process of trying to build up something and build up some experience in making content and doing those sort of things that I was looking to do. And to have someone like yourself be just so willing to jump in and do that sort of thing was really awesome. I'll never forget that day, really, when it comes down to it.
Me neither.
Yeah, especially, you know, again, too, I think one of the last times I got down there, too, I drove by and was looking, and, you know, you still see some of those things that you had planted in there growing and all that sort of stuff, too. And, you know, it's just really cool.
So just since you mentioned A Million Drops so many times, and I thought we'd start off with Ivory Organics for the new listener and what that is, but A Million Drops, for those watching for the first time, it's basically a 501c3 nonprofit organization here in Hollywood, Los Angeles, and for those of you all over the country, but especially it seems like it's targeting these blue cities especially. There's a ton of homeless encampments, more so in LA than it seems like any other city on the planet, in part due to the better climate. And our policies, we just seem to have just more of them. And they're not necessarily, and actually I've got to know a lot of them. Most of them are not from Los Angeles. They basically come due to the services that are, you know, and the resources that are available. But what we offered A Million Drops, and for those in need, is we taught them gardening skills. This is something that, again, we love, and it's our passion, and it's what our brand is about, and growing food. And so over the course of 10 weeks, we taught them, we even gave them financial contributions to make investments towards their career and their education in gardening industry, whether it be working at a nursery or anything plant related. And then they also got to do gardening lessons. So they had a gardening lecture followed by practical guidance in their garden that was at their location. It was a church that was basically making their real estate available to assist the homeless within the area. And on the church property, we had a garden where we planted annuals such as, you know, tomatoes, peppers, squash, and so forth, basil, herbs, and so forth, and got to cook out of it. But one of the coolest things we did is we did cuttings off of my passion fruit vine from the backyard, which I inherited from actually one of my properties in Florida, brought to Los Angeles, and we took the cuttings to A Million Drops and attached it to a few of the chain link fence areas. And within about a year, and definitely less than 2 years, they've now got thousands of passion fruits that they're harvesting annually from this cutting that we did about 3 to 4 years ago. So it's kind of like a hidden gem. Passion fruit is like one of those things, very easy to grow, covers any trellis or fence, and kind of serves, you know, for privacy. In addition, can provide some of the most nutritious and delicious food. So we kind of pride ourselves in bringing, you know, not just, you know, contribution or monetary or financial or, you know, but something that will hopefully benefit the community in the long run as well by making, you know, by simply planting these seeds, or in this example, you know, basically planting cuttings of our passion fruit vine on someone else's property.
Yeah. It was just really cool to see how that goes. And like you said, the passion fruits, they can just really take off and get going and get growing really easily. So like I said, when I first showed up, you were just putting them in, and when I came another couple of years later, like you said, they were just everywhere. And another thing too about those passion fruits, probably one of the coolest flowers you'll ever see.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. So, not only do they get those fruits later on too, but they get that all those beautiful flowers growing along that whole stretch and everything too. But yeah, I just thought, that whole project was amazing, and that whole idea of doing that, especially in a city, because, we're all about urban gardening. We're all about small space gardening, utilizing spaces to grow food for yourself and all of that too, but also empowering people who don't even have a home to be able to find spaces or utilize spaces and gain that growing food knowledge. And then also, like you said, getting some experience with plants, getting experience with gardening and growing things, to where maybe that could also lead to maybe job potential down the road too. It's just a really whole amazing idea to be doing, like you said. And like you said, Los Angeles, all the way right up here into Southern Oregon, and too, it's people do move and migrate to these places that are warmer, that they can live in. Definitely Los Angeles and Southern California more so, but that's one of our things that we find around here locally, even too, is people who just come here during those warmer seasons and need that sort of help and that sort of knowledge in order to do to kind of get along a bit. And I really, again, was really impressed with that. And then ultimately really just, really impressed with yourself and everything, and just how awesome you were about, handling the whole idea of what I was doing there and joining right along with it. And that's another thing I was, trying to say as well too, is that also led into other things. We've done other videos and other things that we've done, not only for my channel, but your channel as well too, that, gain this bigger, larger experience and relationship, which I really value a lot.
Thank you.
Yep. And again, too, you can also check out my Urban Gardener channel, and, even check out some of those videos that we did there too. I was talking with Asia, our producer, earlier, one of the earlier segments. We were talking about trees, and for us, we've got some container trees, and she mentioned that she had this peach tree that was grafted with different varieties of peaches. And I just had to mention how fascinated I was with that idea, and how I discovered a lot of how that works, and what it was right there in your own backyard. Where you had these avocado trees with all these different varieties of avocados. I think you had a few other different types of trees too, right?
Yeah, the other big one is, and it's a hit on our YouTube channel, on the Ivory Organics YouTube channel, is our 10-in-1 fig tree. This is something I did about 6 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. The tree was basically a cutting. And talk about fig cuttings. We're actually doing a fig cutting giveaway in the month of February as well. But it was simply a cutting from my grandpa's fig tree. When he passed, I wanted to make sure that every one of his children, and there was 8 of them, sons and daughters, my aunts and uncles, all had something to remember Grandpa Simon by. So it was a vigorous green, honey, sweet green fig. And by taking these cuttings and by following very simple rooting procedures, and again, we demonstrate this as well, how easy it is to root, our fig cuttings, you simply plant them, and basically within about 2 to 3 weeks, you'll see the tips will start pushing shoots. And I like using clear cups because I don't see it yet, but in the next day or two, you're going to start seeing roots as well. Usually right after the shoots, you'll start seeing the roots as well. And then these little cuttings will develop within about a year. It can maybe push fruit, but you're not allowed, or you shouldn't allow it to fruit in the first year. So it focuses ideally on developing a stronger root system. And again, if it goes into fruit, it's going to take away from growth and further development. So if you want to have like a better crop and more fruit, you basically don't let it allow it to fruit in the first year. But by year 2, and especially by year 3, you'll enjoy hundreds, if not thousands of figs, all from a cutting. And the reason, again, you want to start with a cutting is it ensures that you have a genetic identical plant to the parent plant. So every one of my aunts and uncles are going to have a genetic identical clone to the Grandpa Simon green fig tree. And so this is one that I've inherited. And by simply taking cuttings, you can always remember maybe that person, or it's a way to enjoy that flavor indefinitely. And so what I did in my backyard fig tree, instead of planting 10 fig trees in the footprint of my grandpa Saman fig tree, I grafted on 10 flavors of figs where I got to enjoy unique flavors such as raspberry latte figs, strawberry verte figs, the panache tiger, which is a green fig with white stripes, the black mission, which is a common one, the brown turkey, another common one, among others. But the point is you're able to enjoy 10 flavors in the footprint of a single tree with the power of grafting. And for me, that was like the hook that got me into the gardening world. And I was like hooked for life, was when I was about 10, 11, or 12, especially. Even though I was gardening since my earliest memories, I'd say, 4 or 5 years of age. I remember helping mom in the garden, and my grandpa, he was in the garden about 8 to 10 hours a day. He'd basically wake up. I don't know how he could afford this, but he would just garden 8 to 10 hours. So I know personally, and I know a lot of my friends as well, the goal is to work as hard as you can now so that one day you can enjoy, an 8 to 10 hour day in the garden, just the way my grandpa did. Like for me, that's what I'm working hard to, hopefully one day accomplish, is just a lot of gardening time.
Yes, absolutely. And that's one thing I want to tell everybody too, as we touched on just a little bit there, that's a big part of your channel though, is a lot of these really cool garden education and talks. And you got a lot of this experience throughout your life, and all these different people have taught you some really cool things that you've been able to pass on and pass down through the different videos that you do on the Ivy Organic channel. Is so your experience, or the content you provide for everybody on YouTube, is not just completely geared towards your company. It's also geared towards teaching people about gardening and sharing that garden experience that you have. So, with that though, check out Charles' gardening channel, Ivy Organic, to get some really cool videos on all sorts of different aspects of gardening. But I do really want to also kind of touch back on your fig giveaway and talk a little bit more about what that's all about here, as it's runs through till the end of this month, right?
Correct. We're like 10 days away, and we've been investing many, many hours every single day since before February 1st, which is when the giveaway starts. If you go to ivyorganics.com, you'll find the February 1st post. And because every February 1st on all of our social media platforms, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, YouTube, we basically announce the giveaway rules, where we do give away a free fig cutting every single day on various different social media platforms. All the rules are explained in all of the descriptions on social media. But we give away a free fig cutting, and at the same time, all of our products that we offer year round, whether it be the Ivy Organic brand products, and right now we've even got some plants from Dave Wilson Nursery as well. But whatever you buy when you go to ivyorganics.com, it explains the number of fig cuttings you get depending on the items that you purchase. And then you can also at checkout request some of the fig varieties you'd like to be included. The great thing about this year is we got over 75 varieties of figs, which is a record. And now, I guess since we're so close to 100, that's going to be our 2024 goal, is to get the participation of fig contributors from across the country, as we've done this year, but just to get even more participants to pull us over 100 varieties for 2024. But here we are in our last 10 days. We still have hundreds of fig cuttings to give away. We're processing through hundreds of orders every week. And it's just been a super exciting time for our company. It is the kickoff month for the season, with the fig cutting giveaway. I know most people see spring as the beginning of gardening and so forth, but for us in the warmer climates, again, here we are in Los Angeles, or if you're in the southern part of Texas or in Florida and the other southern states, spring really started for you probably starting February 1st. And that's the reason I feel like this kind of aligns with the awakening of gardening throughout the country. You start your fig cuttings indoors, and within about 30 to 60 days, it's rooting and it's ready to transplant into your garden, regardless where you are in the country. So, and then you've got a plant that's basically, developing a root and shooting and growing over a longer grow period, being obviously the entire rest of this year, and just getting ready to hopefully be a very fruitful, contributing fruiting structure in your backyard orchard by next year. And that's basically what we've been doing now. This is our 6th annual free fig cutting giveaway, and we're stuck. Like, we're definitely committed to doing this every single year, as it's just become such an integral, important part of the Ivory Organics company.
Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah, I started a fig myself this last year, so I'm really hoping, it was like a second year growth that I got from someone. So kind of looking hopefully that maybe get some sort of fruit on it this year. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll hold it off a little bit for one more year to get a little more growth out of it. But figs are awesome. We talked a little bit about those a little bit earlier too. And, there's just nothing. We talked with Christopher, and he's all the way up in Norway, all the way north like that in those climates and all that. And he does some indoor gardening, and that's one of his real objectives over the next year or two, is to expand his space indoors so that he can get enough room and really get himself a big, giant, like Chicago fig growing and fruiting and doing all that, because there's nothing like delicious fresh figs right off of a tree. So the next thing actually I wanted to ask you about, Charles, or talk about so we can share with the audience and all of that too, is kind of how your whole company got started up, how you started, came up with the ideas that you did and developed and everything too.
I'm so glad you asked. I'm looking at the time and I thought, okay, we're done. And I haven't even really explained what Ivory Organics is about.
We got whatever time we need to get our conversation done.
No,
I've been going all day, man. I've been going all day.
No, I'm glad you asked the question. So Ivory Organics is, it's most people in the country see IV as for organic. It's the Roman numeral IV, but because my daughter's names are Isabella and Victoria, I will not call it for organic. It's really to commemorate the next generation and to create a family-owned business product that hopefully is going to supersede not my life, but their life, and hopefully continue to benefit. And really, our products have been designed to help commercial organic orchards better practicing and offer tools and products that are going to help make plants and trees grow better. And obviously the backyard organic gardener as well. And our products really started with the Ivory Organic. This product here is the Ivory Organic 3-in-1 plant garden. Let me see if I can spin this and get the camera right. So here it is, the Ivory Organic 3-in-1 plant guard, protection against damaging summer sunburn, but that sunburn is also for winter sun scald as well, and insects and rodents. And the uniqueness about the product and the way it all started, and my background, and I'm glad you mentioned the family and the importance of all of that, and the Ivory Organics YouTube channel is really, I feel like it's helping gardeners and sharing these skills that I've learned from my mom, from my grandfather who's now passed, and then obviously my education as well. I was pre-med and got my degree in biology and spent about 3 years studying cardiothoracic surgery, where I published in national journals of surgery as well, in testing different products to benefit heart health. And did that for 3 years, and again published and got to present all over the state. And once I made a decision that I was not going to go to medical school, somehow made the decision over the course of a summer to go to law school. And as soon as I finished law school, ended up attempting the California bar, but also took the Florida bar and passed there. So now here I was in Florida. I was only supposed to be there for a year to get some experience. Turned out being something close to 10 years of real estate law practice out there. And then came back to Los Angeles, where I kind of wound down my law practice in real estate law, and then started building. Well, finally, like, I wish I knew my age, but I can tell you the year was 2015 was when Ivory Organics was born. So it's about 7 or 8 years old now. But 2015 is when I feel like the science and the law finally came together, and we patented a product, which again is this Ivory Organic 3-in-1 plant guard, which what it does for plants is it basically encapsulates these 7 natural oils, which include cinnamon and castor and clove and garlic and peppermint and rosemary and spearmint. 7 natural oils that are naturally insect and rodent repellent protection oils. And the base powder includes some of the like BC ways people would whitewash their trees. And the ironic thing is I use the word whitewash, and I go to garden centers with people that have been practicing gardening for 20, 30, 40 years. And they said they've never heard of the word whitewashing, nor have they ever seen a tree painted white. And the practice of whitewashing goes back to BC times. And historically, people would whitewash their trees using clay or mud, or another product is limestone. But anybody that uses these products, as soon as water hits it, it falls off. For the last 50 years, about the United States and other farms across the world would simply just put latex paint on their trees, maybe a 50-50 to dilute it some. But the point is, you're putting paint on a tree, and paint is designed to last 100 years. But when you put paint on a tree, the tree is going to grow, and paint's going to end up contaminating your garden soil forever, because paint's designed to last 100 years or more. Ivory Organics wanted to come out with an organic alternative to help, again, organic commercial orchards. When you plant a tree, and all farmers, most of them know this, that the day you plant a tree is the day you want to whitewash a tree to basically protect it. The number one reason is from winter sun scald, and the second main reason is summer sunburn. And by whitewashing, you're basically curbing the weather extremes. And so Ivory Organics came up with a way to create a product that's about as long lasting as paint. And again, you don't need it to last 100 years, but it will definitely last that year at least while the tree is growing and expanding and growing. And then it encapsulates these oils, which is a concept, again, that I pulled in from my research in medicine. And it encapsulates these oils, and oils in general will last a matter of hours to maybe a few days. But when they're encapsulated in this base powder, which includes limestone and mica, which is the clay, and then it's got these milk proteins or casein, which help create that strong bond, methyl cellulose, another gummy ingredient. Combined, it basically creates, again, that long lasting, about a year or two of protection. When it's brushed onto your tree trunks, can be diluted with water and create a foliar spray that can spray into your entire plant structure, including your tomatoes and your peppers and your squash and everything else. That serves as an anti-transparent, which will help with transplant shock. So even if it's moving from container to container or from a container into the ground, whitewashing will help the entire plant structure, in addition to the tree trunk and lower branches, so that you ultimately have a plant that lasts longer on your property, which in turn will hopefully be a more productive, fruitful flowering. And again, it's not just for your edibles, it also is applicable for your roses. Another popular plant that our products protect are Chinese elms that, are pretty sensitive to, sun exposure and so forth. So there's a huge application, and we haven't found a plant the Ivory Organics products can't benefit. And then the last thing I want to share in regards to the line of products. So we've got the Ivory Organic whitewash products, and it doesn't necessarily have to be white. We've got white, which is our most popular and naturally reflects the most amount of light and hence heat. But there's also colors brown and green and gray and grayish. If you're looking for something that's more natural looking, which will still offer protection from the elements and keep your plant from, again, those weather extremes and pests. About 2 or 3 years thereafter, we then came up with our fertilizer line. And we basically went through a couple of our distributors and we told them we're going to now introduce our fertilizer. And they said, "You're crazy. There's thousands of brands of fertilizer out there. You've got a unique product, which we're still doing very well with, which is our 3-in-1 Plant Guard. But we wanted to bring fertilizer to market as well." And they said, "What's so unique about your product that's going to get you into the fertilizer realm?" And I couldn't tell them until I finished it. But I'm like, we know something that 99% of the fertilizers on the market are not doing. And most of the fertilizers on the market are just focusing on NPK as the macronutrients that plants need. The nitrogen for growing, the phosphorus for flowering and fruiting, and the potassium for the root development, strength, disease resistance. So you've got your 3 macronutrients, your NPK. You can Google this now. And the funny thing is I go to these garden centers and I teach gardening in small groups of 10, 20 or more people. And I'll tell them, you can Google this and research and find out what are the 6 macronutrients plants need. And usually there's one person in the audience that will research what are the 6 macronutrients that plants need, or what are the macronutrients? You don't even have to put 6, because Google will tell you that there's 6 of them. And the other 3 include calcium, magnesium, and sulfur. Calcium is in the cell wall of all the plants. Sulfur helps with the metabolic processes of the plant and, is important for whether it's making the sugars or the proteins and so much more. And then the magnesium is the heart of the chlorophyll molecule. So you've got now the 6 macronutrients. These are nutrients, again, that the soil must have in abundance for optimal plant health and performance. So the fertilizer, Ivory Organics all-purpose fertilizers, have all 6 plant macronutrients, including, you can see the 333 that's there on the label. But if you read these side prints on the side, it actually will explain. Let me see if I can pull it the right way. And it says contains all primary nutrients and contains all secondary nutrients too. So you can see it all right there. So I'm going to try to spin it so you can see it. So it's got all 6 plant macronutrients. And again, it's all organic too, which the goal when it comes to organic fertilizers is you're feeding the soil, you're benefiting the earthworms, you're benefiting the beneficial bacteria and mycorrhiza. Whereas if you're doing things synthetically, you're not feeding the soil biology. And in fact, you might be hurting it, which is overall going to impair the overall health and performance of your plants in your garden. So just one simple mention about the value of organics versus the synthetic stuff that you'll also find at your garden centers when shopping for, growing the best food or plants on your property.
Yeah,
that's a short story of what we're doing, where we're at, and there's still a lot more to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, too, that was one of the things I was really fascinated with was that 3-in-1 plant guard. I didn't know too much about what the idea behind a lot of that was, other than just, over time throughout growing up, you'd pass by some orchards or you'd pass by somebody's yard who had some sort of tree, and I'd always be like, what are they doing painting their trees with? There you go. Again, like you said, it's just this white latex paint or just some whatever paint, and then so I knew that much in a sense, but then when it came down to understanding that what you were offering was this unique product that's organic, you're using these oils and these things to really help protect these plants, and again, not in just one way, but it's you got like you said, the winter sun scald, the summer sunburn, and then again the third way there is taking care of some insects and rodents and things through those oils that just really repels them away from especially your young trees that you're just trying to get established into whatever growing space. So it's just really
especially the young stuff. And as you mentioned, and our products initially went into market really targeting avocado trees, citrus trees. Those are some of the most sensitive plants and for fruiting trees that, if you're trying to care for. And it's usually year 1 and year 2 until the tree develops a canopy that protects that underlying tree trunk and those lower branches. You need to whitewash it. Again, the pros will tell you the day you plant that tree is the day you whitewash it, because the day you took it from the nursery, it was clumped with other trees that were naturally protecting that tree trunk and lower branch. Once you pull it out of that group of plants, and now it's standing alone in your garden, and by spring and especially by summer, you're dealing with 14 hours of daylight and it's hot. And just imagine your own skin if you're just laying out at the beach with 14 hours of hot sun cooking you day after day after day, you're going to suffer. And some of this damage is not visible. And for us in the northern hemisphere, it's really just the south and southwest side of the tree that'll burn. But by whitewashing it, you're keeping the bark cooler. And that way the underlying cambium tissues are protected, and the flow of the nutrients and water and everything is just going to be that much more effective to ultimately result in. And again, even for older trees, they'll fruit better, they'll flower better, they'll grow better because they're not repairing sun damaged cambium and bark layers because they're just getting burnt. And part of the reason they also burn in part is because of the way we design the trees in our backyard or front yard orchards. Is we want them to be all tall and upright and tight and close to one another. And we're shaping them in a way that's maybe just not natural, that would naturally protect the understory of the tree. And so, there's all of these reasons as to what and why whitewashing is just so invaluable, just as important as fertilizing and mulching and watering and all these other good gardening practices. Whitewashing should be one of those top 5 that are practiced and implemented in a good gardening practice with all of the trees that you plant on your property.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And definitely I gotta get caught up with that too when it comes to my container trees and everything. So I think that's one of the things we'll be working on here as we get moving back towards doing some videos and garden journals for my channel, is get out there and do a whitewashing video as we take care of our fruiting container trees that we have here. So we've got all that pretty much covered there too. I just want to ask you though too. You got your fig giveaway going on. We've talked about the 3-in-1 plant garden, the startup of your company and everything. But we got a whole new growing year ahead of us. Is there anything really in particular that you're looking forward to doing or getting done with either your channel or your company or anything in this coming year?
Okay. A really big one is something we've been working on, and I'm hoping to meet the deadline by May, is our book, which I don't see within reach. But I've also authored a book called Saving the Planet, or Saving the World with the Home Garden. And the concept behind it, again, as we were talking about with organic gardening, is that there's a lot of people, like I've noticed in gardening classes I would teach, I would, be, discussing the importance of what organic gardening is and how we're trying to grow the most delicious, nutritious, tastiest food that you can't even get from Whole Foods or wherever it is, your local swamp meat, or wherever it is that you get the freshest fruit. The best stuff you're going to get, kind of like as you mentioned with the fig as well, is right off the tree. And if it's picked a day ago or a week ago, and most of the produce that you see at your grocery store is from 2 to 3 weeks, if not a month or two ago. And once it's picked, it's just dying. And you're talking about the sweetnesses get impaired, or sometimes it was picked not ripe, and some things don't ripen well. Like a banana can be picked green and still ripen well, but something like a dragon fruit, for example, if it's picked not ripe, won't get any more sweetness. The color might change for the better, but it's not going to taste any better than it was, 2-3 weeks ago when it was picked.
Yeah, melons. We've been talking about melons all day today. I love cantaloupe, and I cannot find a ripe enough cantaloupe anywhere in any store ever. So I've totally given up on the idea of eating cantaloupe throughout the year by buying it in a store. I wait until I get one grown to the perfect ripeness right out of my own garden.
That's
So
the way to
melons
do
are
it.
definitely one of those on that list for
And
sure.
I've noticed a lot of these melons, and even here I am in Southern California, where they should be able to grow it, but I think they're running out of real estate to the point that I'm noticing most of these melons are coming from foreign countries. They're not coming from even America, which is kind of mind-blowing. I remember, decades ago, most of our produce was grown here, but it seems like a lot of it is being more so imported than grown, especially in our California belt. But so I'm basically working on rewriting edition number 2 to the book, and it's basically 10 chapters, and it summarizes virtually 98% of the concepts that I teach on the Ivory Organics YouTube channel. And I'm proud to share that within our first third or fourth year on YouTube, we grew to be America's leading garden product YouTube channel. We're now approaching close to 200,000 views, and 200,000 subscribers. And we've now surpassed 20 million views on our channel, which puts us ahead of basically all the other gardening products you'll find at your local box store. And we're super proud about the support we've got from the community across America and around the world, as our products are also sitting in Australia for many years. We've now just entered the United Arab Emirates, and we've got 3 locations in Europe that should be opening virtually in the next few weeks in time for spring as well. So we're just super excited about getting our brand to as many marketplaces as possible. So, and again, we're so proud about the Urban Gardener being a part of our success and our growth and our education with what we're doing and helping basically backyard growers have their best growing season.
Yeah, it's definitely awesome. Like I said, you were just kind of getting rolling and going with this stuff when we first got to meet up there at that Million Drops several years ago. And I think your channel was maybe right around 50,000. I think you were just over 40,000, I think it was. And, just to see the growth of everything, and, again, to be a part of of that process along the way too. It's just been something really valuable for us here at the Urban Gardener channel too. Again, another big reason why, right off the bat, when I was looking to who do I want involved, who do I want to be working with when it comes to building this new show out, I was definitely like, you know what, we got to talk Charles into this. We got to get him there. We got to get IV Organic as our first sponsor. And I'm really proud to be able to say that, that we've done that. We've got you on board, and it's going to be great to, like I said, to get this whole show going and, up off of the ground and everything. And with your help, we're going to hopefully be able to build ourselves the audience we've been looking for, here on this channel and everything, and really be able to do something really, really cool and unique with the gardening community on our channel through this show, just as you've done with your company and your products in the whole gardening industry as well too. It's really kind of nice to be sitting on something that's kind of unique and to be able to bring that out to the world.
We've got to let your audience know about the promo code as well. If they're shopping IV Organic brand products, they can shop using the Urban Gardener promo code for 10% off the entire store at ivorganics.com by simply using the promo code at checkout of GROW10.
Yep, GROW10 is the Urban Gardener promo code again for the IV Organic store. That's going to be, throughout whenever you end up at that store or whatever. But a big reason to get in and do it right now is go shop at that store, use our promo code for the 10% off, but also get some of those free fig cuttings that you've got. Absolutely. I cannot believe you got, like, what would you say, 75 different varieties of figs?
Over 75 varieties of figs. Who would have thought there's that many? And the funny thing is also, when I started about 6 years ago, which obviously is not too long ago, I only was fixated on just 3 varieties, being the ones you find at the big box stores: the green Cadota, the black Mission, and the brown turkey. And the fact that there was one more, like, I'm like, yeah, my grandfather's got the other one, but I didn't realize that there's literally hundreds, if not thousands, of varieties of figs. And the goal is, if they, perform well in regards to flavor and yield and size, it'll probably make it to market. And so some of these are, proven quality. And when I say proven, like over the course of decades, if not, I think it's 20 to 50 years before they're typically named and then brought to, basically being shared with the national and international community. There's also some newer fig varieties, by the way, which we are introducing from another YouTuber you may want to interview here on this channel, known as The Fig Hunter. And David and Priscilla Burke, which are the founders of that channel, they basically identify wild figs around America, predominantly here in California. They're situated in Northern California, just north of Sacramento. They've identified over 2,000 fig varieties so far. They've been testing them, tasting them, and so forth. And keep in mind, some of the best growers and some of the best hybrid fruit trees, such as the ones you'll find at Dave Wilson Nursery, known as the Zager genetics. You may have heard the word pluot or pluary or the picotums. And there's so many different hybrid stone fruit trees, which this individual named Floyd Zager, he basically spent 40 years hybridizing, crossing these different fruits, starting with delicious plums such as, let's say, Santa Rosa or Satsuma plums. But he basically took these as parents and then started crossing them with, like, the best cherry tree and the best peach tree and the best, so forth. And, like, for example, the pluots is a cross between a plum and an apricot. And then some of them are called apriums, which it basically tastes more of an apricot, but has characteristics of a plum. So depending on which characteristic dominates, the name will typically, precede, whether it be picotum or aprium versus, now I'm getting, versus pluot is the reverse.
So many, it's hard to keep track.
But the point is, this individual, Floyd Zager, who is the founder of the Zager Genetic Orchard in Northern California, what he did is he'd plant out 50,000 seeds every year. And from the 50,000 seeds, over the course of 10 years, he'd grow it out. And it takes about 6 to 7 years before they start producing fruit. And then he's basically monitoring them over the last few years to basically taste it, check out the fruit size, yields, and so forth. And then from there, if it makes the test, then he'll bring it to market. He'll basically patent it and then release it. But out of 50,000, he only shares about 2 to 4 out of every 50,000 seeds planted. So there's a huge effort. Similarly, the fig hunter has identified now 2,000 wild fig varieties, and he's been tasting them out, checking those, keeping logs and journals on all of these. And if you go to thefighunter.com, you can go to his website and basically see pictures and descriptions of all of these wild varieties, which are brand new. I'd say less than 10 years old. But some of these are going to be the next generation of delicious flavors, which otherwise was created, again, through hybridization, which is natural, basically natural crossing between other fig varieties to create the next generation of what's delicious. And he's already identified about 5 or 6 that are huge hits with our audience, such as one that comes to mind is one called Citron. So imagine a fig that has citrus notes. And another one called Jolly Rancher. I mean, the name says it all. And he's got so many that are just bursting with flavor or uniqueness that people want, and the business continues to grow, and his hunt continues, as he is adding about another 500 to 1,000 more wild fig varieties, to his collection. And these are ones that you can't find in stores, or they're not named. So he's the one naming them and bringing them to market. So another thing to check out for those of you that are fig enthusiasts out there.
Yeah, that is just amazing. Again, too, like when you think about most anything, as we're talking about figs right here, but it doesn't matter what it is. There's just so many varieties that we don't even know of, can't even think about when it comes to almost anything that we're growing. I did want to kind of acknowledge here Joe from Garden State Gardener kind of joined back in here with us. He was with us here a little bit earlier and wanted to make sure he says hi, Charles.
Oh, hello, Joe. How are you?
Yeah,
we've been friends
absolutely.
for many, many years as well. I hope he and the family are all doing great.
Yep, absolutely. He says that he had no idea there was that many either. So he says, wow. And also, I think he mentioned here too, wow, how long are you going live? Yeah. Well, you know what, Joe? I have been live now. We're working on 9 hours today, doing a really great long day of just discussions and conversations with all sorts of friends. And, a couple of people who have been involved with our upcoming show, Let's Get Growing. It's going to be a live cast on Saturday mornings coming up here on February 25th at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern time. This is going to be a start and a launch of a really fun live show that's going to be unique and to anything that you've really seen, as this whole live stream today for 9 hours has been kind of unique to most anything you'll see out in the gardening world and gardening content. But it's been a really great day there. So he's asking about how long am I going live. Actually, you know what? We're going to about stop this here real soon, because 9 hours is quite a marathon when it comes down to it. And I've had such a great day hanging out and talking with everybody, and especially to really to kind of end this whole long day here with having Charles with us and joining with us here to talk about how we met and how we got everything going there, and things we've done in his channel, but also get a chance to really talk about his unique product, 3-in-1 plant guard, the 6 macronutrient fertilizer, talking about the startup of his whole company, and the YouTube channel being one of the leading product YouTube channels that's out there too. And I really want to emphasize too that Charles' company is a family company. Just as he mentioned there too, it's not 4 organics with the Roman numerals, and it's not IV as in like an IV plant or an IV that you would get as a plant doctor or anything like that. Those are his daughters, Isabel and Victoria, that this is named after. His wife ends up, helping him run this company as well too. This is a whole family project going on. So it's really awesome to be able to support family businesses, and especially a family business like you have there too. And I do want to mention about I believe it's Isabel, right, that helps you do the videos. she's just an amazing young girl who I've gotten to meet a couple of times, and she just gets out there and helps us do the videos and all that sort of stuff, and is actually gave me some really good advice about doing my own channel too.
That's
So I
fun.
really want to give a shout out to her too. She's an exceptional young woman, and you've got a great family who are just as awesome and welcoming and as nice as you are too. As I've got to go visit your home there, and just really, again, thank you so much for being involved with our channel throughout the years, and then stepping up and jumping in to be involved with this big project that we've got coming up this season.
No, thank you so much as well, Enoch. And it's been a pleasure knowing you and getting to know you even better and better with every growing year. And just looking forward to our future together as we continue accomplishing our gardening goals. And we're always here to support you in any which way we possibly can. And really appreciate that. And thanks for the shout out for Isabel. She'll really appreciate that as well.
Yeah, like I said, she's an amazing young woman, man. I think she's got a real bright future ahead of her. Some great personality and skills when it comes to helping you run and set up and do those videos and put that stuff together and all of that. Yeah, definitely really awesome. And I just want to say, I'm going to hold, as I end up here, I'm going to end our live stream here real quick. I'll just take a couple of minutes doing that, but I'm going to hold you over in our backstage a little bit so we can do something after my live stream's over with there too. So just wanted to kind of touch on that just real quick as we get down to winding down here. 9 hours of being on an Urban Gardener channel for a live stream. What an amazing marathon today. And again, really awesome to be able to end the whole thing with our sponsor for our upcoming show, Let's Get Growing Live, Charles and Ivy Organics. Thanks again, Charles.
Thank you.
Awesome. We'll see you in a minute. All right. Awesome. Again, how is that? Again, too, what a marathon of the day today. Getting started earlier today for me was around 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. And, here we are rolling into finishing up the 9th hour of a 9-hour long live stream, which has been just really amazing. I was really kind of intimidated when it came to getting this all started. I just didn't know how it was really going to go and all of that, but it's been really, really awesome. We've had, all the way from our friend in Norway, Christopher Bransdahl, with us, to talking with Michelle, our associate producer for the Let's Get Growing live show that we've got coming up, as well as our producer, the one who's really doing a lot of the real fun work behind all of the scenes and helping us make sure that the show is going to, run and go through just right. Asia, she's just really awesome, and really glad to have them involved with our show. And of course, my friend Mark Boucher Cabert, who's a garden educator and teacher up in Portland, as well as joining with us up on his rooftop garden for the Noble Restaurant and Wine Bar, which is like literally a 4 or 5 story building in downtown Portland, Oregon, where he's out there growing and doing all sorts of stuff. So just really awesome of him and everybody to take some time to join with us here on the show. And again, huge shout out to all of them, especially Charles ending us there too, and talking about the company Ivy Organic and all that sort of stuff too, because again, really awesome experience all around today. And I'm really glad that all of you have come along with us throughout the process. And maybe some of you are watching on a replay and all of that too. I want to thank all of you too as well for joining with us. So if you are watching on our replay or you're still here live, be sure to give a thumbs up if you haven't already. Get down in the comment section down below and let us know what you think. Tell us any sort of things about that when it comes to our guests that we've had today and all of that. And then again, be sure to subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. And in fact, if after you subscribe to the channel, go to our channel page. We've already got our first episode of Let's Get Growing set up so that you can click that notify button there and get a notification for when our show gets ready to get started this coming Saturday, February 25th 25th at 11 a.m. It's going to be really awesome. We've got some really great guests lined up for this season. And I announced today our first 3 featured guests that we have. We're starting out with our first episode with Wendy Fan of wendyland.com. She's just a really awesome, amazing, energetic, fun gardener. I think it's just perfect way to get our whole show launched and started out with a great conversation with her. She's been a great friend of our Urban Gardener channel for many years now. So that's going to be a great start. Second episode coming the week after, the next Saturday after that, will be with Gardner Scott. Gardner Scott is just a really amazing, highly knowledgeable gardener who puts out so many awesome videos on growing and gardening and all of that on his channel, as well as a really fun live stream that he does every morning, which we are actually going to be on with him come the Monday morning after our show. So I think that's like the 27th of February. That Monday morning, you can also go to Gardner Scott's channel, and we'll be with him on his live stream, helping promote our upcoming show with him that next Saturday. And then following that, the Saturday afterwards, we're going to have the great podcaster and gardener Greg Peterson with us. That's going to be really awesome to have him. I've been following him for many years. You know, he got a really cool urban farm company and organization that he had out of Phoenix, Arizona, but he's also now moved to South Carolina. So he's made this big change in the, you know, in his gardening climate and all that sort of stuff. So I can't wait to kind of dig in with him and talk about all of those sort of things when it comes to gardening and growing and all the different things that are on out there. So really look forward to this show coming up. I really look forward to all of you coming and participating with us as well, because we're going to have lots of ways for the audience to be able to participate, just like today, to get into our chat box and to be able to talk with us, ask questions of some of our guests that we have on our show, whether it's the Instagram gardeners, the channel of the week, or our featured guests. Also, another way for everybody to get involved too, if you go to our Let's Get Growing website at let me put that up real quick one more time. It's also a link down in the description. Let's Get Growing.live, and you can go to a tab that we have up above called Get Involved. Go to that there, fill out the form, let us know that you want to share one of your garden stories. We'll have you send in some pictures of your gardens and you and all of that, and we'll share your garden story right live on our show as well too. So lots of ways for everybody to get involved with, because that's really the main idea with this whole show, is to bring the gardening community together and introduce gardeners and viewers to different gardeners and different people who are out there that you might not have had a chance to see and get involved with, especially with some of our channels of the week and, you know, our featured guests and all of that sort of stuff too. So with that, we're going to end this big, long live stream all day long. I've been sitting here and, you know, I actually did get a couple of little breaks in there too that we worked in. But, you know what, I've been here the whole time and going along today. It's been really awesome. It's been really fun. Thank you all so much for joining with me today. And again, hit that subscribe button. Come join us this coming Saturday for Let's Get Growing Live. See y'all later.